Deep inside the training hall, Mujin relentlessly swings his blade, completely drenched in sweat. His younger siblings Dojin and Soyeon sneak in to watch over him. They are terrified he might shatter his own body before the ultimate showdown even starts. Soyeon's heart aches, convinced that her previous harsh words drove him to this brutal extreme. But Mujin simply offers a warm pat on their heads, gently brushing off their fears. Shortly after, as he watches the children mimic his stance, a sudden spark ignites in his brain. He finally grasps that the true secret of the Peerless Nine Swords goes far beyond mere swordplay. It is all about the breath. The split second he channels this newly discovered breathing technique, his entire rhythm shifts entirely. That massive 100-kilo greatsword suddenly feels as light as a feather. His internal energy surges flawlessly, and the core essence of movement arts finally makes sense. With a single devastating slash, Mujin completely obliterates a solid stone statue. Feeling constrained, he decides to shift his practice out to the main courtyard, since this room now feels way too claustrophobic. By sunrise, the clan's fighters still mock him like he is a walking punchline. That is the exact moment Mujin decides to prove that the pathetic lunatic they once knew is dead and buried. Our protagonist, Mujin, squares off against the elite squad leader, Chilboin entirely toying with him like a helpless toddler. He even effortlessly weaves past a vicious mid-air strike. This completely infuriates Chilboin, who screams at our hero to face him like a true man. Without breaking a sweat, Mujin lands perfectly and effortlessly hoists his 100-kilo weapon like it is just a wooden stick. As the two warriors fiercely clash, Mujin yanks his weapon back and violently smashes into Chilboin's blade with such sheer force that it brutally knocks the weapon away. Seizing this perfect opening, he violently hooks his fist directly into Chilboin's face, nearly crushing his nose and sending him flying face first into the dirt. The onlookers gasp in pure terror, utterly stunned by this impossible spike in power. Now, to understand how our protagonist just humiliated a seasoned captain, we need to rewind to the very beginning. Originally known as the legendary Divine Demon, our hero is an unstoppable swordsman, out for blood facing down 9 absolute powerhouse sect masters in a brutal crusade for revenge. His terrifying, godlike mastery of the blade allows him to clash evenly with these elite overlords. He carves through their defenses with such chilling accuracy that the masters are left utterly bewildered. In the blink of an eye, these legendary warriors are butchered, one after another, forcing the survivors to realize they are fighting an absolute monster. Even when the desperate stragglers manage to trap him and plunge a blade straight through his chest, he somehow powers through the fatal blow, dragging every last one of them down to hell with him, forever etching his name into history as the Divine Demon. Bleeding out on the verge of death, his entire past flashes vividly across his fading vision. A deep wave of peace washes over him, knowing his bloody vengeance is finally complete. He flashes back to his youth, remembering when a gang of 3 punks cornered him, back when he was just a notorious street rat in the Murum. Fortunately, his martial master stepped in, saving his life, and taking him in as a disciple. Yet his whole existence revolved around raw violence, endlessly slaughtering his way through the world. As his breath fades, he questions if constant bloodshed was truly all his life meant. Right then, the warm memory of his late wife surfaces. His only true happiness existed in the quiet moments he shared with her, before fate cruelly ripped her away from his embrace. With hot tears streaming down his face, he agonizingly ponders his life's true purpose. Finally, shutting his eyes and embracing the dark abyss. Out of nowhere, chaotic shouting jolts him awake. Assuming he has woken up in hell, his eyes snap open, only to find an infuriating gang hovering above him, spitting absolute garbage. Our hero is entirely disoriented, unable to comprehend a single damn thing going on around him. Right by his side stand 2 young children. The fiery little boy fiercely shields his older brother, screaming that they will never surrender their family's secret techniques as long as his brother still breathes. He fiercely declares that no matter the cost, their sacred manuals belong exclusively to the Flamhua clan. While our baffled protagonist desperately tries to piece together this bizarre situation, the arrogant gang leader pitches a twisted deal to wipe away their debts. He glares directly at our hero, addressing him as Hua Mujin. The thug smirks, offering a heavy bag of coins to buy out their desperately impoverished family. The catch: Mujin must gamble his clan's entire martial legacy in a high-stakes, brutal duel. The absolute victor walks away with everything. Hearing this twisted ultimatum, the little boy freezes in pure panic. He knows his big brother, our protagonist, is a completely incompetent joke when it comes to actual combat. Annoyed by all this screeching, our hero finally snaps, demanding to know who the hell this Mujin guy is, considering he is a completely different person. Hearing this insane rambling, his supposed little siblings stare back in utter disbelief, looking at him like he has completely lost his mind. Even the smug gang leader pauses mockingly, asking him to repeat himself. With a cold stare, he announces that he is the legendary divine demon. But this bold claim just makes the thug burst into his, sarcastically suggesting that Mujin should call him the Lord of the Underworld instead. Turns out this obnoxious bully is Chang Dobo, the spoiled second son of the powerful Changhua merchant empire. Meanwhile, Mujin's siblings are losing their minds, terrified that his crazy delusions are spiraling way out of control. That's exactly why this punk is running his mouth. Even the head honcho of the Changhua merchant group, Buchoyan, openly mocks the family, claiming their entire bloodline is already washed up, just because the eldest son supposedly lost his freaking mind. Meanwhile, Mujin stands there dead silent, scrambling to process this absolute chaos. Taking that deadpan silence as a solid yes, Dobu smirks, fully believing the duel is locked in. He smugly announces their showdown goes down at the Bayon Pavilion next month. Dobo even has the nerve to remind Mujin this blood pact falls strictly under the martial arts code, meaning backing out is totally off the table unless he wants to face some brutal consequences. The second those arrogant jerks walk away, Mujin's so-called siblings instantly turn on him, frantically demanding to know his survival plan, now that a death match has been shoved right down his throat. The absolute kicker. This version of Mujin hasn't even held a blade in his entire life. Hearing this, Mujin actually busts out laughing, because deep down, lethal swordsmanship is the only thing that flows through his veins. He immediately tries to spark his battle aura by tapping into his inner core, but a cold wave of dread hits him. It is gone, just totally wiped out without a single drop of power left behind. Pure rage boils over when he realizes he is stuck inside this pathetic, glass-like shell of a body. Suddenly, his little sister bursts into heavy sobs, desperately begging Mujin to finally snap out of his delusion. The crying girl screams right in his face, calling him worthless garbage, and furiously labeling him a massive idiot for letting that merchant guild treat him like a literal doormat. Her younger brother quickly snaps at her for disrespecting their eldest sibling, demanding that she take it back and apologize, but she stubbornly refuses. Instead, she fiercely pins the blame for their parents' tragic and storms away, bawling her eyes out. The little boy softly apologizes for his sister's fierce outburst, explaining that she sometimes lets her blind rage take the wheel. And with those heavy words, he quietly shuffles away too. Mujin is left standing there utterly bewildered. He literally cannot fathom how even tiny kids now despise his very existence, openly branding him a raving lunatic. His mind is spinning in circles, because the absolute last memory burned into his brain is ruthlessly slaughtering his way through top-tier sect leaders without an ounce of mercy. He firmly believes he should have met a glorious, permanent end right there on the battlefield. Yet somehow he is forcefully woken up, trapped inside this pathetic stranger. He slumps hard against the dirt, gripping his hair in pure frustration, desperately trying to figure out who those crimes. Right on cue, some frantic oddball, who apparently serves as his personal assistant, comes sprinting out of nowhere, panicking and asking what on earth he is doing outside in such a dangerously fragile state. The guy breathes heavily, claiming he was worried sick, but Mujin just stares blankly and asks who the hell he even is, because he literally doesn't recognize a single feature on his face. The servant named Sok gasps in absolute shock, immediately assuming his young master is suffering another severe mental break from the cursed madness infecting his brain. Genuinely convinced that Mujin's amnesia has kicked in again, he decides to patiently spill his entire tragic lore. Apparently, this Hua Mujin used to be a legendary once-in-a-generation prodigy, so gifted that multiple elite orthodox factions practically begged to recruit him. And by the young age of 23, he had already claimed the throne as the clan's undisputed leader. Honestly, Sok is sick and tired of reciting this exact same history lesson, considering he's already repeated it over 6,000 freaking times. But Mujin isn't buying the hotshot prodigy narrative for a single second. Why? Because his internal energy core, on top of that, he demands the real truth behind this so-called insanity everyone keeps whispering about. Letting out a heavy sigh, Sok finally dives into the dark details. 17 years ago, Mujin and Dobo threw down in an unofficial bare-knuckle brawl, strictly swearing on their honor to never use an ounce of inner chi. Keep in mind, Mujin was just a tiny 6-year-old kid, while Dobo was already a beefy 9-year-old bully. Dobo smoothly agreed to the ground rules, and the brutal playground scrap instantly kicked off. But right in the heat of the clash, that cowardly Dobo completely shattered their sacred deal, viciously slamming Mujin with a devastating punch, fully loaded with explosive inner energy. Hearing this, Mujin, recalling how the young Mujin had gasped, confronting Dobo about why he unleashed the lethal 7-wound fist technique, especially when they swore a blood oath to only throw normal punches. But the young Dobo just cruelly taunted the bleeding boy, bragging that this highly classified move was secretly passed down from the legendary Kongdong sect, and its lingering poison is absolutely. The sickest part, Dobo actually used his own arrogant older brother as a human test subject, completely shattering the guy and leaving him permanently bedridden. Thrilled with that terrifying outcome, the psycho kid was practically vibrating with excitement to see how much damage it would inflict on a helpless prodigy like Mujin. So fast forward to today. The only reason the entire world labels Mujin a raving lunatic is that everyone assumes his broken brain is just a tragic after effect of that vicious 7-wound fist strike. A dark, murderous aura flares up around Mujin. He is absolutely livid that this same Dobo is now brazenly knocking on his front door, demanding a public death match. Gripping his fists, Mujin sharply demands to know exactly how the family punished Dobo for destroying his future. Sok nervously gulps, admitting that it was actually Mujin's own father who handed down the final ruling. You see, even though Dobo was technically blood, he was also the golden child of the massive Qianghua merchant empire, a terrifying faction officially ranked among the top 10 strongest powerhouses. So despite the fact that Dobo committed an unforgivable crime against his own flesh and blood, Mujin's cowardly father just patted him. Mujin's jaw practically hits the floor. He cannot wrap his head around how unbelievably spineless his so-called father was instantly forgiving the very monster. Gritting his teeth, Mujin instantly writes off this entire pathetic clan as a complete and utter joke. With ice in his eyes, he turns. Sok explains how Mujin's health rapidly deteriorated, forcing his desperate father to bleed the family dry and plunge them into massive debt, searching for a miracle cure. 9 years ago, his mother's frail condition took a tragic turn for the worse, ultimately claiming her life. 3 years later, his grieving father followed her to the grave, branding Mujin as the cursed son who slaughtered his own parents and dragged the entire clan through the mud. This dark stigma completely shattered their family's once proud reputation, backing his innocent siblings into a brutal corner. Now the only things keeping their legacy alive are towering mountains of debt, 2 fiercely loyal retainers, a handful of desperate martial artists, and his younger brother, Hua Dojin, alongside his little sister, Hua Soyan. The heavy truth finally dawns on Mujin, making him understand exactly why his sister, Soyan, coldly blamed him for their parents' tragic demise. Later that night, Mujin dives deep into the dusty journals left behind by the body's original owner, piecing together the shattered fragments of the past. He discovers with absolute shock that 30 long years have slipped by since he crushed the 9 sects, and he is now trapped inside the frail shell of a lunatic, completely stripped of an energy core. But since our badass MC holds 0 regrets from his previous blood-soaked life, he vows to fully embrace Mujin's identity and shield these defenseless kids from a cruel world. Even so, he is dead sure that the Changhua merchant group will become a massive thorn in his side. After all, those ruthless bastards are the exact same scumbags who crippled this body and annihilated the clan's future. His absolute top priority right now is to prep for a brutal, high-stakes duel against Dobo, scheduled for the following month. Knowing this current physique is utterly garbage, he concludes that he must tear down his foundation and forge a brand new body from absolute scrap. Crossing his legs on the cold floor, he sinks deep into meditation, starting over, just like a total rookie. A vivid memory flashes back to his past life, recalling how agonizingly difficult his very first attempt at demonic cultivation truly was. The energy flows like a raging river through this new vessel, entirely powered by the body's terrifyingly high, innate martial talent. Mujin wildly channels this monstrous power, pushing his limits to the absolute brink as a blinding golden aura explodes across the dim room. Suddenly, blood-curdling screams and thrashing echoes pierce through the walls, sending Sok and the loyal retainers desperately sprinting into his chambers. They discover him collapsed onto the hard floor, prompting one of the frantic retainers to blurt out a panic joke about him already kicking. Trembling, he checks Mujin's pulse, utterly shocked to find it beating with an explosive, renewed vigor. Out of nowhere, Mujin violently grabs his collar, fiercely demanding to know why his flesh feels like it is burning in hellfire, simply from trying to forge a basic energy core. The stunned retainer stares blankly, forcing a breathless Mujin to grit his teeth and repeat that, furiously asking if this damned shell holds some kind of freakish hidden constitution. Shaking, the retainer confesses that he possesses the legendary heavenly martial body. As it turns out, this is an insanely rare heroic physique, supposedly blessed and handpicked by the heavens themselves. Another devastating shockwave of agony ripples through Mujin's veins, suddenly sparking a horrifying realization. This divine constitution is the absolute polar opposite of his signature demonic arts. In simple terms, a vessel forged from pure righteous energy will suffer soul-crushing torture the second it attempts to channel dark demonic power. Mujin roars in blinding torment, mentally cursing the universe for trapping him inside the one specific body perfectly designed to reject his legendary skills. Panic starts setting in. He realizes he is in deep trouble with the death match looming only 1 month away. Gasping for air on the floor, he weakly questions Sok about the two strangers in the room. Sok nervously introduces the man draped in green as their chief steward Dobakshin, and points to the stern figure wearing crimson, identifying him as an elder, Zhou Huangbong. The instant that specific surname hits his ears, a buried memory from his violent past life flashes before his eye. But the sheer mind-numbing agony completely short-circuits his brain, sending him crashing into a deep, dark... 3 grueling days later, Mujin finally forces his aching body out of bed, instantly triggering a wave of anxious protests from a highly concerned Sok who begs him to rest. Waving off the concern, Mujin growls that he is sick of acting like a helpless patient, with a deadly duel breathing down his neck, immediately ordering Sok to fetch him some decent... Sok barely chokes back a bitter laugh at the ridiculous demand. After all, their ruined family is literally scraping the bottom of the barrel just to afford their next meal. And here is the young master demanding expensive weaponry. Frustrated by the silence, Mujin flat out asks if the clan's treasury is completely bone dry. Hanging his head, Sok admits they have been desperately borrowing dirty money from a shady, unorthodox faction known as the Bangho sect. Thanks to their predatory, sky-high interest rates, the family is now suffocating under a massive, unpayable mountain of debt. The harsh reality slaps Mujin in the face if he wants to drag this fallen clan back from the brink. He has to completely obliterate their... Smirking like a madman, Mujin figures that adding more borrowed silver to an already doomed tab won't change a damn thing. Sok freaks out at this reckless logic, but Mujin coldly tells him to zip it and start drafting an official notice to the 2 elders right away. Why? Because our fearless MC is going out for a little stroll. The second the elders catch, sheer panic erupts over the fact that Mujin is marching straight into the deadly jaws of the Bangho sect. Within moments, Mujin and a terrified Sok step right up to the mob's heavily guarded front gates. Mujin coolly commands the massive bruiser at the door to run and fetch his boss for a little chat. But the towering thug Kang Noho is absolutely not in the mood for games. He aggressively barks at Mujin to drag his own ass inside if he is just there to throw away his cash at the gambling tables. Refusing to back down, Mujin demands Kang personally escort him, which instantly lights a furious, violent spark in Kang's eyes. Panic-stricken Sok throws himself between them, desperately begging the giant to chill out, because his young master isn't exact. The air practically crackles with tension between the two, until the sex vice master Ma Jungbo steps onto the scene. He barks out a demand to know what the hell is going on. Kong quickly reports to his superior that Mujin is demanding an audience with their head honcho. Ma raises an eyebrow, asking why he'd want to sit down with the leader. Mujin smoothly replies that he's looking to secure a bigger loan. Waving it off, Ma insists there's no need to bother the big boss for some cash, and waves the kid inside the compound. Soon, Mujin and Salk are marching deeper into the sprawling manor, across a creaky wooden bridge flanked by heavily armed guards. Salk is sweating bullets. He frantically whispers to Mujin that they can still turn tail and run before things get ugly. But Mujin shakes his head, pointing out they've already crossed the point of no return. Shaking Salk stammers out a rumor about a local grandma who witnessed the sect leader in a deadly brawl, claiming the man is an absolute monster who annihilated his enemy in mere seconds. The word on the street is that the boss mastered a highly classified lethal strike. Mujin frowns, asking why Salk is bringing this up now, but Ma suddenly interrupts, praising the sidekick for his sharp instincts. Unfortunately, their luck has officially run dry. They've just stepped into the darkest depths of the cavern, and in a flash of cold steel, dozens of heavily armed thugs completely box them in. Letting out a heavy sigh, Mujin locks eyes with Ma and asks if this dirty ambush was the plan all along. Smirking, Ma nods, confessing he lured the kid down here because he couldn't exactly slaughter him out in broad daylight. He snarls that he won't go easy on him like he did with his pathetic parents. Salk instantly drops to his knees, sobbing and begging the goons to spare his master's life. Meanwhile, Mujin's blood boils at the mention of parents. He grew up an orphan, so the insult confuses him for a split second, until reality hits him he is trapped in someone else's body. With the trap fully sprung, Ma barks the order to rip Mujin apart. One muscle-bound thug, practically foaming at the mouth for a kill, lunges forward and throws a massive haymaker. Salk nearly passes out from terror as the fist hurtles right at their faces. But without flinching, Mujin intercepts the strike, unleashing a counter shock wave that completely pulverizes the attacker's arm bones from the inside out. Shrieking in agony, the brute collapses to the dirt, crying that the kid must have used some kind of dirty magic. Mujin just smirks, mocking the giant for having bones like dry twigs. Inside, he realizes he needs to rely on technique rather than raw brute force. Furious that his lackeys are looking like fools, Ma roars at the rest of the gang to butcher the boy immediately. A swordsman charges in, slicing through the air, but Mujin smoothly sidesteps the lethal blade. Knowing he can't tank their attacks head-on, he keeps his feet moving. He ducks under a wild swing, twisting his incredibly flexible frame to deliver a brutal headbutt that caves in the attacker's face. As that guy drops backward, squealing in pain, a second thug leaps into the fray, swinging his sword wildly. Mujin weaves past the deadly steel by a hair. The enraged goon goes for a horizontal slash, but Mujin backflips out of range, immediately launching a devastating kick that knocks the guy out cold. The surrounding thugs are completely dumbfounded. They're getting played like absolute fools, and in a matter of seconds, the entire squad is groaning on the floor. Trembling in the corner, Salk yells out desperately, checking if his master caught a stray blade. Mujin rolls his eyes, calling him a blockhead and brushing off the dust. Salk's jaw practically hits the floor, asking his master where on earth he learned such legendary martial arts. With a casual shrug, Mujin drops a bomb. This isn't some ancient martial art. It's just raw street fighting. Salk is totally paralyzed by confusion, knowing perfectly well that Mujin never spent a single day brawling in the alleys. Ma claps slowly, mocking the kid for taking out the trash, before suddenly flicking a metal coin with the speed of a bullet straight at Mujin. The projectile grazes past Mujin's cheek by a fraction of an inch, the sheer wind pressure carving the air, sending a shiver down his spine. Disgusted Ma kicks his pathetic men out of the way, declaring he'll slaughter the boy with his own two hands. Mujin sighs, genuinely annoyed by all this unnecessary bloodshed, when he just wanted a quick chat with the boss. Spitting with rage, Ma snarls that a piece of garbage like him isn't worthy to breathe the same air as their leader. Drawing his gleaming broadsword, he explodes forward, aiming to slice the kid in half. But in a jaw-dropping twist, Mujin effortlessly parries the lethal strike using a pair of wooden chopsticks. Ma's eyes widen in absolute disbelief, totally unaware that the kid only brought chopsticks because he was too dead broke to afford a real weapon. The two clash in a blur of sparks and wood, but Mujin holds the line, wielding his makeshift weapons with god-tier precision. In a flash of movement, Ma screams as a chopstick drives straight through the palm of his hand. Panic sets in as he realizes the kid found a critical opening, despite his relentless, bloodthirsty assault. While the Vice Master is sweating bullets, Mujin is having the time of his life, grinning as he warns the old man never to underestimate the deadly power of cutlery. Before Ma can even process the pain, he is completely outclassed by a pair of dining utensils. Ma stands paralyzed, completely blindsided. He had always written Mujin off as a pathetic pushover, completely incapable. How did this supposed nobody awaken such a monstrous level of power overnight? The mob boss's brain practically short-circuits trying to process it. He desperately tries to convince himself this demon isn't the same kid he knew. Meanwhile, Mujin relentlessly jabs his pressure points with a pair of ordinary dining chopsticks, casually mocking his utterly garbage combat skills. Refusing to be humiliated by some wooden utensils, Ma snaps. He launches himself into the air, charging up his ultimate strike to obliterate the boy once and for all. It's a devastating aerial assault, yet Mujin doesn't even flinch. He casually sidesteps the explosive dive bomb like it's nothing, leaving the boss dangerously exposed. Mid-air panic sets in as Ma frantically wonders how this brat hid such monstrous strength under his nose. Bam! Mujin sinks a bone-crushing hook straight into his gut, instantly shattering both his ribs and his towering ego. Trembling violently in a cold sweat, the lone shark watches Mujin demand a loan once more. Only this time the kid's eyes are pitch black, practically radiating pure murderous intent. Beaten to an absolute pulp, Ma obediently takes a seat at the negotiation table. His burly henchmen are already kneeling on the floor, shaking like leaves as the dialogue begins. Swallowing his pride, the boss nervously begs to know what the boy wants. Mujin leans in, demanding to know why this shady syndicate is offering his clan massive loans without requesting a single drop of collateral. The whole setup reeks of a trap, and Mujin isn't buying it for a second. Sweating bullets, Ma scrambles to deny any dirty tricks, swearing they mean no harm. He awkwardly chuckles, claiming the young master is just being paranoid. But Mujin instantly calls his bluff, easily smelling the raw terror wafting off the gangster from across the room. Unfazed, the boy repeats his question. He icily advises the boss to choose his next words extremely carefully if he wants to keep his limbs attached. Getting the bloody picture, Ma cracks. He desperately spills the beans, confessing that every order came straight from the shadows of the Chongqua Merchant Guild. The bombshell doesn't shock Mujin in the slightest. He already suspected those greedy snakes were pulling the strings behind the curtain. He coldly presses further, demanding the exact terms of their back alley deal. When Ma hesitates, Mujin practically breathes down his neck, reminding him that dying to protect a bunch of rich merchants is a pathetic way to end up in an unmarked grave. Taking that grim advice to heart, the thug spills the entire master plan. The guild instructed them to approve any cash amount the boy's family requested, but buried in the fine print is an astronomically crippling interest rate. The ultimate goal: force the Hua clan into absolute bank. Once the family is officially wiped off the map, this street gang gets to claim their prime real estate. Everything clicks in Mujin's head. Their ancestral territory was the silent collateral the whole time. Doing some quick mental math, Mujin asks exactly how much his target loan of 300 gold coins will balloon to after 12 months. Reading the rigged contract, Ma squeaks out that those 300 coins will violently mutate into a staggering 5,000 gold coins debt. It's absolute highway robbery, leaving Mujin visibly disgusted. Yet wildly enough, he couldn't care less, and signs the dotted line right then and there. His expression suddenly turns dead serious as he interrogates Ma about who exactly acts as their underworld cleanup crew. The trembling boss drops a massive name: the Four Martial Heavens faction, a notoriously ruthless coalition of dark, unorthodox cults. That completely catches Mujin off guard. Right on cue, his trusty sidekick Sok chimes in, whispering that this dark sin— just hearing their cursed name visibly pisses Mujin off. He violently clicks his tongue loudly, dropping a string of venom. Sok stares at him like he grew two heads. He's totally baffled as to why his young master is losing his absolute mind over a group he's literally never interacted with. Despite the wild swearing, Mujin quickly waves off his servant's confused panic, bluntly stating that he's absolutely not in the mood to unpack that heavy baggage right now. Snapping back to reality, his patience runs razor thin as he barks at Ma, demanding to know where the hell his cash delivery guy is. Right on cue, a sweating lackey bursts into the room, lugging a heavy wooden chest packed with 300 shimmering gold pieces. The boy's eyes instantly gleam with pure greedy satisfaction. This fat stack is more than enough to kickstart his master plan. Tossing a glance at his bewildered servant, he declares it's time to bounce. Sok is practically having a panic attack over this insanely toxic loan. But Mujin instantly cuts him off, telling him to shut his trap, grab the heavy loot, and move out. Making a grand exit, the thoroughly humbled mobster and his battered guards politely escort the duo to the front doors. Pausing on the steps, Mujin shoots back a final command, telling the boss to stamp today's date in his blood-stained ledger. He makes a chilling vow the second he's done violently dismantling the Cheonghua Merchant Guild. He'll personally return to wipe his clan's debt clean. As a final parting gift, he shoots a death glare at the gang leader, strictly ordering him to stop shaking down innocent civilians. Cross that line again, and the next beating will be strictly lethal. Ma bows low, promising to change his ways. But beneath that fake smile, a venomous rage boils. He is foaming at the mouth, desperately craving the day this cocky brat crashes and burns. A short while later, Mujin and Sok finally pushing open the gates. They are instantly ambushed by the two frantic clan elders. The old men nearly suffer heart attacks upon spotting the fresh crimson splatters. He quickly waves off their panic, flashing a smirk, as he casually clarifies, the blood belongs to some very unlucky guys. Shrugging, he casually replies that he simply went out to secure a small loan. He bluntly explains that their crumbling family desperately needs hard cash to feed their crew. Starving martial artists, otherwise, the last few loyal men will pack up and desert them. The elders stare at the chest in pure disbelief, refusing to accept that those ruthless loan sharks willingly handed over a single. They are dead set on the terrifying idea that their young master robbed the syndicate blind. Sighing at their dramatics, Mujin calmly insists that the whole transaction is legally recorded in the gang, just like he ordered the mob boss to do. Cutting the interrogation short, he firmly directs the elders to focus on one crucial task, taking care of his younger siblings, ensuring they get decent meals and warm clothes starting tonight. With those strict marching orders laid down, tossing them a casual good luck, he struts off. Next up, Mujin steps into the solemn memorial room, honoring his parents. But here's the catch. Having grown up utterly alone in his past life, he stands there completely tongue-tied. Breaking the heavy silence, he finally updates them that the massive financial crisis is officially handled, swearing to protect his little siblings and the loyal household staff. With that weight lifted, he gently urges their spirits to finally rest in peace. Oh, and he casually adds a promise to absolutely wreck Dobo for daring to challenge him to a life-or-death duel. Little does our guy know, Soyeon and Dojin are peeking from the shadows, eyes wide with absolute awe. Fast forward a bit, Mujin puts in an insane order for 3 massive blades, weighing 50 kilograms, 80 kilograms, and 110 kilograms, respectively. The poor servants hauling this massive arsenal inside look like they are about to snap their spines in half. Mujin, however, is grinning ear to ear, seeing his new toys. Sok, utterly baffled, can't help but ask what on earth he plans to do with these ridiculously heavy slabs of iron. Flashing a cocky smirk, Mujin fires back that he is going to do exactly what a swordsman does. Swing the damn things, obviously. Hyped out of his mind, Mujin grips the 50-kilogram blade, ready to show off. But reality hits like a truck when his cocky grin vanishes instantly. The hunk of metal refuses to budge. It's way too heavy. Muttering curses, he brutally accepts that his current physical vessel is absolute garbage. But throwing in the towel just isn't in his vocabulary. Gritting his teeth, he manages to hoist it an inch off the ground by putting both hands into it. Looking up, he catches Sok glaring at him with pure, unfiltered judgment. Trying to save face, he barks at the servant to hustle up and start cooking dinner, loudly demanding mountains of meat piled onto his plate. Dropping his shoulders, Sok trudges away, practically radiating anxiety. Left entirely alone, Mujin, feeling the crushing pressure of a 2-week deadline to train like an absolute beast before the bloodbath. He realizes his current physique, the legendary heavenly martial body, is fundamentally rejecting the sinister demonic arts his old master drilled into him. Connecting the dots, he realizes his only ticket to survival is adapting the signature fighting style of his old master's greatest rival, the peerless 9 swords. Fueled by pure stubbornness, he starts wildly dragging and swinging the heavy iron right there in the living room. Cut to the other side of town. Word just reached Dobo that Mujin absolutely brutalized the Bungho gang so severely that the thugs will be trapped in hospital beds for a solid 2 weeks. This news hits Dobo like a truck. How could a kid with a shattered energy core pull off such a massacre? But shock quickly melts into a twisted, wicked grin. The villain's gears start turning, already cooking up a dirty, underhanded scheme for the upcoming. Honestly, Dobo is practically drooling with anticipation, desperate to peel back the layers and see what dark secrets Mujin is hiding when blades finally cross. Back at the estate, Mujin throws himself into a hellish training montage. He calculates that he can abuse this physical vessel to the absolute breaking point, since it is a body personally blessed by the heavens. Through every agonizing drop of sweat, Sok is hovering nearby, faithfully fetching protein and gear. With everything perfectly set up, our protagonist knows the real bone-crushing grind is officially about to kick off. Locking his grip around the 50-kilo steel, he starts hacking through the air, letting the gritty voice of his past life master echo in his mind. Nailing the first stance with raw power, Mujin doesn't even pause to breathe before fluidly chaining his momentum straight into the second form. The old mentor's promise rings loud and clear. As long as he perfects this flow, it won't matter what lethal weapon the enemy draws. He will always be the last man standing. As the brutal hours bleed by, his muscles scream in pure agony, and the crushing weight threatens to drag him straight into the dirt. Yet his willpower screams louder. He bites down and pushes through the burning pain, until miraculously, the monstrous slab of iron begins to feel like a feather, and suddenly he's vaulting across the courtyard, spinning the blade like it's completely weightless. Riding the adrenaline rush, he seamlessly transitions into the third deadly stance, while violently wrestling with his internal energy, forcibly refining his wild chi to maximize every single strike. To elevate the stakes, he sets up a rigged obstacle course designed to perfectly mirror the chaotic unpredictability of a real bloodbath. His first target is a high-speed flying wooden sphere, which he dodges like a ghost for a solid minute, only to catch a brutal smack directly to the back of the head. Shaking off the dizziness, he steps into a deadly grove of spiked bamboo traps, unleashing the explosive fourth form. His blade becomes an absolute blur, shredding the thick wooden. To an untrained eye, these horizontal slashes look basic, but make no mistake, this technique is a terrifying meat grinder that can slice through solid steel. However, as massive swinging tree trunks suddenly barrel toward him, the fourth stance's speed just isn't enough to parry the crushing impact. Left with no choice, he shifts gears into the devastating fifth form. With a single, explosive shockwave, he cleaves the massive logs cleanly in half. Gripping the vibrating hilt, a dangerous confidence washes over him. Against this level of destructive force, an army of 1,000 men, leaving the shattered wood behind, he shifts to extreme precision training, facing a row of flickering candles, nestled inside. Channeling the fierce sixth form, he unleashes a slash so violently fast that the resulting vacuum pressure instantly snuffs out every single flame at once. Having conquered the indoor gauntlet, he realizes the sheer scale of the seventh form demands a massive open space, pushing him out into the courtyard. Letting loose the chaotic energy of the seventh stance, he tears through the atmosphere, absolutely dominating the blazing through the forms, he finally unlocks the legendary ninth stance, his eyes burning with the absolute certainty that his blade can now sever reality. Hitting the ultimate zenith of his physical limits, the adrenaline suddenly drops, and Mujin collapses onto the dirt, chest heaving in pure. Yet staring up at the sky, a bitter taste lingers. He's incredibly frustrated, painfully aware that his current, fragile body still can't execute the god. A memory flickers, his younger self studying under his old master. Back then, though, he brushed off the old man's lessons like they were absolutely nothing. He was totally convinced his master's buddy was just pulling their legs, spouting absolute garbage about insane, impossible feats of slicing through literally anything with a single sword. His master totally agreed it sounded completely unhinged, but he absolutely refused to let his dead friend's legendary martial arts fade into dust. Since the old man couldn't properly master it himself, he dumped that monumental burden straight onto Mujin's shoulders to carry the legacy. He hammered it into Mujin's head that this late friend was the absolute only swordsman alive who could ever go toe-to-toe with his own monstrous skill. The wildest part, the guy had zero inner energy, but Mujin's master heavily suspected he was pulling off miracles using pure, unadulterated movement arts. Since nobody in his own sect could wrap their heads around the technique, he taught it to Mujin's master, desperately hoping to pass the torch to someone truly worthy of the legacy. Hearing all this, Mujin busted out laughing, brutally mocking the so-called ultimate art. Big mistake. His master flicked him so hard, his skull nearly caved in. The old man barked that Mujin would follow every single order to the letter, leaving the bruised disciple with literally zero choice but to grit his teeth and obey. The blueprint was simple but brutal. Execute the heavy sword art 1,000 times, and his physical body would completely transform. Push it to 100,000 punishing reps. His raw energy would finally start flowing straight into the steel blade. But the ultimate endgame, swinging that heavy steel 1,000,000 times, would turn him into an absolute unstoppable god, a swordsman alive. Mujin's jaw practically hit the floor. The math was horrifying. It would take him 3 solid years of grueling hell to finish. The massive cycle, even if he swung that blade 1,000 times every single day. Skeptical Mujin demanded to know if this legendary friend actually matched his master's god-tier strength. The old man shrugged. He didn't know for sure, but he firmly believed that if they had ever gone all out, one of them would have definitely ended up in a coffin. That lethal detail sparked a burning curiosity in Mujin about what kind of absolute beast this guy really was. Snap back to reality. Mujin jolts awake to a barrage of stinging slaps from Sok. Groaning Mujin realizes he has a brutally long road ahead. He practically blacked out after attempting the terrifying move just a single time, and he is miles away from hitting the 1,000 mark. But first things first, his stomach is roaring, and the dead of night is already creeping in. He glances down at the steaming plate shoved in front of him, only to discover it's just a miserable serving of pork. He clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment, ordering Sok to secure premium beef next time, since it's the absolute best fuel for bulking up his battered muscles. He carelessly waves off the expense, telling Sok to blow through the silver they borrowed from the Bangho sect. After all, he can effortlessly shake them down for more later. His master plan: devour high-quality beef every single day, leading up to his blood-soaked death match against Dobo. Blinking in massive confusion, Sok finally demands to know when on earth Mujin actually learned martial arts. The kid was practically dead weight just a few days ago. Since he already dropped the bombshell on his younger siblings, Mujin figures keeping his loyal sidekick in the dark is totally pointless. Staring him dead in the eye, Mujin casually drops the ultimate truth bomb. He isn't the real Mujin at all. He is actually the legendary divine demon Sok scoffs, totally convinced his boss is just spitting crazy fantasy garbage to mess with him. Voice trembling, Sok admits his real fear is that Mujin's memories are cracking and he'll just vanish into thin air one day. But Mujin violently snatches his collar, flashing a wild grin as he swears he isn't abandoning this pitiful clan, until rises up to become the absolute most terrifying powerhouse in all of Sichuan. Plus, it's not like the guy has anything better to do with his chaotic second life anyway. Rolling his eyes, Sok relentlessly mocks his boss for spewing delusional garbage. Naturally, he gets a skull-rattling finger flick to the forehead for his. With their little heart-to-heart wrapped up, Mujin waves a dismissive hand, ordering the bruised kid to get lost. Rubbing his throbbing forehead, Sok scurries out of the room. Meanwhile, deep in the compound, those 2 cowardly clan elders are frantically packing to smuggle the kids out before they are dead certain Dobo is going to butcher Mujin in the fighting ring, turning their fragile clan into an absolute all-you-can-eat buffet. Flash forward a bit, and Mujin has been grinding so viciously that he can now effortlessly hoist the massive 70-kilo greatsword with a single bulging arm. But raw strength isn't nearly enough. His technique is still dangerously sloppy, and the Grim Reaper is knocking with only 1 week left. Dripping in sweat and panting heavily in the dojo, he suddenly catches the kids peeking in. Mujin instantly barks at them to clear out, knowing full well how wildly dangerous his explosive training has become. The little ones nervously admit they are scared to death for his life. They've been watching from the shadows, absolutely terrified, as he practically tortures himself, pushing beyond human limits. Soyeon looks like she's about to cry. Terrified, he's tearing his body apart just because of her harsh words. She desperately confesses she didn't mean any of it. It was just blind anger talking. Staring into their teary eyes, a heavy wave of nostalgia hits our main character. They look exactly like his lost lover's precious siblings from his past life. He promises them with ironclad confidence that they have absolutely nothing to fear. Relief washing over them, the dynamic duo immediately they totally fanboy over his flawless posture. Watching these 2 tiny rascals wildly bicker and yell over who's doing it wrong suddenly triggers a massive light bulb moment. It blasts him straight back to his brutal training days with his old master. Boom! It hits him like a lightning bolt. The absolute undeniable core of the Peerless Nine sword isn't just raw power. It is the intricate, rhythmic breathing technique. Eyes blazing with absolute clarity, Mujin fiercely declares to the kids that victory is practically already in his blood-stained hands. He quickly shoos them back to the safety of their sleeping quarters. The kids are still a bundle of nerves, but his blazing aura leaves them feeling like everything might just turn out okay. The second the heavy doors slam shut, Mujin locks in. He synchronizes his ragged breathing, while slashing the monstrous blade with bone-shattering force. Fueled by this perfect rhythm, he explosively channels every single drop of his hoarded internal energy in one catastrophic strike. In the blink of an eye, the ancient secrets of the movement arts finally click perfectly into place. Think of it as a kinetic chi technique, channeling pure internal power through sheer motion. Usually these dynamic styles get tossed aside as bottom-tier trash, which is exactly why nobody gives them a second glance. But by syncing his breath to this rhythm, Mujin whips his blade around with zero effort, packing enough raw force to slice straight through solid stone. Cut to Johan Bong whispering with Sok over Mujin's freakish transformation. Sok tries brushing off the kid's miraculous recovery as a side effect of that single Wudong meditation routine. He endured. But Johan isn't buying that garbage. He orders Sok to spy on the boy and report every tiny detail back to headquarters. Sok heads back to his master's private quarters, only to walk into an absolute war zone. He stammers out that dinner is served, but Mujin is visibly disgusted, spitting that this cramped space is practically a cage. Fed up, the heir announces he's hijacking the main pavilion. Strolling into the grand arena, Mujin crashes a packed session. Instantly, every single warrior locks eyes on the intruder. Sok nervously barks at the crowd, demanding they clear the floor so the young lord can practice in peace. He points them toward the backup courtyard, but the squad just glares. Why should they take orders from a bedridden ghost spilling commands? To them, picking up a weapon doesn't magically turn this fragile loser into a master. Catching their heavy glares and thick tension, Mujin smirks and calls out their obvious disrespect. The grunts step up to jump him, but their captain, Chol Boyne, signals his men to back off and surrender the room. Deep down, Chol is convinced the kid has finally snapped. Right as they pivot to leave, Mujin halts the captain. He taunts the veteran, daring him to grow a spine and say it to his face. Chol slowly spins around. Without missing a beat, Mujin throws down the gauntlet. A proper duel between blades. The captain scoffs, refusing to cross steel with the clan's future patriarch. Unfazed, the boy brutally roasts him. He calls Chol a gutless coward, who hides behind excuses because he knows he'd get trashed. That insult hits the nerve. Chol angrily draws his steel, fully prepared to teach the brat a harsh lesson. The clash kicks off, but instead of guarding, Mujin slams his own blade straight into the dirt and violently launches himself at the captain. Blurring past Chol's defenses, he shoves the man's head before he can even blink. The peanut gallery is utterly baffled. Who brings bare hands to a sword fight? Mujin mercilessly plays with his prey, dodging at breakneck speeds, while the veteran swings at thin air. Boiling over with rage, the captain roars. He demands the kids stop dancing around and trade blows like a real warrior. Deciding to end the warm-up, Mujin snatches his weapon from the ground. But Chol keeps running his mouth, pinning the clan's entire tragic downfall squarely on the young lord's shoulders. To him, this boy is nothing but a curse, totally unworthy of walking the martial path. Chol lunges in for the kill, but Mujin intercepts him flawlessly with the ninth stance of his. Peerless blade art completely shattering the veteran's inner core. Without skipping a beat, the young heir follows up, driving a bone-crushing fist straight into his jaw. The captain crumbles to the tiles, spitting blood as Mujin coldly announces that a new era has just begun. Staring up at the ceiling, it finally clicks in Chiol's dizzy mind. The weak kid he knew is completely gone. A terrifying, suffocating aura of absolute resolve now radiates from the boy. The heavy thud sends shockwaves through Sok and the spectating grunts. Panicking, the squad rushes the arena to check on their captain, who lies sprawled out seeing stars. Standing tall like an absolute apex predator, Mujin stares down at his opponent, asking if he has any final objections. Regarding this brutal beatdown, one of the furious underlings points a shaking finger, accusing the heir of pulling a dirty trick. Coughing up dust, Chol violently snaps at his own man to shut the hell up, openly confessing his absolute defeat. Bowing his head, the battered veteran honors the victor, admitting this thrashing taught him serious lesson. Mujin nods, accepting the tribute, and coldly dismisses the squad. As the bruised crew limps toward the exit, he orders his servant Sok to follow them out. The new master needs absolute silence. Outside, the salty grunt won't drop it. He firmly believes their boss held back against the young lord. But Chol bluntly confesses he was aiming to cripple the kid. The underling's jaw hits the floor, refusing to accept it, until he sees the dead serious glaze in his captain's eyes. Chol admits he can't explain the mystery, but their fragile boss has evolved into a total monster. Trailing behind Sok is quietly melting down over this sudden power spike. Yet deep down, he's incredibly relieved that the boy finally woke up. Later that evening, two senior figures hold a tense summit regarding the looming tournament. These veterans have bled for the family for over 36 years, their loyalty carved in stone. They reminisce about the glorious prime of the Flame Emperor. Back in the day, he was a brilliant prodigy, flexing combat skills so breathtaking that even the legendary Tang clan had to bow down to his absolute brilliance. The elders were completely spellbound by his overwhelming power, and they pledged their undying loyalty to him on the spot. Now, Joe strongly suspects that these elders are plotting a massive betrayal, but Do completely brushes off the idea, insisting they are only trying to fix their messy bloodline crisis. Do points out they have been babysitting Mujin for 17 long years, yet the clan has been rotting away this entire time. Both of them truly feel they have paid their dues, completely confident that the Flame Emperor would never punish them once they cross over into the afterlife. They have secretly hoarded enough cash to skip town, even hiring a squad of rogue martial artists to cover their tracks. Do then urges Joe to pack up and escape, immediately volunteering to stay in the shadows and keep an eye on Mujin just a little longer. Word on the street is, a ruthless martial master from the Kongdong sect, bought out by the Qianghua merchants, is stepping in to oversee the upcoming deathmatch. This drops Joe's jaw straight to the floor, as the whole setup reeks of a violently rigged trap. That shady merchant guild is nothing but a pack of bloodthirsty vultures, hell-bent on ripping the Hua clan down to its very foundation. Do orders Joe to grab the children and flee to their secret rendezvous point, fully knowing the sudden escape will totally traumatize the kids. Meanwhile, Mujin notices his daily steak portions are shrinking fast, prompting him to angrily corner Sok for some answers. Sok drops the bomb that the stingy steward is barely handing out any cash. And while this totally sets Mujin's blood boiling, he shoves the rage aside to eagerly flaunt his flashy new battle gear. But Sok ruthlessly shatters his ego, roasting him by claiming he honestly looked way cooler when he was wrapped up like a total mummy. As the clock strikes for the ultimate showdown, Mujin bumps right into Do, lurking just outside the estate. At first, Mujin assumes the old man is there to block his path, but Do quickly shuts that down, swearing he is actually tagging along to watch the carnage unfold. Mujin rolls his eyes, knowing Do is just being hopelessly paranoid, especially since he only plans to smash his arrogant rival into a bloody pulp. Without another word, Sok and Do march right alongside Mujin toward the deadly arena. The Colosseum is absolutely exploding with manic energy, swarming with bloodthirsty fans and greedy gamblers throwing down massive wagers. Drawn in by the crazy high payout odds, greedy gamblers have dumped almost all their cash straight onto Mujin. Suddenly he strolls into the blood-stained ring, casually sucking on a lollipop, making the crowd instantly think he is a fragile joke, sparking massive panic as bettors desperately try to pull their money back. The second his boots hit the dirt, he comes face to face with Choyon, who taunts him, asking if he is seriously suicidal enough to go through with this. The roaring crowd catches wind of this and totally buys into the lie that Mujin foolishly provoked the fight himself, firmly believing the guy has completely lost his mind. Mujin flares up with pure rage, realizing these scumbags are already spinning the narrative to frame his clan as the villains, and he immediately decides to make them bleed for it. With ice in his veins, Mujin snaps back at Choyon, declaring he will never just sit back while her rats try to hijack his family's sacred martial manual, which is exactly why he has to crush them today. Gasps echo across the stands as the audience is completely mind-blown that a supposed trading company would actually stoop so low as to hunt down forbidden martial arts. But Choyon just smirks with terrifying arrogance, fully convinced that Mujin is about to pay the ultimate price for playing the tough guy. The signal flames roar to life, and the blood-soaked stage is finally set. The booming announcer screams that the legendary Han Yigang from the Kongdong sect will officially referee the slaughter. Han is chilling up on the high balcony, radiating an intensely intimidating aura, fully prepared to execute his master's dark agenda to the letter. He commands both Dobo and Mujin to keep the bloodshed strictly by the book while the world watches. But out of nowhere, Dobo drops a massive bombshell, gleefully bragging to Mujin that his flashy new combat suit was actually a personal gift from him, mocking his highly anticipated comeback. A twisted grin flashes across Mujin's face at the insult, as he violently rips out a colossal greatsword, warning Dobo that he is about to brutally refund the rest of that fake generosity, right after tearing him apart. The entire arena goes dead silent in pure shock, completely stunned to see a warrior lugging around such an absurdly monstrous blade. To make things even crazier, everyone perfectly knows the legendary Flame Emperor exclusively dominated using only his bare hands. Even Do is shaking in his boots, frantically asking Sok if the kid dropped any weird hints earlier. Truth be told, these two practically begged Mujin to run for his life, absolutely convinced he had zero chance of surviving this monster. Yet Sok is slowly feeling a wild spark of hope igniting for Mujin, whispering that the kid just might pull off a miracle, though Do remains paralyzed by absolute dread. The second the death stares lock in, the referee violently smashes the gong to trigger the absolute chaos. Fueled by sheer rage, Mujin explodes toward Dobo with terrifying speed right out of the gate. He violently heaves his massive blade through the air, unleashing a catastrophic bone-crushing swing. Dobo barely manages to jump out of the strike zone by a hair, but the colossal impact completely detonates the arena floor into dust. The jaw-dropped spectators totally lose their minds, never imagining the supposed weakling could unleash such blistering speed and god-tier, earth-shattering power. While the entire world was dead convinced that Mujin was completely powerless. But Mujin moves like an absolute beast. Dobo stares in pure disbelief. He stepped into this arena, expecting a total walk in the park. Relentless Mujin lunges right back into the fray. He unleashes a barrage of ferocious sword strikes, but Dobo barely deflects the heavy blade, locking them in a tense, face-to-face standoff. The deafening ring of grinding steel echoes through the courtyard. Watching from the sidelines, Choyon gasps, completely caught off guard by Mujin's stubborn endurance. Still, she scoffs. In her mind, whatever secret training this kid went through, he is still light years behind Dobo's mastery. Mujin fiercely cleaves his massive greatsword through the air, but Dobo smoothly weaves past the deadly edge with insane agility. Seizing a tiny opening, Dobo snaps a brutal counterstrike that violently knocks Mujin backward. Smirking Dobo promises to rip him apart piece by piece. He thrives on utterly crushing his opponent's spirits. High up on the viewing balcony, Do mutters that this kid's survival skills are actually pretty mind-blowing. But Sok just chuckles, whispering that the crazy part is Mujin hasn't even flexed his true power yet. Do completely calls his bluff, brushing it off as pure nonsense. Sok, however, reveals he secretly spied on Mujin's brutal solo workouts. He swears on his life that an absolute nightmare of a technique is about to drop. Down in the dirt, Mujin realizes his raw power is dead, even with Dobo's. For a split second, he actually doubts his own hellish training regimen, but that hesitation vanishes instantly. It doesn't matter how tough this guy is. Mujin is walking out alive, and Dobo is leaving in a body bag. Miles away, Joe quietly carts Mujin's unconscious younger siblings through the shadows, finally reaching the safe house. Do's chilling words echo in his mind. He stayed behind solely to scrape up whatever bloody pieces of Mujin were left after Dobo finished butchering him. Joe silently wrestles with the morality of this whole mess, but the dice are already rolling. There is no turning back now. Back in the blood-stained arena, the lethal dance rages on. Mujin looks dead into Dobo's eyes, seeing nothing but a pathetic amateur. They brutally trade heavy impacts. To the untrained eye, it looks like a perfect stalemate, but the sharpest fighters sense Mujin silently dominating the rhythm. Meanwhile, ignorant spectators start heckling the young warrior, screaming that he is completely overhyped. Cutting through the noise, Dobo suddenly erupts, launching a devastating kill shot, thrust straight at Mujin's chest. Up on the balcony, Do and Sok literally gasp for air. Their hearts stop, silently begging Mujin to somehow slip past that deadly blade. Seeing death racing toward him, Mujin instantly taps into his ultimate arsenal, unleashing the peerless 9 swords, first form. The preemptive step, Dobo's blade strikes true, but Mujin's phantom-like footwork completely alters reality. He flawlessly parries the fatal blow, sending a massive shockwave of silence through the crowd. Dobo's eyes practically panicking, the veteran scrambles backward to create distance, finally realizing this kid is an absolute monster. Dobo aggressively funnels every ounce of his chi for one apocalyptic finisher. But Mujin just flashes a cold, mocking grin. "You're way too slow, old man," he taunts before instantly igniting his technique's second form, exploding forward. Mujin radiates pure, suffocating bloodlust. Terrified by the crushing pressure, Dobo desperately throws up his weapon in a pathetic guard, his mind short-circuiting at the undeniable fact that he is being overpowered by a rookie. He pours his entire soul into stopping the incoming strike, but in a blink, his precious blade violently shatters into metal splinters. Mujin's massive sword tears right through the defenses, carving a deep, gruesome arc across Dobo's body. The impact launches him backward into the dirt, prompting a blood-curdling shriek from Choyan. She hysterically screams his name. Dobo just twitches in an expanding crimson puddle, his entire right arm completely severed from his shoulder. The duel is instantly over. Unfazed by the gore, Mujin casually scoops up the bloody detached limb, announcing that he is keeping it as a down payment for 17 years of pure hell. Choyan's face drains of all color, totally paralyzed by his ice. Mujin ruthlessly jokes that their fancy merchant guild can try gluing it back together. Enraged, Han vaults from the VIP seats, rushing to his fallen comrade. Choyan scrambles to his side in a panic, just as Han makes a sickening discovery. Dobo's martial arts core is completely shattered. Glaring daggers. Han demands to know why he had to absolutely butcher him. Mujin simply tilts his head, playing dumb with a wicked smirk. And Han barks that the skill gap was obvious. From the start, this fight was practically over 5 minutes ago. Dropping the act, Mujin glares back. "Since you want to run your mouth," he growls, "let's talk about crossing the line." He coldly asks if it was strictly necessary to use the lethal 7-wound fist strike on the fragile skull of a helpless 5-year-old child. Eyes burning with unadulterated fury, Mujin snarls that taking an arm is barely scratching the surface of the bloody dead he's carried for 17 long years. He steps forward, his voice dripping with deadly promise, swearing that the real payback for their sins against the Hua clan begins right now. With chilling hostility, he tells Han and his entire crew to watch their backs, because nobody is safe. Crushing her blood-soaked hands in the dirt, Choyan sobs in agonizing despair, silently vowing to make Mujin pay for this nightmare. Stepping off the blood-stained arena, Mujin basks in the deafening roar of the crowd. The spectators go absolutely wild, utterly blown away by the brutal beatdown of Dobo. Beyond the breathtaking display of raw power, a shocking realization hits the onlookers that terrifying blade he wielded was something entirely unheard of. The entire arena vibrates with pure hype, witnessing the legendary birth of a brand new martial arts master. Shoving through the frantic mob, Do and Sok sprint toward Mujin. He shoots them a calm glance, declaring it is high time they head back to their turf. But just as he strides away, he stops dead in his tracks and whips around. His piercing gaze locks onto Do, questioning if the guy blew through all the gold handed over to him. Trembling slightly, Do stammers out that a tiny stash still remains untouched. A sly smirk creeps onto Mujin's face. He announces a quick detour to the Bangho Syndicate to casually borrow some heavy cash. Without warning, his voice drops to a chilling whisper, warning Do that he couldn't care less if Joe or any of those other hired muscle decide to bail. However, he guarantees absolute hell on earth if they ever dare to drag his precious siblings into their mess. That single threat drips with such suffocating murderous intent that Do's knees literally buckle, leaving him paralyzed. Stands. Cut to the countryside where his fiery little brother and sister are screaming their lungs out, completely ripping into Joe for dragging them away when they were supposed to be cheering at their big brother's epic showdown. A cold sweat drenches Joe's face as he unrolls a freshly delivered pigeon scroll, realizing his entire crew is complete. The message confirms the impossible. Mujin completely obliterated his opponent. The frantic ink from Do reveals their cover is blown, screaming at Joe to haul out back to the hideout immediately. Whipping his reins in absolute terror, Joe gallops back at breakneck speed, while the oblivious kids in the back are jumping for joy, thrilled to finally reunite with their awesome brother. Fast forward a bit, and Mujin calmly informs Do that the Bangho Syndicate's time is up. He shoots the old man a reassuring nod, telling him to leave the heavy lifting to him. Despite witnessing Mujin's terrifying new power firsthand, Do desperately begs him to avoid crossing paths with the deadly social faction at all costs. Seeing the sheer panic in the old man's eyes, Mujin brushes off the warning with a laid-back promise. Rolling his shoulders, our protagonist marches straight into the belly of the Bangho Syndicate, leaving a deeply unsettled Sok, praying this doesn't end in an absolute bloodbath. Mujin bluntly states that stalling is no longer an option, commanding Sok to stick to his shadow. Moments later, Mujin kicks down the proverbial doors of the syndicate, sending a massive jolt of shock through Ma, who honestly believed the kid was rotting in a ditch somewhere. Flashing a dangerous grin, Mujin claims he is just here to settle his tab, openly mocking the gangster, because his once bustling casino now looks like an absolute ghost town. Sweating bullets, Ma scrambles for an excuse, bragging that every single high roller in the district cleared out solely to catch Mujin's brutal clash with Dobo. Catching him in his own trap, Mujin leans in, asking if the house ran any illicit betting pools on his bloodbath. Smelling blood in the water, Mujin knows for an absolute fact they stack the massive odds against him, raking in absolute mountains of filthy underworld cash. Since their pockets are undeniably heavy right now, our boy drops his friendly act, his eyes gleaming with pure greed. Ma instantly swallows hard, realizing this monster is here to drain them. Desperate to keep his head attached to his shoulders, Ma practically bows, promising to show their deepest financial gratitude. A satisfied chuckle escapes Mujin's lips, because let us be real, cold, hard cash is the universal, but despite the smiles, an icy, suffocating aura bleeds from Mujin's every pore, flooding the room with a terrifying, predator-level killing intent. Suddenly cutting the small talk, Mujin demands the exact location of the syndicate's top dog. Ma stumbles backward, completely dumbfounded, stuttering. Bam! Mujin smashes his fist through the solid wooden table, growling that he absolutely despises repeating himself to small-time thugs. He is milliseconds away from snapping Ma's neck when heavy footsteps echo, and the syndicate boss Chai Wong-gol slowly steps. Mujin physically cringes at the sheer ugliness of the dude's mug, almost laughing that this troll is actually running the show. Brushing off the disrespect, Che coldly admits his grunts have already filled him in on the newcomer, prompting Mujin to sarcastically ask why the big boss was hiding like a scared rat. Our hero totally leans into the disrespect, relentlessly roasting Che's disastrously deformed face. But ignoring the boss, Mujin's predatory eyes lock onto a highly intriguing silhouette Cocking his head, Mujin casually asks if the shadowy lurker is just another pathetic errand boy. Instantly, an overwhelming wave of pure malice erupts from the stranger, revealing himself as the feared social faction. Fixing his lethal glare on the kid, Black Crow harshly barks at Mujin for the utter irony. Even after Do begged him to avoid the social faction like the plague, Mujin has basically walked right into the jaws of their dead. Unfazed, Mujin shoots back an icy glare, calmly advising the assassin to zip his lips if he values his pathetic life. Completely triggered, Black Crow explodes forward, fully intending to rip the kid's throat out, sending Sok into an absolute spiral of sheer panic. But looking straight into the eyes of a supposed killer, his resolve is rock solid. He will brutally crush absolutely anyone standing in his path. With a flick of his wrist, Mujin launches a single wooden chop. Packed with devastating kinetic force, the makeshift projectile blasts, blood splatters the floor, and a chilling realization finally smacks the assassin in the face. This teenager is an absolute monster, and holding back means certain death. Flicking away the dust, Mujin brutally announces he takes zero pride in praise from literal garbage. That humiliating insult is the final straw, sending Black Crow into roaring in pure agony and rage. The assassin charges again, like a rabid dog. But this time Mujin cracks his knuckles and blitzes forward to meet closing the distance in a fraction of a second. Our protagonist literally vanishes into thin air right before the killer's eyes. In a blink, he materializes dead behind the guy's back. Panicking, Black Crow flails wildly, throwing desperate heavy hooks into empty air. Mujin effortlessly weaves through every single strike, flashing a sinister smirk that loudly declares. Black Crow stares in absolute disbelief as this mere kid effortlessly weaves through his lethal strikes. Deciding playtime is over, Mujin prepares to carve a brand new breathing hole into his opponent. In a flash, Mujin buries a wooden chopstick deep into the assassin's left socket. Agony rips through the killer, and his blood-curdling shrieks send shivers down the spine. Dropping to the floor, the crippled hitman spits out a vicious curse, swearing that the Sozal sect will hunt this kid down for daring to maim one of their own. Utterly unfazed and curious about this so-called threat, Mujin casually delivers a brutal kick straight to the assassin's skull, mockingly inviting the entire Sozal sect to step up and try their luck. But right before the backup can even be a thought, Mujin coldly promises the bleeding thug that his life ends right here in this room. Panic immediately sets in, and the once arrogant killer frantically pleads for mercy, offering absolutely anything his young conqueror desires in exchange for his pathetic life. A flicker of surprise crosses Mujin's face at this desperate clinging to survival. Still, the mention of pure riches catches his attention, prompting the martial artist to hit the brakes on sending this scumbag to the grave, grasping at straws. Black Crow reveals his entire fortune is stashed away in Chong, swearing on his life to retrieve. Our ruthless protagonist accepts the bargain, yet his eyes gleam with a deadly promise. Fail to deliver the cash, and he is a dead man walking. Trembling with absolute dread, the one-eyed assassin scrambles out the door, vowing to return at lightning speed. With the hitman out of the picture, Mujin slowly pivots toward Che, who is literally wetting his pants in sheer terror. And with a chilling smile, he announces it is finally time to balance the books. Che drops to the floorboards instantly, groveling for a second chance while offering up his entire fortune. Mujin just chuckles darkly, reminding this sniveling coward that he brings zero value to the table, because his real estate already belongs to him. Bewilderment washes over the desperate man's face when he hears this. So Mujin brutally breaks the math down. He calculates the dirty profits squeezed from innocent commoners, plus the countless lives destroyed by manipulating martial clans, to perfectly equal out his assets. Sobbing uncontrollably, Che wildly repeats his offer to surrender everything, but this pathetic display only ignites a fiery rage within our hero, and he shatters Che's skull like cheap glass, echoing his final lethal reminder. You cannot bargain with what is already mine. Suffocating horror paralyzes the remaining crowd. The blood-soaked youth glares at them, demanding to know who holds the next rank in command. Ma scrambles forward without hesitation, hastily introducing himself as the vice sect leader, before slamming his own knees onto the floor. Pleading for his miserable existence, he swears, up and down, to walk a righteous path, if granted just one more sunrise. Sensing genuine desperation dripping from the man's words, Mujin decides to keep his blade sheathed. Flipping straight back to business, he interrogates Ma about the deceased leader's total net worth, starting right at his primary estate. The trembling vice leader estimates the house at 4,000 gold, while laying out the Bangho sect's total assets at a staggering 10,000 gold. Throwing in a 500 gold tribute from the Sozal sect, the grand total easily skyrockets past 20,000 gold. Without missing a beat, Mujin claims absolute ownership of the entire hoard. Eager to survive, Ma practically trips over his words, promising to deliver every last coin directly to his doorstep. A satisfied smirk flashes across the young master's face. He loves a fast, efficient transaction. As soon as the vice leader scurries away, Mujin locks eyes with the remaining officers. His gaze turns ice cold as he invites them to start bidding for their survival. A collective gasp fills the room when he casually points out that Ma was the only one guaranteed a tomorrow. Pure panic erupts as the tough gangsters instantly break down into a sobbing mess. Fast forward a bit, and our overpowered protagonist strolls back into his courtyard, lugging massive crates stuffed with glittering fortunes, leaving his ally Do completely speechless. He casually drops the bomb that each heavy chest contains roughly 400 gold pieces. Snapping out of his daze, Do frantically warns the youth about the mighty Sozal sect, pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, the real nightmare is not just the sect itself, but the absolute monsters they are tied to, specifically a terrifying powerhouse named Zhu Sugang. Sweating bullets, Do babbles on about their lethal trump cards, the infamous Black Crow and Red Crow. The second that familiar assassin's name drops, Mujin waves a dismissive hand, casually mentioning he already wiped the floor with him. Do's jaw practically hits the dirt. Mujin fiercely commands his friend to stop underestimating him, swearing that any fool daring to threaten their family is getting a one-way ticket to the graveyard. With his deadly vow hanging in the air, the mood instantly shifts as he demands a massive plate of juicy beef, strictly ordering that his little siblings must feast like royalty the moment they walk through the door. As the young warrior turns his back, Do just stands there frozen, struggling to comprehend how this boy just completely broke a legendary regional menace like it was a walk in the park. In that quiet moment it hits him. The old Mujin is gone, replaced by an absolute savage. Cut to the shadows where a vengeful Choyoan is dispatching elite killers to butcher everyone Mujin loves. Issuing one sick condition, drag one of his siblings back breathing. Flashback to the golden days, where the Flame Hua clan stood at the absolute peak of society. Led by the legendary Flame Emperor, this powerhouse commanded awe and immense respect from countless warriors, who constantly watched his every move. Even the notoriously arrogant Tang clan of Sichuan bowed to his sheer brilliance. In the span of a single generation, he forged the Flame Hua clan into an unstoppable juggernaut. Even the most elite god-tier masters would sweat nervously at the mere thought of crossing them. Thanks to this overwhelming dominance, the ordinary citizens of Xichang would erupt into wild applause, showering the clan members with praise the second they stepped foot on the pavement. But tragically, the moment the Flame Emperor drew his last breath, the succeeding patriarch proved to be an absolute failure, dragging the once mighty Flamehua clan into a slow, humiliating decline. Loyalists who once bled for the family abandoned ship one by one. The legendary image of the Emperor, who once conquered the martial world, shattered, leaving behind a fractured legacy. Some clung to the myth, while others forgot his name entirely. Yet the undeniable truth remained. He was an absolute force of nature. As Mujin strides through the halls, his overwhelming aura commands the room. The elders cannot help but gasp, seeing the spitting image of the late emperor. Suddenly, bloodied warriors stumble into the courtyard, gasping out a terrifying report to Do. A vicious assassin ambush. Elder Zhou and a handful of surviving guards are making a desperate final stand. Do's blood runs cold, realizing the two young ones are caught right in the crossfire. He barks at the guards to alert Mujin immediately, sprinting ahead into the danger zone. Deep in the woods, Zhou stands alone against the relentless killers, surrounded by the fallen bodies of his men. Despite the overwhelming odds stacked against him, he plants his feet firmly, ready to lay down his life for the kids. But just as the enemy closes in for the killing blow, Do crashes into the clearing, joining the fray in the nick of time. The assassins seethe with rage, furious that their guaranteed kill just slipped through their fingers. The syndicate leader barks savage orders at his squad, demanding they slaughter the two men, and a brutal, desperate second wave of combat erupts. Do fiercely deflects a flurry of strikes, but his aging body betrays him, allowing the younger, ruthless killers to overpower his defenses. A blade bites deep into his shoulder, sending him staggering backward. Sensing weakness, one hitman locks his murderous gaze purely on Do, barking at his crew to execute one of the children. He launches a furious barrage, forcing Do into a desperate retreat. Yet the old man stubbornly holds his ground. A split second later, steel slices through flesh, leaving Do gravely wounded. An agonizing scream rips from his lungs. Do collapses into the dirt, utterly defenseless, leaving the children wide open. With the final obstacle out of the way, the assassins turn their cold, dead eyes toward their real targets, mockingly debating which child to butcher first. Despite being totally powerless, young Dojin steps up, shielding his little sister with his own body. The killers sneer, deciding the brave older brother will be the first to bleed. A sword swings down to end Dojin's life, but a bone-chilling voice instantly freezes the forest, commanding them to halt right there. Emitting an absolutely demonic aura, he rockets toward the clearing at blinding speed. The killers just smirk, remembering Mujin as the clan's notorious failure. Cocky and dismissive, the leader orders his goons to take him out, annoyed by his sudden interruption. A lone assassin lunges at the incoming target, but Mujin makes him the very first victim of his boiling rage. With a flick of his wrist, he casually shatters the enemy's blade, following up with a brutal downward slash. That literally cleaves the man in two, barely breaking a sweat. He steps over the corpse and charges the rest of the hit squad. Panic immediately sets in as they realize this guy is a total monster. The frantic leader screams for a combined assault, desperate to put Mujin down fast. The squad swarms him from all sides. But before a single blade touches him, Mujin unleashes the legendary Peerless Nine Swords Fifth Form, the devastating Army Slayer technique, dicing the entire group into ribbons like wet paper. A straggler tries a desperate sneak attack, but Mujin effortlessly sidesteps, instantly taking the man's head clean off. Reality painfully crashes down on the final surviving hitman. He is staring death right in the face. Before his brain can even process a retreat, his right arm is violently separated from his torso, and a blood-curdling shriek escapes his lip. Mujin glares down at him, warning the trembling man to freeze if he wants to keep breathing. Turning back, Mujin watches Joe hoist a battered Do to his feet, while Dojin fiercely covers his little sister's eyes, shielding her from the absolute bloodbath surrounding them. Dojin softly whispers that everything is okay. Their savior Mujin has arrived and crushed the villains. Mujin approaches the trembling siblings, his voice softening as he checks for any injuries. Dojin nods bravely, insisting they are unharmed, and Mujin warmly notes that it must have been a terrifying ordeal. But the little boy puffs out his chest, proudly declaring that a true martial master's son knows no fear. A gentle smile washes over Mujin's face. He affectionately ruffles the boy's hair, praising his iron will. He immediately orders Elder Joe to escort the kids and the wounded survivors back to the safety of the estate. The second they vanish into the tree line, Mujin's aura turns pitch black again. He snaps at the bleeding assassin to stop whining about his severed limb. He demands to know if the Chanqua merchant group pulled the strings. The hitman stammers, terrified to talk, but Mujin coldly offers him a sliver of hope. Spill the truth, and he might just walk away alive. Desperation sparking in his eyes, the bleeding thug quickly confesses that Choyan brokered the hit through the infamous Death Forest faction. After spilling everything he knows, the thug stammers, asking if Mujin will actually spare his life as promised. Glaring down at him, Mujin orders the survivor to scurry back to Choyan with a chilling message he just slaughtered the entire hit squad she unleashed on his siblings. And he makes one thing crystal clear. Her severed head is next on his list. Fast forward, and the entire town freezes their eyes glued to Mujin as he casually strolls down the dirt roads, completely drenched in crimson blood. All the arrogant locals who used to treat him like trash swallow their pride instantly, terrified they might end up as fresh corpses in his wake. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Has the legendary childhood prodigy finally returned? After soaking up enough fear and respect from the terrified onlookers, Mujin steps foot into his estate. Masek bounds over like an eager puppy to greet him, but the blood-soaked warrior simply shoves the guy's face away. Without missing a beat, he demands to know if the injured guards are safely tucked away in the infirmary, which Masak quickly confirms. The loyal servant adds that Dojin and his little sister are tucked into their beds, recovering their drained stamina. A wave of profound relief washes over Mujin. Exhausted, he orders Masak to draw a steaming bath. Minutes later, the hardened fighter sinks into the scalding water, scrubbing away the grime of battle. As the steam rises, his mind drifts to his younger siblings, fueling his burning desire to shield their innocent eyes from the world's brutal darkness. Sure, they were born into a ruthless martial arts family, but he absolutely refuses to let them drown in bloodshed while they are still so young. Yet a nagging doubt creeps into his mind. Is he just unfairly projecting his own horrific childhood traumas onto their future? When dawn breaks, Mujin struts right into the infirmary, cornering Elder Joe to demand access to the legendary Red Flame Technique scroll. The old man flinches, practically jumping out of his skin. Raising an eyebrow, Mujin casually asks. Stammering Joe questions his motives, and it instantly clicks in Mujin's head. The elder is terrified he might lose his grip on reality and rip this place apart. Joe tries to play it cool, giving a flimsy excuse, but Mujin shuts it down, explaining he simply needs to grind out some solo training. After all, the old-timer is badly injured and completely out of commission. Still, it is painfully obvious that Joe severely doubts the boy's mental stability. Even as Joe frantically shakes his head, Mujin flashes a reassuring smirk. He promises the nervous elder that there is zero chance he will suddenly throw a violent tantrum. Sensing the genuine calm in the young warrior's eyes, Joe finally caves and hands over the ancient manual. The second the door clicks shut, Joe turns to Elder Doe, visibly sweating. He anxiously wonders out loud if handing over that dangerous text was a massive mistake. Doe waves off the concern with a calm sigh, pointing out that Mujin has been pulling off some absolute masterclass sword techniques lately. Without the kids' brutal intervention, they would have all been slaughtered during that midnight ambush. Plus, Do notes that the boy's madness seems completely cured. He firmly believes the wandering Taoist's mystical therapy actually did the trick. Nodding slowly, Joe agrees that the kid's mind is healing. But he cannot help but wonder if that exact same treatment somehow supercharged his fighting prowess. Do chimes in, admitting the boy's explosive power spike is deeply suspicious. The only logical conclusion: the kid must have stumbled upon a miraculous, fateful encounter, unlocking some hidden divine power. A hopeful grin spreads across Joe's wrinkled face. For the first time in years, he genuinely believes their dying family is about to rise from the ashes. Out on the sun-baked training courtyard, Mujin rallies his little brother and sister for a grueling lesson. Pacing in front of them, he breaks down the core philosophy, emphasizing that their footwork must flow like rushing water. He proudly reveals that this foundational movement is a custom style he personally forged through the sheer blood and grit of countless life-or-death battles. The kid's jaws practically drop to the dirt in pure awe. Soyeon immediately blurts out her confusion, her eyes wide since Elder Joe constantly gossiped that their older brother had zero actual battlefield experience. Dojin violently facepalms, utterly mortified that his sister just snitched with no filter. Chuckling off the awkward tension, Mujin claps his hands to cut the boring lecture short, daring the tiny duo to attack him using their standard clan punches. Dropping into their stances, the kids launch a coordinated, high-energy assault right at his chest. However, their sluggish execution leaves the veteran fighter dying of cringe inside. Watching their clumsy strikes, Mujin seriously questions if these two share the bloodline of a prestigious martial art clan. It is painfully obvious they lack even the most pathetic ounce of coordination needed to be called real fighters. Rubbing his temples at the downright embarrassing display, he barks out a harsh command for them to freeze. He outright cancels the session on the spot, groaning that looking at them is giving him a massive migraine. The kids blink in total confusion. How could his head hurt when they had not even laid a finger on him? Scrambling to cover up his insult, Mujin lies through his teeth, praising their hidden talent. He smoothly pivots, claiming their top priority right now is purely physical conditioning, before they can even dream of touching advanced arts. Once the energetic duo sprints off, Mujin lets out a heavy, exhausted sigh. He has a colossal mountain to climb with these rookies, and it is going to be absolute torture. Suddenly, a wave of empathy hits him. His old master must have gone through pure hell, trying to train his stubborn past self. Shaking off the nostalgia, his gaze sharpens. He is fully committed to dragging his fallen clan back to absolute glory, especially since his past mistakes sparked their tragedy. On top of that heavy burden, he has a score to settle with the one monster who humiliated him in his previous life. Gripping his heavy blade, he dives into his brutal solo regiment. Instantly, a thrill jolts through his veins. The weapon feels light as a feather. With every vicious swing and deadly thrust, his explosive velocity skyrockets with each repetition of his combat forms. Several days blur by, and Elders Do and Joe finally limp back to active duty. Greeting his young master, Masak proudly reports that they followed his strict orders down to the letter. Expecting a pat on the back, Mujin tosses them a brief nod of approval, but Masak's greedy expression, his eyes going cold, Mujin brutally snaps back, reminding the fool that they would all be rotting corpses right now if he had arrived even 1 second later. Glaring daggers, he drops a final. He flat out threatens to end them if they ever pull a stunt like that again. Trembling, the duo swallows their pride, bowing deeply to Mujin as they stammer out apologies for their sheer stupidity. Just seconds later, the exact same Taoist, who supposedly cured Mujin, struts onto the scene. Our guy has absolutely zero clue who this newcomer is, and he instantly starts throwing shade. Masak frantically jumps in, revealing the old geezer's true identity as the miracle healer, desperately begging the master for forgiveness. Masak makes up a frantic excuse, claiming Mujin's brain is still a bit scrambled from his injuries, causing this reckless attitude. But Mujin swiftly kicks Masak aside for spouting such absolute garbage. Pivoting instantly, our protagonist decides to play along with the slapping on a fake smile as he apologizes for his rudeness. He warmly gestures for the elderly man to follow him, insisting the poor guy must be dead on his feet after such a grueling trek. Flashback to a few days prior. Masick had hyped up this wandering priest, bragging that the man carried the legendary, unbroken lineage of the mighty Wudang sect. Masick swore up and down that Mujin survived, purely through the priest's surging positive chi, dropping the bombshell that the chief steward blew an absolute fortune just to hire him. Snapping back to the present, Mujin beams with mock joy at finally crossing paths with his savior, ushering the honored guest deep into the estate. Once settled, Mujin casually questions if the rumors about his authentic Wudang heritage are actually legit. Young Su eagerly takes the bait, puffing out his chest with sheer arrogance. He boldly declares himself as the one and only master, carrying the true essence of Wudang's ancient secrets. Hearing this bold claim, Mujin slams his foot down, his eyes turning dead serious, as he demands to know if this guy is the mythical White Immortal. After all, every single living successor of that legendary faction was supposed to be wiped off the map. Young Su tries to play dumb, sweating bullets, but Mujin gives him a chilling ultimatum. Drop the act right now, or things are going to get extremely bloody. Clinging to his fake persona, the priest plays the victim, gasping in fake shock that Mujin would dare question his own savior. In response, Mujin effortlessly draws his massive heavy blade. Smirking darkly, he notes that a true grandmaster shouldn't break a sweat dodging a simple slash. Without warning, Mujin brings the giant weapon crashing down, missing the old man's skull by a mere hair and obliterating the solid stone floor beneath them. Masick and the surrounding elders lose their absolute minds, terrified that their young lord has completely snapped. Barking at them to shut their mouths, Mujin orders someone to fetch a bucket of water, promising them a truly hilarious magic trick. The split second the bucket is in his hands, he viciously splashes the freezing liquid all over the shivering fraud. Dripping wet, Young Su keeps up the pathetic act, crying out about how this wretched clan repays life-saving kindness with savage cruelty. Ignoring his whining, Mujin suddenly lunges forward and yanks hard on the man's long, wispy beard, ripping it clean off his face. Masick and the elder's jaws hit the floor. The color drains from Young Su's face as the horrible realization kicks in his cover is totally blown. Mujin bursts into ruthless laughter, mocking the scammer for using such cheap, pathetic glue on his dollar store disguise. Completely cornered, the fake priest is forced to his knees before a glaring tribunal. Sweating, Masick tentatively asks his lord how they should handle this rat. Mujin's eyes turn pitch black. He coldly states that walking away isn't an option, casually pondering whether he should slice off all 4 limbs or just castrate the guy right here. Hearing his grim fate, Young Su completely loses it, bawling his eyes out as he violently bows and begs for sheer mercy. Mujin flashes a wicked grin, assuring the wailing scammer that death is off the table after all. A corpse can't refund a massive fortune. He reiterates his gruesome plan to merely chop off a few limbs as collateral. Sobbing in absolute terror, Young Su desperately pleads to keep his body parts securely attached. Young Su swears he will refund every single penny he stole. Mujin agrees to the bargain, but casually mentions an extra fee for sparing his arms, legs, and his manhood. Terrified of losing his prized parts, the scammer frantically promises to cough up whatever it takes, as long as Mujin leaves him in one piece. Mujin then turns to Do, asking exactly how much this con artist squeezed out of him, and Do admits he handed over 50 gold niang. Hearing this, Mujin just shakes his head, utterly disappointed that Do was actually gullible enough to fall for such an obvious trap. Defending his bruised ego, Do mutters that rumors painted Young Su as a miraculous healer. Pivoting back to the fraudster, Mujin coldly declares that coughing up those 50 gold pieces is step number 1. Young Su frantically nods, swearing he will repay the debt, but nervously stammers that his stash is locked away at his estate in Jinyang. Without skipping a beat, Mujin orders the guy to lead the way to Jinyang, a solid 4-hour trek from their current spot. Do and Joe eagerly offer to tag along, but Mujin waves them off, insisting they sit this one out, since their bodies are barely holding together. He orders them to guard the house and keep things running smoothly. Watching Mujin drag Young Su away, Do catches the lingering anxiety in Joe's eyes, and he pats his shoulder, urging him to put his faith in their boss, reminding Joe that Mujin is a completely different beast now. A short walk later, Mujin and his captive reach the getaway ride, and Mujin raises an eyebrow at the wildly extravagant carriage parked in front of them. Clearly, the fake healing business pays exceptionally well. Stepping inside, the sheer opulence of the interior leaves him absolutely speechless. Plush cotton padding and premium leather trim cover every inch. Young Su proudly brags that such premium comfort is mandatory for a man constantly on the road, treating it as a bare necessity. Mujin just smirks sarcastically, praising the scammer's intense dedication to his quote-unquote craft, wondering out loud why a guy with such professional standards refuses to just earn an honest living. Bowing his head like a beaten dog, Young Su swears he is turning over a new leaf the second this ordeal is over. Ignoring the fake apology, Mujin stretches out on the plush leather, casually announcing that he is grabbing a quick nap. He tosses out a lazy command to wake him up once they hit the city limits. Young Su eagerly nods, promising to rouse him the absolute second. The wheels stop turning. But behind those cowardly eyes, venom brews. The fraudster is practically foaming at the mouth to make this arrogant kid pay. The luxury ride lurches forward, and after burning through several hours on the dirt roads, it rolls into a dead silent, heavily shadowed stretch of the woods. Young Soo creeps out of the cabin to greet an old partner in crime, a massive, heavily scarred bandit. Whispering, the scammer gleefully reports that his captive is knocked out cold inside. He orders the thug to drag Mujin into the dirt and butcher him as a bloody warning. Cracking his knuckles, the giant grins, wondering what kind of idiot actually dares to cross. A respected Taoist master's hustle. The brute stomps into the carriage, winding up a lethal haymaker aimed straight at Mujin's skull. But milliseconds before impact, Mujin smoothly pivots, catching the massive fist flat against the blade of his sword. A wicked, blood-chilling grin stretches across Mujin's face, as he asks if they have reached Jinyang already. Glaring up at the filthy thug looming over him, Mujin violently kicks out, launching the giant backward through the air, and leaving young Soo completely paralyzed with shock. Hitting the dirt, the bandit feels a terrifying shockwave rattle his bones. Wiping the dust off, he tightens his grip, realizing the rumors about this kid's freakish strength were dead accurate. Mujin steps casually out of the wrecked carriage, sarcastically asking young Soo since when did his luxurious estate look like a creepy abandoned forest. The pieces instantly click into place. Mujin realizes he walked right into an ambush. He initially pegged the old man as a simple grifter, but clearly the guy runs a full-blown crime syndicate. Surprisingly, Mujin doesn't even look mad. If anything, he's thrilled to finally stretch his muscles. A suffocating, monstrous aura explodes from Mujin's body. Staring down the giant, he coldly dares the thug to show him what he's really capable of. Gagging on the sheer spiritual pressure crushing the air, the bandit panics. He immediately signals the rest of his hidden crew to ambush the kid, all at once. 3 more hulking brutes vault out from the thick bushes, revealing themselves as the infamous 4 demons of Zhongshan. The second Mujin locks eyes with the squad. He easily detects the foul, swirling stench of demonic energy radiating from their bodies. But he keeps that little observation completely to himself. Instead, he eyes their deadly arsenal, mockingly praising their weapon variety before announcing that he wants to personally test the absolute limits of their combat skills. Done talking, Mujin explodes forward like a blur. He violently isolates the crew's leader from the pack, raining down a brutal, non-stop barrage of strikes that completely overwhelms the thug's defense. Realizing their boss is being singled out and slaughtered, the remaining 3 frantically scramble to intervene. Meanwhile, the leader's arms are practically shattering under the assault. Every single strike from Mujin hits with the bone-crushing weight of a solid iron mace. The thug's knees eventually buckle, and capitalizing instantly, Mujin snaps a brutal kick directly into his jaw, shattering his mouth. Just as the guy collapses, his backup swarms in, with the nearest brute violently swinging a battle axe right at Mujin's neck. Effortlessly slipping past the heavy blade, Mujin buries a devastating elbow deep into the attacker's gut, forcing a horrific shriek of agony from his lungs. Desperate, the final 2 thugs coordinate a deadly pincer maneuver to crush the teenager, but he effortlessly sidesteps, making the pair swing wide and completely lose their balance. Capitalizing on this wide-open gap, Mujin delivers a bone-crushing hook that slams one of them straight into the dirt. Without missing a single beat, he charges the final opponent. Panicking, the guy raises his blade in a desperate attempt to parry the incoming strike, but the steel literally explodes into shards upon impact. Mujin's weapon slashes downward, stopping just a hair away from cleaving the terrified man cleanly in 2. Showing mercy at the very last second, he pulls his punch. The trembling goon literally watches his entire life flash before his eyes, and while he is still shivering like a leaf, Mujin unleashes a brutal front kick to the chest, launching him through the air like a rag doll. Just like that, our overpowered MC wipes the floor with all 4 fighters. Now he has them completely groveling at his feet, gasping heavily for air. Trading blows with them actually confirmed his dark suspicions. These guys are undeniably wielding forbidden demonic arts. This wild revelation leaves him scratching his head, wondering how dark magic seeped into the Central Plains. Since they technically follow the demonic path, he considers them his underlings, and he genuinely hates the idea of slaughtering his own juniors. He stands there mulling over their brutal fate until the squad captain suddenly shrieks out, frantically waving the white flag and admitting absolute defeat. Tears streaming down his bruised face, he begs the swordsmen to spare their miserable lives. Watching this unfold, Yang-Su suddenly realizes his goose is entirely cooked. Mujin just flawlessly obliterated Zhongshan's infamous 4 demons without even breaking a sweat. The trembling leader confesses the brutal truth: they actually knew they were completely outclassed after surviving just the first couple of exchanges. Annoyed, our protagonist demands to know why they kept throwing hands if they knew it was a suicide mission. He promises the weeping thugs that he will let them live, but adds a savage condition. He is going to shatter their energy cores and completely sever their meridians, hearing this absolute death sentence to their cultivation. The captain aggressively slams his forehead into the dirt. He begs our hero not to strip away their martial arts, crying that they were simply following orders, like good little dogs. Unfazed, Mujin bluntly tells the crying man to quit sobbing, coldly pointing out that they are way too old to be acting like babies. He harshly demands to know who trained them. At first, the captain plays dumb, blinking in pure confusion, until the overpowered MC clarifies that he wants a master's name. He smirks, stating it is painfully obvious they are manipulating demonic energy, even if their actual technique is absolute garbage. Dying to figure out the origin of their dark magic, he presses them further, but the trembling lackey drops a massive bombshell. They genuinely have no clue what their master is called. This instantly triggers Mujin. He glares in pure disbelief, furiously roasting them for being such pathetic, useless disciples that they do not even know their own teacher's identity. Scrambling to explain, the captain swears the mysterious figure never dropped his name. He frantically warns the swordsman against tracking down any other hidden disciples. Rolling his eyes, Mujin snaps back that they should have just kept their heads down, practicing their trash tier skills instead of running around playing bandits. Panicking, the bleeding captain desperately clears up the brutal misunderstanding, loudly protesting that they are absolutely not common thieves. He insists they were simply helping out with their sworn brother's side hustle. Hearing this ridiculous excuse catches our hero completely off guard, and he aggressively scolds the fools for backing Young-Soo's notoriously shady operations. But the bruised captain drops another wild plot twist, swearing they honestly believed their bro was running a noble business. Dedicated to saving innocent lives, sighing at their sheer stupidity, Mujin finally decides to cut them some slack, strictly ordering them to quit acting as Young-Soo's attack dogs. He drops a terrifying final warning. If he ever catches them pulling evil stunts again, they are dead meat. Bawling his eyes out, the leader endlessly praises the MC for his divine mercy. Ignoring the tears, our hero slowly turns his deadly gaze toward Young-Soo. With a cold smirk, he announces that his penalty fee just received a massive inflation spike. In fact, he is taxing the scammer heavily for causing extreme emotional damage. Hearing this absurd extortion, Young-Soo instantly turns pale as a ghost, utterly traumatized. As the wooden carriage finally rolls away, a massive realization strikes the battered four demons. They simultaneously realize this monstrous kid is entirely worthy of Soul, becoming their ultimate master. Sprinting like absolute maniacs, the bruised squad chases down the moving vehicle, forcing it to halt. Confused by the sudden break, Mujin steps outside, only to be greeted by the four thugs, aggressively bowing their heads into the dirt, loudly crowning him as their boss. They intensely swear absolute allegiance, promising to serve as his loyal hounds, until the day they literally drop dead. Wailing pathetically, they aggressively beg the overpowered swordsman to adopt them into his ranks. Looking at this bizarre scene, Mujin simply assumes he hit them way too hard and caused severe brain damage. He tries to shoo them away like stray dogs, but the massive dudes scream even louder, demanding he take responsibility for them. They then drop the ultimate bombshell. They are actually super young. This revelation completely breaks our hero's brain, because he naturally assumed these weather giants were middle-aged men. I mean, just look at their rough, deeply aged faces. Refusing to accept reality, Mujin loudly argues there's absolutely zero chance these ancient-looking goons are younger than him, considering he is currently 23 years old. Baffled, he asks if a catastrophic chi deviation prematurely aged their horrible faces. This brutal roast actually stuns the squad leader. He genuinely expected the boss to instantly believe their youthful claims without roasting their terrible genetics. Changing the subject, our MC points out a glaring plot hole. He is completely baffled by how dark magic users manage to infiltrate the crumbling households of the righteous Orthodox faction, because structurally it makes zero logical sense. Stepping up, the oldest brother Chiao Mook, who shockingly claims to be only 21 years old, explains his master's core philosophy. He quotes that walking the demonic path is simply a raw way of life, completely separate from any political faction or strict affiliation. Standing right beside him and staring intensely at our hero is the so-called baby of the group, Nosak, a rugged giant who is supposedly just 18. Nodding slowly, Mujin actually agrees with Xiao's hardcore mindset. Still, he raises an eyebrow, wondering what kind of insane righteous family would casually recruit dark magic practitioners. After all, harboring demons is a one-way ticket to massive sect-destroying scandals. That is when the second brother Dongjiok, who happens to be an aged-looking 20-year-old, confidently cuts into the conversation. He fiercely assures the boss that nobody would dare whisper a word of scandal simply because they are just going to crack some skulls. The third brother, 19-year-old Zhang Tai, eagerly nods along. Mujin locks eyes with the group, laying down the law if they want to serve under his banner. His word is absolute. Without missing a beat, the four men roar in unison, pledging their dying loyalty to him. Wincing at their deafening screams, Mujin sighs and officially declares the brothers as grunts of the Flame Hua clan. Shortly after, the crew rolls up to Young-Soo's sprawling estate. The nervous host quickly ushers them inside. The manor's staff freeze, staring wide-eyed at the terrifying strangers flanking their boss, whispering among themselves. Young-Soo barks at the maids to whip up a feast in the annex, but Mujin waves it off. He demands they head straight for the vault. No detours, gulping hard. Young-Soo nods and guides them down the halls, leaving the trembling servants behind, practically soiling themselves from the suffocating bloodlust of the four demons. Glancing around, Mujin smirks. The filthy rich swindler has definitely been living like a king on all that stolen cash. Suddenly, their path is blocked by a resident swordsman. B. Sojin. Frowning, Sojin asks if there is trouble, but Young-Soo frantically waves his hands, swearing everything is totally fine. He begs the swordsman to return to his quarters, yet Sojin refuses to budge, demanding the truth. Annoyed, Mujin steps up. He asks the guy why he is sticking his nose where it does not belong, especially after being told to get lost. Mujin points out that as a mere guest, he needs to know his place and stop meddling in his host's private business. Scoffing, Sojin shoots back, calling Mujin a loudmouth punk. Hearing this, Chilma cracks his knuckles, ready to rip the guy apart. But Young-Soo jumps between them in a sheer panic, crying out that it is all a huge misunderstanding. Sweating bullets, he begs Sojin to back off, hastily introducing Mujin and his monstrous crew as VIP visitors. But instead of backing down, Sojin's smirk only grows wider upon realizing this kid is the so-called master of the Flame Hua clan. Unfazed Mujin completely brushes him off, telling him to move out of the way once he is done barking. Mujin tries to brush past, but Sojin snarls, spitting out that Mujin is a disgrace for hanging out with demonic thugs and bullying innocent people. He takes it a step further, claiming Mujin's ancestors must be rolling in their graves, and the idiot just keeps digging his own grave. He finishes his rant by calling the clan master absolute pathetic trash. Young Su shrieks in pure horror, realizing the swordsman just crossed a fatal line. But Sojin arrogantly boasts that a true professional like him would never lose to some alleyway scum. At that exact moment, one of the demon brothers draws his blade, stepping forward and begging his boss for permission to slaughter the fool. Mujin raises a hand, his eyes totally dead. He is going to handle this trash personally. Jumping out into the open courtyard, he challenges the arrogant swordsman. Grinning like a maniac, Sojin accepts. He explodes off the ground, thrusting his blade straight for Mujin's heart. Clang Mujin effortlessly deflects the lethal strike with his massive greatsword. He casually praises the guy's technique, but brutally mocks his pathetic physical strength. Mujin treats the life-or-death duel like absolute child's play. Within seconds, violent tremors shoot up Sojin's arms from the overwhelming impacts. Watching from the sidelines, the four demons already know the fight is over. The arrogant fool is completely trapped by Mujin's terrifying pressure. They mutter that the guy's weapon is going to snap at any second, and if it doesn't, his skull definitely will. Right on cue, Sojin's prized blade shatters into a million metallic shards. A demonic grin spreads across Mujin's face, just before he launches the swordsman flying straight through a solid brick wall. The demons do not even blink, and Mujin coldly snaps his fingers, demanding his heavy iron club. Since this punk wanted to run his mouth about ancestors crying in their graves, Mujin is going to personally deliver him to his grandfather. Wham! Wham! He viciously beats the broken warrior, his agonized screams echoing through the entire estate. The new recruits watch in awe as their boss mercilessly hammers the guy like a rented mule. Realizing Sojin is seconds away from becoming minced meat, Young Su completely loses his mind. He dives at Mujin's feet, screaming for mercy, and promising to pay a massive ransom to spare the man's life. The trembling host explains that Sojin is heavily connected to the unorthodox martial heavens, and having a corpse like that in his backyard would spell absolute doom. Young Su grovels, swearing he will drain his own bank accounts to buy back Sojin's miserable life, regardless of the price tag. Hearing the magic word, Mujin lowers his bloody club with a wicked smirk. He playfully jokes that he actually thought Young Su was planning to use this swordsman as his personal bodyguard. Minutes later, the bloody squad finally steps inside the hidden vault. Staring at the mountains of sparkling loot, Mujin whistles the swindler's insane wealth. Wasting zero time, the ruthless clan master pulls out an imaginary calculator and starts ringing up the tab. He points straight at the four demons, declaring that sparing each of their lives costs exactly 500 gold coins. Young Su's jaw drops straight to the floor, completely dumbfounded. Mujin had already hired these thugs into his own clan, yet he is still making the poor swindler foot the bill for their survival. Mujin casually breaks down the extortion bill for Young Su. Keeping his arms and legs intact will cost 200 gold, while sparing his miserable life runs an extra 300 gold. He tacks on another 1,000 gold to spare Sojin's life, simply because the guy had a massive attitude problem. And for the grand finale, Mujin slaps on a ridiculous 3,000 gold fee for his own quote-unquote psychological damage. Once the math is out of the way, the tyrant cuts to the chase, demanding absolutely everything the poor guy owns. With a menacing grin, he asks if there are any objections. Tears stream down Young Su's face as he violently shakes his head, realizing this absolute monster is far worse than your average street bandit. The four quickly strip the room bare of every single coin until Mujin locks eyes on an antique folding screen tucked in the corner. A mysterious pulsing energy radiates from the object, and the terrified owner immediately catches the predator eyeing it. Young Su nervously asks if the piece catches his fancy, to which Mujin gives a vague non-committal shrug. Desperate to please the shaking man, stammers out that this masterpiece was crafted by the legendary Master Zhang Sosan. Hoping to save his own skin, Young Su practically begs him to take it as a gift. Without missing a beat, Mujin gladly accepts the offering, leaving his victim completely dumbfounded by this bottomless pit of greed. After cramming all their shiny new loot into Young Su's personal carriage, Mujin casually mentions that the guy probably won't be needing the transport anymore. Beaten and broken, Young Su completely surrenders, weakly telling him to just take the wheels too. With their pockets bursting, the ruthless boss and his four demon lackeys ride off into the distance, while Mujin mockingly yells back, telling the ruined man to live a righteous life and promising to drop by for another visit soon. Left in the dust, Young Su prays to the heavens they never cross paths again since the maniac just robbed him blind. He stares blankly at his empty hands, wondering what terrible sin he committed to encounter such a psycho. Cut to the Hua clan manor, where Masak totally loses his mind. Seeing the mountain of gold, he frantically grills the young master, absolutely convinced. There is blood on this cache. Mujin calmly promises no lives were taken, ordering him to stash the loot since their treasury was running dangerously low. Changing the subject, Mujin asks the elder if the four demon brothers look like geezers to him, squinting at the rough-looking crew Masak admits. They look well past 40 years old. A devious smirk spreads across Mujin's face at this brutal honesty, threatening to snitch to the brothers about the insult. He then switches gears asking where Joe and Do are hiding, having not seen them since. Stepping foot on the property. That's when it hits Masak like a truck. The two elders are currently entertaining some heavy hitters, right in the reception hall. He scrambles, revealing they specifically ordered him to drag the young master in the second he returned. Caught off guard by the word guests, Mujin's eyes narrow, instantly suspecting another filthy scammer is trying to hustle his clan. But Masak desperately waves his hands to clear the air. Panicking, he literally begs the violent youth not to throw hands with these VIPs. Striding into the grand hall, Mujin is greeted by the overjoyed elders, who immediately introduce him to three powerful merchant bosses, the loyal benefactors who kept the clan afloat during their darkest days. Stepping forward first is Pung Kwano, the heavyweight boss of the Pungyang merchant group. Following right behind is Dong Guanyo, the slick leader of the Muryong merchant union. Rounding out the trio is Huang Yo Cheong, the wealthy master of the Golden Finance Manor. The three tycoons beam with genuine relief, seeing the young heir finally back on his feet, and Mujin respectfully bows to return the warm gesture. After settling down for a few rounds of steaming tea and small talk, Mujin shatters the pleasantries, bluntly asking if they came to collect the clan's massive debts. This drops the merchant's jaws straight to the floor, and they frantically wave it off, swearing they aren't here to squeeze him for cash. They truly just wanted to celebrate his miraculous recovery. They even bow their heads, profusely apologizing for making him feel pressured. Softening his gaze, Mujin sincerely thanks them for their rock-solid loyalty. However, he sternly declares that every single penny of their money will be repaid in full. He admits that having just woken from his coma, he is flying totally blind regarding the clan's crumbling finances. Therefore, he demands to know the exact brutal numbers staring them down. Elder Joe practically chokes on his spit, hearing this kid talk about paying off debts. But Mujin completely ignores the old man's shock, keeping his piercing focus locked on the merchants. He insists that laying the harsh reality on the table is the only way to hammer out a solid repayment timeline, leaving the trio no choice but to lay out the heavy tabs. Kicking things off, the Pungyang Group's ledger reveals a staggering debt of 5,300 gold. Next up, the Golden Finance Manor claims a hefty 3,200 gold, and bringing up the rear, the Muryong Merchant Union is owed a solid 1,900 gold. Once the painful numbers are fully out in the open, Mujin mentally crunches the math, hitting a gut-wrenching total of 10,400 gold. A heavy silence falls over the room until the merchants finally spill a dark secret that's been slowly choking them. With tight voices, they confess that the massive Chonghua merchant group has been ruthlessly backing them into a corner. This revelation completely blindsides Mujin. The three merchants confess that the Chonghua syndicate has been weaponizing their massive wealth to brutally crush them, squeezing the Hua clan over their outstanding debts. The syndicate hasn't just cornered the market. They've completely choked off their supply lines, blacklisting every single soul merchant who dared to do business with them before. They even stooped low enough to poach their top branch managers. Broken and exhausted, the trio admits they simply can't survive this brutal financial siege anymore. They are literally being blackmailed into handing over their debt collection rights, leaving them with absolutely no choice but to beg for a way out. Mujin's eyes soften as he thanks them for their unwavering loyalty, because when the clan was crumbling to dust, they were the only ones who actually stuck around. He firmly states that true loyalty demands a proper reward, promising to clear every single penny of their debts on the spot. As the merchants gasp in pure disbelief, Mujin drops another bombshell. To repay their interest and their relentless support, the Hua clan is going to completely obliterate the Chonghua syndicate's grip on their businesses. The trio freezes, stammering as they ask if he seriously plans to wage a bloody war on their behalf. Without missing a beat, Mujin looks them dead in the eye and says that is exactly the plan. Elder Do immediately panics, his voice trembling, as he warns Mujin that the Chonghua cartel is secretly protected by the terrifying Kongdong sect, one of the absolute strongest martial arts factions in the entire Murim. Seeing the elder practically hyperventilating, the merchants frantically try to de-escalate the situation, insisting that simply getting their money back is already a massive blessing, begging the clan not to spark a suicidal war against the Kongdong heavyweights. They promise Do that they are completely satisfied, but while they ramble in panic, Mujin just sits there completely silent and unreadable. Once the tense meeting finally wraps up, the three merchants quickly bow out, wishing the clan nothing but prosperity. The second the doors close, Mujin snaps his fingers, ordering Elder Do to dig up absolutely everything on the Chonghua cartel. He wants their financial records, their smuggling routes, their active territories, and especially their shady connections to the Kongdong sect. Do nearly has a heart attack on the spot, the terrifying realization hitting him like a truck. Mujin wasn't just talking tough, he is actually going to war. Mujin scoffs, baffled that the elder actually thought he was bluffing. He coldly reminds Do of his golden rule: every single grudge and favor must be paid back in blood or gold. He fiercely points out that if they let those Chonghua parasites keep breathing, they will just keep gnawing at the clan's heels forever. He also adds that if the Hua clan abandons their allies in their darkest hour, no one will ever stand by their side again. That is exactly why he is willing to risk it all to save them this time. Still, he chuckles, fully aware that the terrified merchants probably just wrote off his threat as the delusional rambling of a madman. Suddenly, Mook steps out of the shadows, reporting that his squad has flawlessly executed their mission. A sinister grin spreads across Mujin's face. He waves his men inside, ordering them to formally introduce themselves to the clan's elder and head steward. Do and Joe physically recoil, the blood draining from their faces, as they realize they are staring dead at the infamous four demon. Brothers, the four notorious killers bow respectfully, politely, asking the elders to take good care of them, but the two old men are too paralyzed by sheer terror to even squeak out a response. Laughing at their pale faces, Mujin tells the elders to brace themselves, because the real shocker is yet to come. He casually drops the bomb that these four terrifying monsters are actually younger than him. The elders look like they are about to literally drop dead. Even Masak, who has been quietly guarding the rear, stares in utter disbelief, refusing to process what he just heard. Meanwhile, the Ruthless brothers just blink in genuine confusion, totally oblivious as to why these old guys are having a collective meltdown. Finding their voices, the elders furiously demand to know why Mujin dragged these bloodthirsty demons into their home without running it by them first. Without missing a beat, Mujin claps right back, his voice dripping with venom as he asks if they bother consulting him when they secretly tried to smuggle his siblings out of the estate. Stepping up to them, Mujin makes it crystal clear that he holds absolute power over whether these killers stay or go. He shoots them an icy glare, reminding them that he is the undisputed future patriarch of the clan. Brushing past the stunned elders, Mujin locks eyes with Masak, ordering him to go out and buy an entire cow for a feast. Elder Do gasps, frantically reminding the young master that they are completely broke after draining over 10,000 gold pieces to bail out the merchants. Mujin doesn't say a single word. Instead, he just smirks and leads the panicking men straight to the secret vault, where their jaws literally drop to the floor. Mountains of treasure sit before them. Mujin casually explains that he aggressively repossessed everything from that scumbag Young-Soo, quickly adding that he left the guy breathing barely. Do's trembling finger points to an ornate folding screen, and Mujin notes that Young-Soo swore it was an authentic masterpiece crafted by the legendary Jong Sosan. Hearing that name, Do's knees actually buckle. Mujin confidently declares that this single piece of art will auction for an absolute minimum of 90 gold bars, which is exactly why he seized it. Tapping the gold, Mujin tells a dumbfounded Masak to shut up and go buy the damn beef. Deep down, however, Mujin narrows his eyes, sensing a strange hidden aura practically radiating from the ancient screen. Bright and early the next morning, Mujin summons his younger siblings to the courtyard. Staring down the four demon brothers and the clan instructors, Mujin delivers a brutal reality check. He's reached a final verdict: every single one of them desperately needs some hardcore training. He hammers home a simple truth: the ultimate foundation of any blade is the physical vessel swinging it. It doesn't matter how god-tier your martial arts techniques are. If your flesh is frail, your skills are absolute garbage. Because of this pathetic weakness, Mujin announces the kickoff of a grueling new regimen, one he plans to personally and ruthlessly oversee. He gestures to the massive sacks of rice sitting at their feet. Dropping a bombshell, each one weighs a bone-crushing 144 kilograms. These monstrous bags will be their new inseparable training partners. Mujin makes one thing crystal clear: this grain is not a snack. If he catches even a single soul sneaking a bite, they are absolute dead meat. Meanwhile, Dojin and Soyeon glance down quickly, realizing their personal loads max out at barely 15 kilograms. Feeling completely lost, Chilboyan questions the Tyrant Master, asking what exactly they are supposed to do with these massive boulders of grain. Mujin's answer is ice cold, hoist them straight up onto their shoulders. Chilboyan's jaw practically hits the dirt in sheer disbelief. Another warrior immediately whines, protesting that a single sack is way too heavy for even two grown men to lift. Instantly, Mujin's aura shifts into something demonic. He viciously roars at them to heave the weight up right now or get brutally trashed by his bare hands. He casually warns them that his current wooden sword might not slice cleanly through their flesh. But a single full force strike will absolutely shatter their bones into dust. The ultimatum is simple: either carry the damn sack or step up for a deathmatch sparring session with him. Terrified out of their minds, the warriors frantically heave the heavy burdens up. But the nightmare isn't over. Mujin glares at the four demon brothers, ordering them to shoulder a spine-snapping 3 sacks. Each, and if they dare to refuse his offer for a bloody one-on-one beatdown, still stands. Pure, unadulterated dread of facing a monster like Mujin forces the 4 men to stack up the immense weight. Their eyeballs practically bulge out of their sockets from the insane pressure. Watching from the sidelines, the clan elders are totally freaking out, completely bewildered by whatever psychotic endgame Mujin is trying to achieve. Barking like a drill sergeant, Mujin fiercely motivates his victims. He screams that their muscles possess the raw power to hold up the load. It's just their weak mentalities holding them back. He aggressively preaches that the word impossible doesn't exist here simply because total annihilation awaits anyone who drops the ball. Once every single person is groaning under the crushing weight, including his own siblings, he commands them to start violently dropping into squats. He flashes a wicked grin, casually announcing a mind-numbing target of 200 reps. Leading the charge, Mujin drops into the first flawless stance, roaring at the miserable crowd to match his rhythm as he barks out the brutal cadence. Agonized screams echo through the courtyard as the group violently trembles, trying to hold the stance. Yet their ruthless master refuses to let up, screaming hardcore encouragement, ordering them to brace their cores and explode upward or face an early grave. Muck feels his skeleton practically buckling under the astronomical pressure, but he desperately grits his teeth. He knows he's completely screwed if he gives up, because Mujin wouldn't hesitate to beat him into a bloody pulp. The observing elders gasp in horror, deeply questioning what brand of hellish torture this boy has subjected the warriors to. Honestly, just watching this nightmare unfold is completely draining them. Through every agonizing dip and rise, Mujin ruthlessly breaks down their egos. He spits out harsh truths, tearing into them, for doing absolutely nothing but leeching off the clan's food reserves while masquerading as true martial artists. He completely strips away their right to complain. In his eyes, if they can't endure this tiny fraction of agony, they flat out don't deserve the air they breathe. As dusk violently bleeds across the sky, they finally hit rep number 200. The very millisecond the final count drops, one warrior collapses into the dirt like a puppet with its strings cut. Mujin clicks his tongue in sheer disappointment, utterly unimpressed that it took them an entire damn day just to finish a basic warm-up. He mercilessly calls their stamina completely pathetic, stating they hold no right to ever be called warriors again. With a wicked gleam in his eye, he drops the final devastating rule from this exact second forward. They're going to literally become one with these mountains of rice. He commands them to bleed through their training with the cargo. They eat their meals strapped to them, and even sleep with them. These cursed burdens are their absolute soulmates, until he decides otherwise. He gestures to Zhang, ordering him to literally rope the massive weights onto everyone's bodies. The threat is crystal clear. Anyone caught untangling their knots will get their life severely untied as well. Zhang is so physically devastated that he's mentally crying out for his mother. Leaving the broken men behind, Mujin casually strolls back to his quarters, stopping only to toss Masik a crucial instruction from today onward. Every single victim out there gets high-protein beef for every... Masik politely asks if he should draw up some hot bath water, but the absolute exhaustion is hitting Mujin too. He brushes him off, saying he'll give the signal later. The very split second the Tyrant Master's back hits his mattress, he's knocked out completely cold. Later that night, the dining hall looks like a bizarre torture camp. The entire squad shuffles in, desperately shoveling food into their mouths while firmly strapped to their massive burdens. A severely battered warrior turns to his captain terrified as he stares at his violently trembling hands, utterly confused since they only put their legs through hell today. His senior grimly nods, confirming that every single guy in the room is suffering the exact same paralysis. This kind of full-body devastation absolutely never happened under their previous instructor, which makes this bizarre method downright terrifying. Fast forward to the break of dawn, and the relentless nightmare boots right back up. This time the menu features bone-breaking push-ups. With hawk-like precision, Mujin aggressively micromanages their trembling postures, while effortlessly banging out the insane reps right alongside them. Watching from afar, Chill Boyin is absolutely mind-blown that these proud warriors are actually enduring the torture, even though every muscle fiber is screaming in agony. By the following dawn, the torment spills out into public territory as the battered crew duck-walks through the village dirt. And with those monstrous boulders strapped tightly to their spines, the local townsfolk stand frozen in pure horror, frantically trying to comprehend what kind of demonic cult ritual they are. The brutal grind doesn't stop. By the time the sun rises the following morning, the crew is already hauling those massive sandbags up and down the rugged terrain. Even Mujin's muscles are burning from the intense strain. Still, a proud smirk crosses his face. His younger siblings are crushing this workout way past his wildest expectations. Deciding it's time to crank up the heat, he takes things to a whole new terrifying level. The very next day, he drags the exhausted squad to the edge of a violently raging river. Eyes widen in sheer panic as the warriors stare at the churning white water, absolutely clueless about why they've been brought to this watery nightmare. Mujin drops the bomb they have to wade across the roaring rapids while still lugging those bone-crushing sacks. Just looking at the furious waves is enough to make their blood run cold. But wait, it gets infinitely worse. A massive deadly waterfall looms just downstream, turning this simple crossing into a potential death trap. While the grown men are practically shaking in their boots, little Soyeon is buzzing with pure adrenaline, totally hyped to tackle this insane challenge. Then reality hits her like a truck dojin literally doesn't know how to swim. She urgently whispers that they need to warn Mujin before disaster strikes. Meanwhile, the panicked elders are frantically begging Mujin to pull the plug, screaming that braving those ferocious rapids is absolute suicide. They remind him that this exact spot has claimed countless lives in the past, and that was without victims strapping massive boulders to their spines. Mujin just flashes a chilling, confident grin at the frantic old men. He casually brushes off their fears, claiming he already test ran this exact gauntlet before throwing his students into the grinder. The elders swap baffled glances, completely dumbfounded, racking their brains to figure out when this madman ever secretly conquered these rapids. Completely ignoring their bewilderment, Mujin turns back to his trembling disciples and issues a savage ultimatum: cross the raging waters right now or face his fists. Given a choice between drowning and catching a beatdown from their monstrous instructor, the horrified warriors don't hesitate. Even Mook shouts to the terrified crew that battling the ruthless river is way safer than catching Mujin's wrath. In the blink of an eye, dozens of bodies are splashing violently into the freezing tide. Backed into a corner, poor Dojin realizes he has absolutely no way out of this nightmare, despite sinking like a stone in normal water. His burning desire to prove his worth as a true Flamehua clan warrior pushes him over the edge, taking a massive leap of faith straight into the chaos. but the monstrous undertow instantly grabs him, thrashing his small body around like a rag doll. His strength completely gives out. He loses his footing on the slippery rocks and immediately plummets toward the dark riverbed. Spotting the disaster, the elders shriek in absolute terror, screaming at Mujin that the roaring tide is swallowing the young boy alive. Out of nowhere, the beefy warrior Boyne dives headfirst into the whirlpool, snatching Dojin by the collar just seconds before he vanishes forever. He barks at the choking kid to suck in a massive breath and cling on for dear life. Because fighting the current is completely useless, now they are being sucked straight over the edge of the jagged waterfall. Free-falling into the roaring abyss, the two vanish beneath the crushing white foam, while the onlooking elders shriek in pure horror. But miraculously, a few agonizing seconds later, both heads pop up from the churning pool below. Boyne flashes a massive grin praising the gasping kid for his insane bravery, and a wildly relieved Dojin thanks the big guy for snatching him from the jaws of death. Suddenly, Mujin magically materializes, checking for broken bones and asking if the kid smashed into any underwater boulders. Catching his breath, Dojin proudly insists he is perfectly fine, all thanks to Boyne's lightning-fast rescue. Boyne, however, stares at his master in total disbelief. His jaw drops as he realizes Mujin must have been shadow-stepping right behind them the entire time, ready to swoop in. His tone softening just a fraction, Mujin warns his younger brother to stop acting reckless, admitting that losing him to a stupid stunt would be an absolute disaster. But Dojin locks eyes with his older brother. With a fire burning in his chest, the soaked boy declares he is riding this brutal hell camp all the way because he refuses to be the helpless little kid hiding behind everyone else's back anymore. Clenching his trembling fists, he loudly vows that surviving this torture is the only way he will ever forge himself into a lethal battle-ready weapon of the legendary Manhwa clan. By dawn the next day, the nightmare continues. Now the groaning recruits are forced to scale a dizzyingly high vertical cliff face still chained to their agonizing weights. Hanging precariously halfway up the jagged wall, Mujin barks at them to move their dead weights faster. He cheerfully points out that a single slip from this towering height guarantees an instant messy splat on the rocks below. Clinging onto a tiny ledge for dear life, a brown-haired trainee starts muttering curses, deeply regretting ever signing up with this absolute psychopath of an instructor. Just as the words leave his mouth, a chunk of stone crumbles beneath his boot. Panic strikes as gravity instantly violently rips him away. Thrashing in the air, he miraculously snags onto another climber's ankle. Dangling over the abyss, he shrieks hysterically, begging him. Sweating bullets, the guy above frantically yells at him to grab a sturdy rock before they both plummet. After surviving that heart-stopping cliffhanger, the squad is forced into a mad sprint back to the estate because Mujin casually drops another bomb. He promises that the absolute slowest runner will have to piggyback his own massive muscular frame. Watching this stampede of sweaty, groaning men, a random little boy points and asks his mom if they are escaped convicts on death row. His stunned mother quickly shushes him, whispering that those battered souls are actually the elite guards of the glorious Manhwa clan. Out of nowhere, little Soyeon suddenly collapses hard into the dirt, and panic instantly sets in as Elder Joe sprints frantically to her side, horrified by the sight of the sweet girl seemingly passing out from sheer exhaustion. Batting her innocent puppy dog eyes, she weakly whimpers, begging the old man to carry her the rest of the way. Completely melting at her cute plea, the doting. But as they casually stroll past the struggling, panting recruits, the guys catch her flashing a mischievous wink. The sly little fox was totally faking it the whole time. Catching the raging jealousy burning in the eyes of his men, Mujin lets out a mocking laugh. He loudly announces that any grown man here is perfectly welcome to fake a fainting spell, like a little girl, since they seem so desperate to compare their frail egos to a literal child. However, he promises that anyone who actually tries that cute stunt will be personally signing their own blood-soaked death warrant. Dragging their half-dead bodies, the battered crew finally crashes onto the lush grounds of the manor. Their bodies slammed against the dirt, completely drained of every ounce of energy. Right then, a towering warrior, the same guy who had just lent the brown-haired kid a hand, stomped over and started tearing into him for constantly slowing down the squad. "How much longer are you going to be a pathetic dead weight?" he roared. He barked at the kid to stop holding everyone else hostage with his miserable lack of stamina. Trembling, the kid snapped back that he was only pushing through because Mujin swore to slaughter them all if they failed. Honestly, he had been itching to ditch this miserable warrior gig for ages, but the sheer terror of Mujin snapping his neck for deserting kept him locked in. The giant warrior exploded in his face, completely disgusted by his pathetic fear of Mujin. "Your cowardice is dragging us down," he bellowed, swearing he would gladly butcher the weakling himself, since he clearly was not cut out for the battlefield. Before things could escalate, Boyne jumped into the fray, snapping at the brute that not everyone was born a walking mountain of muscle. Without missing a beat, the massive guy ruthlessly punched Boyne right in the groin, growling that he would not mind putting him in the dirt first. That is when Mook stepped up, shoving the brute back and fiercely defending Boyne's logic. He insisted the brown-haired kid was pouring his heart out, fighting his absolute hardest. "He bled with us to join this clan, which makes him blood," Mook fired back fiercely, protecting their brother in arms. The towering warrior sneered, arguing that coddling a crybaby would only breed weakness, but Mook instantly shot him down, pointing out Mujin's massive head start. "Mujin has years of brutal discipline over us," Mook yelled, demanding everyone respect the varying learning curves. He glared at the giant, daring him to talk trash only after he actually managed to outmatch Mujin himself, Completely furious, the massive guy shoved past them, tossing a final venomous threat over his shoulder. Screw up again and I will end you. Deep into the pitch-black night, the hulking guy stepped out of the latrine only to catch the sharp whistle of slicing wind nearby. Creeping through the shadows, his eyes widened as he spotted Mujin drenched in sweat, relentlessly swinging his blade beneath the moonlight. The sheer blinding velocity of Mujin's strikes left the giant utterly paralyzed in awe. A chilling realization hit him. This monster was operating on a godly level. Despite their incredibly close ages, the gap in power was massive. Without even turning his head, Mujin's predatory instincts flared, sensing eyes on his back. "Show yourself, or I will drag you out!" Mujin's voice sliced through the silence like ice. Heart pounding, the giant reluctantly stepped out of the darkness. Mujin locked onto him, coldly demanding to know what he was doing sneaking around. Stuttering, the big guy hastily explained his midnight bathroom trip, swearing up and down that he purely stumbled upon the brutal midnight routine by sheer dumb luck. A vicious smirk crept across Mujin's face as he admitted he was dying for a real challenge. "Ditch the dead weight and grab a blade," he commanded. The massive warrior froze, absolutely stunned by the sudden deathmatch invitation, but he did not dare "Bring it!" Mujin taunted, provoked as the towering brute launched himself at the master with explosive, terrifying momentum. Yet with insulting ease, Mujin casually deflected the savage strike with one hand, casually tucked behind his back. Refusing to back down, the giant unleashed a furious barrage of attacks. Mid-swing, a jolt of shock hit the brute. His muscles were firing off significantly faster than ever. Mujin's sharp eyes caught the upgrade too, acknowledging the explosive growth in his speed. Still, speed meant nothing without precision. In the blink of an eye, Mujin vanished, materializing right in the brute's blind spot. Wham! A devastating open-handed strike slammed into his spine, burying the giant face first into the dirt. But defying all logic, the massive guy bounced right back up, fueled by pure adrenaline. A hint of respect flashed in Mujin's eyes, noting how a single blow used to break him. Clearly, the hellish conditioning was paying off. The giant stared at his own hands, genuinely amazed, knowing damn well that exact strike would have shattered his ribs a month ago. He would have been absolutely paralyzed. Giving credit where it was due, Mujin praised his newfound durability and ordered him to go get some actual sleep. Fast forward to the blistering heat of the next morning, Mujin dropped a bombshell: today's absolute torture would target their core strength. He barked at the squad to clamp heavy sacks of rice tightly between their thighs and hold on for dear life. The frontliners grunted through the excruciating burn, while the rest of the crew watched in absolute horror. Once they survived the agonizing core crusher, they were thrown straight into a brutal marathon across the village. The brown-haired kid was literally swaying seconds from collapsing when an absolute shocker happened. The hulking bully pulled up beside him. "Grind it out! The finish line is right there!" he roared, practically carrying him through the final stretch. Catching this massive shift in brotherhood, a proud smirk tugged at Mujin's lips. 30 agonizing days later, Mujin rallied the bruised, battered squad to announce the end of their absolute nightmare. "Cut the ropes! Drop the weights! You are done!" he commanded. But right before cheers of victory could erupt, Mujin ruthlessly shattered their joy, declaring this pure hell would become a terrifying annual tradition. Every single summer and winter they would bleed. He coolly reminded them that round 2 was scheduled for the dead of winter, which was only a few measly months away, but he threw them a tiny bone, promising the second round would not feel like total death, since their bodies were now forged in literal fire. Wrapping up his terrifying motivational speech, Mujin officially closed out boot camp, drilling home his golden rule: an unbreakable body forges an unstoppable blade. But then a wicked grin spread across his face as he announced a surprise bonus round: one-on-one combat trials. To permanently burn this lesson into their muscles, he ordered them to step up to the plate when called. Naturally, every single one of them got utterly demolished into the dirt, but the pain, true combat experience sparks absolute transformation. Just like that, the 4 demon brothers are officially locked in as the clan's hardcore instructors. With this massive shift, the once broken clan slowly starts clawing back its lost glory, burning bright once again. A little while later, Do keeps a close eye on Dojin as he trades fierce blows with one of the new masters. Astonishingly, the kid is totally holding his ground. Watching from the sidelines, the elders light up, thrilled to see that signature bright smile back on Dojin's face. It's a massive relief seeing the demon brothers fit right in. But honestly, they all know this sudden peace is entirely thanks to Mujin finally snapping out of his funk to anchor the clan. Do actually shudders, muttering that things are running way too perfectly right now. It's honestly giving him anxiety. Meanwhile, Mujin has been completely barricaded inside the storage vault for days. Everyone's left scratching their heads, wondering when the hell he's going to step outside. But completely hidden from the world, Mujin is locked in a brutal, invisible war against a mysterious folding screen. He quickly realizes the trap. The harder he blasts his inner chi into the barrier, the more violently it ricochets back, hitting him with double the knockout power. But instead of backing down, a savage grin spreads across his face. It's a raw test of willpower now. Several grueling days later, the screen finally bleeds out the very last drop of its mystical juice, leaving a massive opening for Mujin to violently tear his way through. He marches straight up to the hidden mirror and slams a concealed switch. Click. A secret compartment pops open, spitting out a bizarre vial filled with glowing green sludge. The second it opens, a gut-wrenching toxic stench floods the room. Coughing, Mujin shakes his head. Whoever rigged this psycho trap inside a damn piece of furniture, he mutters, is completely out of their mind.
The puzzle pieces instantly snapped together. That's exactly why the air in here felt so heavy with some creeping venomous aura. Out of nowhere, thud, a dusty ancient tome drops from the wooden frame. Mujin scoops it off the floor, his eyes widening in pure shock. It's a lost manual. The legendary mind-severing sword art. This is exactly the ultimate prize someone desperately tried to bury. Without wasting a single second, he drops cross-legged onto the floor, completely devouring the pages. But hours later, a heavy sigh escapes his lips. Total letdown. He quickly calculates that the techniques written here barely match the level of the 10 great masters of Hubei. Sure, it's not some god-tier martial art that will shake the heavens, but his brain starts churning. This isn't a total bust after all. He instantly spots a massive structural difference. The original creator channeled their inner energy in a completely opposite way compared to his own reliance on pure movement arts. A light bulb goes off. This specific combat style is literally a flawless match for the Flamehua warriors. Up until now, he's been hitting a brick wall trying to teach them his own blade work. Why? Because their fundamental body flows are worlds apart. The absolute core of his Peerless Nine swords relies heavily on swift dynamic footwork, while the Flamehua crew is entirely built around explosive yang energy. It's crucial to understand that these two forces are like oil and water, they viciously repel each other. If you just blindly smash them together, boom, instant lethal energy deviation. That's the exact reason his ultimate sword style can only be carved into a blank slate. A total rookie with zero prior martial arts training. Mujin chuckles, realizing he just hit the jackpot when he hijacked this specific body. Since the original owner's energy core was completely shattered, his internal channels were basically wiped clean, leaving behind an absolutely flawless empty vessel. That lucky break let him instantly stack his movement skills without a single side effect. Gripping the ancient book, a confident smirk dances on his lips. He just found it, the future supreme sword art of the entire Flamehua clan. Without missing a beat, he bursts into the main hall and tosses the manuscript straight to the elders. "Read it," he orders. The old men casually flip it open and completely lose their minds, their hands trembling violently at the sheer magnitude of the text. Stuttering, they reveal that this isn't just a copy. It's the original mythical mind-severing sword manual that vanished off the face of the earth over 10 years ago. Their jaws are on the floor. How could a god-tier technique like this be rotting inside a dusty piece of furniture? Shrugging, Mujin points out that idiot young Su probably had zero clue what he was sitting on. Still in shock, Do stammers, asking if Mujin is seriously going to hand this over to their foot soldiers. Mujin rolls his eyes. "Look around. We don't even have a basic sword style to our name." Consider this a massive stroke of dumb luck. Leaning in, Mujin lays down the law. Starting bright and early tomorrow, he's personally drilling this technique into every single warrior. Though he shoots a mocking glance, he highly doubts the current masters even have the chops to handle it yet. Yawning loudly, Mujin turns his back. "I'm getting some sleep," he groans, tossing a wave over his shoulder. "Feel free to trace a copy, if you geezers actually have the guts to learn it." The second those words leave his mouth, absolute chaos. The elders completely abandon their dignity, cheering and weeping like dying men who just found a hidden oasis. And the hype spreads like wildfire. When the foot soldiers hear they're getting a supreme technique, the courtyard erupts into a massive lottery-winning celebration. For generations, this family had suffered the ultimate humiliation of not having a signature combat style. So, dropping a masterclass technique right into their laps forges an unbreakable blood-deep bond among the troops. Right on cue, Dojin and Soyeon are absolutely vibrating with excitement, diving headfirst into the training craze. But the four demon brothers, they don't even blink at the new book. They stay completely isolated, relentlessly grinding away at their own savage, bone-breaking routines. Watching them sweat, Mujin just smirks. He knows damn well those four monsters don't need some fancy sword manual to carve their names into the absolute peak of the Murim world. In the blink of an eye, an entire month vanishes. Stretching his sore muscles, Mujin steps out into the main training yard, only to freeze. It is dead silent, completely deserted. Spotting Masak, Mujin raises an eyebrow. Where the hell did the entire clan wander off to? Masak blinks casually, replying that the massive battle arena, the legendary Little Dragon Ascension tournament, has officially kicked off. Hearing those words, Mujin's face scrunches up in total confusion. Masak sighs, clearly realizing his master completely wiped it from his memory. He frantically explains that this isn't just some backyard brawl, it's Shi Chang's most explosive spectacle, held strictly once every 5 years. And the stakes. The ultimate survivor instantly secures a golden ticket straight into the prestigious Orthodox Murim Championship BAM. The second the word tournament hits his ears, Mujin rockets into the sky, blasting toward the city center without even waiting to hear the actual address. "You idiot, you should have led with that." His voice echoes through the wind, genuinely offended that those sneaky elders rushed off to gorge on top-tier violence without him. Cut to the tournament grounds. Joe and the kids are just wrapping up their registration when an absolute jerk crashes their party. This arrogant guy. He is Zhang Xiyun, the loudmouth chief steward of the Beck clan, flanking their official representative, Besayan. Zhang immediately sneers, faking absolute shock at catching Joe and the Flamehua clan daring to show their faces at the competition. Playing it cool, Joe brushes off the disrespect and offers a polite bow. But Zhang does not quit mercilessly trash-talking the Flamehua name. He spits out a harsh laugh, openly mocking them. He claims he is genuinely stunned they could even scrape together the entry fee. Pushing the blade deeper, he sneers, asking if Joe's family will even have scraps to eat after blowing their last pennies on the tournament. Then he brings up the ultimate sore spot. He loudly demands to know if they have settled the association dues they have been dodging for 10 long years. Zhang even targets the little ones. He scoffs at Joe for dragging them along, claiming the poor kids look like they are literally starving to death. Hearing this, Dojin and Soyeon clench their fists, their blood boiling. Meanwhile, across town, Mujin is completely lost. He kicks himself for not squeezing the exact directions out of Masak about where the arena is. Scanning the horizon, he spots a massive swarm of people and figures the chaotic mob must be where the battles are taking place. At that exact moment, two striking strangers, an elegant elder and his sharp-eyed granddaughter, are strolling down the bustling streets. The girl is busy admiring the lively city views when Mujin blows right past her like a hurricane. Barking at her to move it, slamming on the brakes, he aggressively spins around to face them, frantically demanding to know where the arena is. Panting and extremely impatient, he glares at the young woman, pressing her for the quickest route, but instead of answering, she just shoots him a cold, disgusted glare. Annoyed, Mujin snaps, asking what her actual problem is. Before things escalate, her grandfather casually steps in. With a calm smile, he explains they are also wandering aimlessly, searching for the exact same spot since they are out-of-towners. The elder chuckles, asking Mujin to share the route if he figures it out, but Mujin just takes off sprinting, shouting over his shoulder that they have their own legs to use. He dashes away like an absolute maniac. Bewildered, the girl turns to her grandpa, wondering what on earth is wrong with that guy, because she has never met anyone so incredibly rude. A knowing smirk creeps onto the old man's face, and he mutters that true madness seems to have fully consumed the boy. The second those words leave his lips, it clicks in her head. Her grandfather is talking about Mujin, the infamous grandson of Hua Jutai. The elder strokes his beard, absolutely thrilled he made the trip himself, sensing a deeply entertaining spectacle is about to explode. Back at the arena gates, the standoff between Joe and Zhang has officially reached a boiling point. Joe firmly states that their lingering debts will be cleared very soon, but instead of backing down, Zhang doubles down on his cruelty. He chuckles sarcastically, asking which exact decade they actually plan to cough up the cash. He even crosses the line by dragging their sacred secret arts through the mud, pushed to the absolute brink by the relentless trash talk. Joe tightly grips the hilt of his blade. His voice turns deadly cold as he warns Zhang to watch his filthy mouth around the kids because there is a strict limit to his patience. Smirking, Zhang aggressively draws his own weapon, daring Joe to make the first move. The tension is razor sharp, but right before all hell breaks loose, Mujin crashes the scene. He loudly orders them to stand down. Today is for the youth, and he won't let petty adults ruin the vibe. Flashing a terrifying glare and lowering his voice to a menacing growl, Mujin declares this stage belongs entirely to the younger generation, the true future of Suchang. Without a flinch, Mujin strides right past Zhang. Predictably, the loudmouth immediately redirects his venom at him, but Mujin treats him like thin air, walking straight up to his younger siblings, gently asking why they kept this massive tournament a secret from him. As Dojin awkwardly stammers, Soyeon bravely steps forward. She admits they wanted to snatch the victory first, just to give him a grand surprise. Beaming with pride, Mujin warmly pats her head. Yet Zhang simply cannot read the room. Refusing to shut his mouth, he viciously insults their poverty once again. That is when Mujin drops a heavy truth bomb. The true heart of a clan lies in their martial arts, not the depth of their pockets. Out of nowhere, the mysterious elder from the streets emerges, clapping slowly. He highly praises Mujin for spitting such raw, unfiltered facts. Shifting his gaze to Zhang, the old man casually suggests they sheathe their steel. There's no need to shed blood on such a festive morning. Zhang scowls, aggressively barking at the old man to stay in his lane since he has absolutely zero ties to the Flamehua family. Refusing to drop it, Zhang snarls that being dirt poor is absolutely nothing for a martial arts faction to brag about. He ruthlessly jabs at Mujin, saying he should have at least dressed his siblings in decent gear, before playing the supportive older brother. Twisting the knife, he laughs that their raggedy outfits prove they drained their life savings just on the entry fee. Joe's anger erupts again, but the elder swiftly intervenes. With effortless wisdom, the old man dismisses the insult. He calmly states that throwing fancy silk over a weakling does not magically forge a martial arts master. Infuriated by the stranger constantly crashing his power trip, Zhang violently snaps at the old man to back the hell off. Zhang ultimately waves them off, scoffing that someone of his status has no business mingling with absolute peasants. Smirking, the arrogant jerk sneers that he cannot wait to see if their so-called training actually holds up inside the sparring ring. Beside them, the elderly stranger catches the raw, unadulterated fury flashing across Mujin's eyes, and gently bumps his shoulder, whispering to let those pathetic insults slide, since the world is absolutely crawling with entitled brats just like him. Cooling his temper, Mujin flashes a quick appreciative grin. Meanwhile, Joe cannot stop burning a hole through the old-timer's skull, absolutely convinced they have crossed paths before, even though he just cannot pinpoint exactly where. The tense atmosphere shatters when a polite servant suddenly approaches, bowing deeply to escort Mujin's entire faction to their designated VIP section. Stepping into the massive roaring arena, Mujin stops dead in his tracks, his jaw dropping at the lavish, perfectly arranged banquet spread across their table. The younger disciples are practically drooling over the massive feast, but Mujin sharply orders them to keep their stomachs light, since they have zero clue when the actual combat will kick off. In a wild twist, the rival Beck faction gets escorted right to the premium seats, giving Zhang the perfect opportunity to glance back and flash a wickedly arrogant smirk. Staring daggers into his back, our protagonist silently counts down the seconds until he can drag that smug punk into the dirt and absolutely demolish him. Honestly, his mind is RST playing out a brutal cinematic fantasy where he viciously gouges out the guy's eyeballs before finishing the job. But right in the middle of his bloody daydream, the mysterious grandpa casually strolls up, asking to share their table. Narrowing his eyes, Mujin seriously questions why this random geezer keeps sticking to him like superglue, but ultimately shrugs it off, telling the old-timer to make himself at home. The hungry rookies are just about to stuff their faces when their captain suddenly beams a sharp telepathic warning right into their heads. Using high-level sound transmission, he barks a strict order to drop their chopsticks instantly, forbidding a single soul from tasting a crumb until he personally tests the dishes for hidden danger first. Right on cue, the geezer's beautiful granddaughter Haya gracefully approaches their spot, clutching an expensive-looking ceramic jug of liquor, and playfully splashes a generous serving straight into her grandfather's cup. Pausing his drink, the sharp-eyed veteran immediately realizes his young host is completely ignoring the tempting and raises an eyebrow, asking if something is bothering him. Playing it cool, our hero smoothly lies through his teeth, claiming he already stuffed himself hours ago. A few minutes later, a booming voice echoes across the stadium as the grand host Jacques Ildo strides directly into the center ring to officially kick off this massive spectacle. Standing tall as the absolute leader of the mighty Stock family, he spreads his arms wide warmly, assuring every single guest that a breathtaking feast awaits them all. Mid-speech, the leader's eyes randomly lock on to the mysterious grandpa, chilling at a side table, and his entire face drains of color as he violently sprints over in a total panic. Trembling like a leaf, the powerful host immediately folds his body into a deep 90-degree bow, offering his blinking in genuine surprise, the geezer chuckles at being recognized, but a sweating shock quickly fires back that it would be a literal death sentence to forget the legendary face of the key. Poison Emperor himself, Tong Su Moon. The second that terrifying name drops, the entire stadium erupts into absolute chaos, jaws hitting the floor as they process the impossible, untouchable godlike status this man commands. To put things into perspective, only 4 living monsters in the entire martial world possess the horrifying strength to wield the title of Emperor. Across the vast central plains, you have the mythical Wudang sect sword, Emperor, the bone-crushing Shaolin temple, Fist Emperor, the unstoppable Four Martial Heavens Whip Emperor, and finally, the walking biohazard himself, the Tang family Poison Emperor. The audience completely loses their minds, utterly baffled that one of the absolute deadliest humans breathing air just crashed a low-level, kids-only tournament in a quiet suburban town. Over in the VIP section, the blood instantly drains from Zhang's arrogant face, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realizes he just brutally trash-talked a living weapon of mass destruction. While the surrounding crowd is practically having synchronized heart attacks, our boy Mujin just chills, sipping his tea with zero reaction, since he already recognizes this titan from his previous time. His mind drifts back to the bloody 10-year crusade against the Orthodox Alliance, recalling how 4 of the supreme noble families completely tossing the Namgung faction out of the picture, totally washed their hands of the apocalyptic clash against the divine demon. Honestly, these heavy-hitting clans refused to deploy their troops simply because they could not find a politically profitable excuse for throwing their men into the meat grinder. On top of that political cowardice, the supreme leaders of those very factions, along with their elite vanguard squads, got absolutely butchered and humiliated by the terrifying might of the divine demon himself. And shockingly enough, one of the elite warriors who survived that nightmare battle was none other than Tong Su Moon, the brilliant toxicologist destined to conquer the world as the Poison Emperor. Snapping back to reality, a bowing Shock desperately begs the legend to relocate to the ultra-luxurious VIP booths, but the old master casually waves him off, insisting that this humble wooden table fits him perfectly. The clan leader's jaw practically unhinges in pure shock, and in a frantic scramble to keep the god-tier guest happy, he quickly pivots, offering to instantly upgrade Mujin's entire party to the premium section. Without skipping a beat, our icy protagonist firmly shuts down the VIP ticket, crossing his arms and demanding they skip the politics and ignite the martial arts tournament immediately. All the while, the Poison Emperor remains totally paralyzed, his intense gaze locked dead onto Mujin's face, shaken by how terrifyingly identical this fierce teenager looks to an old ghost. The boy's heroic grandfather, a legendary warrior who once dragged Tang out of a suicidal pit of despair decades ago. Sweating bullets, the tournament host quickly guarantees the brawls will kick off any second now, before nervously asking if this intense young master wants to throw his own name into the bloody gauntlet. Tilting his head, our hero raises a confused eyebrow, flat out demanding to know what kind of massive competition this guy is actually hyping up. The leader eagerly clarifies that he is extending an exclusive invitation to the glorious Orthodox Murim Championship, a brutal high-stakes battle strictly once every 5 years. With the historic bloody clash creeping just around the corner, he desperately hopes a rising star like Mujin will step into the ring. However, flashing a bored expression, the boy instantly shoots him down, yawning that this glorified popularity contest offers zero benefit, making it a complete and utter waste of his precious time. But suddenly, shattering the tension, a completely terrified Jang practically sprints across the floor, aggressively bowing to offer the Poison Emperor his deepest, most desperate apology for his incredibly suicidal trash talk from earlier. Trembling like a wet dog, he begs for mercy, swearing on his life that his blind, foolish eye. Tang completely brushes him off, taking another slow sip of his drink. Utterly exhausted by the pointless chatter, the old man gestures for his granddaughter to handle these punks. Stepping up to the plate, the girl fiercely warns the loudmouths to back off and take their seats, warning them that her grandpa absolutely despises unnecessary drama. Sensing the rising tension, Siak steps in, assuring the grumpy elder that the tournament will kick off immediately. Taking center stage, the referee lays down the law. The fighters are strictly limited to non-lethal wooden weapons, meaning only training swords and practice spears are allowed in the ring. On top of that, executing any fatal bone-crushing blows will result in instant disqualification. He firmly points out that if an official tosses a blue pouch onto the battlefield, all combat must halt for a temporary timeout. However, a red pouch slamming into the dirt signals the absolute end of the bloodbath. With the safety guidelines out of the way, he proudly announces the opening duel of the day, Baek Saeon versus Soyeon. Caught completely off guard, the young warrior is practically inhaling a massive chunk of roasted meat when her name echoes through the stadium. Smirking, Mujin pats her shoulder, telling her it is finally time to showcase her grueling training to the world. Across the arena, Saeon cracks a wicked grin, absolutely convinced he is going to pummel this girl into dust. Wiping her mouth, Soyeon casually strolls onto the battlefield. Locking eyes with her opponent, she coldly declares that he is nothing more than a stepping stone for her glorious and inevitable rise to the top. The arrogant boy blinks in sheer disbelief at her razor-sharp disrespect, but before he can even whine, she brutally orders him to shut his mouth and swallow his pathetic trash talk. Boiling with explosive rage, Saeon spits back a vicious threat, swearing to snap every single bone in her arms and legs. Meanwhile, leaning in close and utilizing a stealthy whispering technique, Mujin questions Elder Joe about their deep-rooted rivalry with Jang and his obnoxious crew. The wise elder sighs, explaining that the bad blood was barely noticeable back when the legendary Flame Emperor was still drawing breath. But the moment the former clan leader finalized the bloody succession ceremony, a handful of treacherous vassals abandoned ship and scurried over to the Bat Clan. Unsurprisingly, that snake Zhang was right there leading the cowardly pack. As their own faction rapidly crumbled into shadows, those deserters grew overwhelmingly vicious. Furrowing his brows, Mujin presses further, demanding to know exactly why these traitors turned into such a colossal nightmare. And Joe bitterly recalls a massive explosive falling out with the former leader over irreconcilable political ideologies. To make matters worse, the rival Beck faction aggressively expanded their ranks by poaching vulnerable warriors from the dying Hua clan. Flashing back to the brutal reality of the arena, Saeon violently launches himself at Soyeon, but the agile girl vanishes like a ghost, effortlessly slipping past his blade, before driving a crushing kick straight into his ribcage. Gasping for air, the boy stumbles backwards, but before he can even blink, she rockets high into the sky. Descending like a meteor, she slams her brutal knee directly into his smug face, violently shattering his nose with a sickening crunch. Saeon shrieks in pure agony as blood gushes down his chin, while his opponent looms over his trembling body, brutally mocking his ruined face. Watching from the VIP stands, Tang's eyes widen in genuine shock at the girl's flawless kicking execution. Turning to his side, he asks Mujin if he personally forged her into this lethal weapon. Shaking his head, Mujin passes the credit to Elder Joe, confirming the old master drilled those punishing martial arts into her muscles. He proudly adds that her raw, explosive athleticism is completely off the charts. Still, she narrows her eyes, genuinely curious to see how long the unarmed girl can survive a relentless barrage from a fully equipped swordsman. Back in the dirt, Saeon completely loses his mind. Roaring like a rabid beast, he promises to slaughter her, right then and there, charging forward with reckless fury. He wildly slashes his wooden blade through the air, but the nimble fighter dances around his desperate strikes, her terrifying agility making him look incredibly Up in the crowd, Haya watches in pure awe, deeply mesmerized by the flawless footwork, keeping the young girl entirely untouched. Driven to the edge of utter madness, the humiliated swordsman aggressively screams that she is nothing but a cowardly slippery toad. Capitalizing on a blind spot, he fiercely pushes forward, trapping the agile fighter against the absolute edge of the fighting pit. Panic instantly strikes Dao and Joe. They grip their seats, convinced their star pupil has nowhere left to run. Meanwhile, Jang practically jumps out of his chair, gleefully celebrating, because he thinks his champion finally possesses exactly what it takes to completely rip her apart. Channeling every last ounce of his burning fury, Saeon lunges at his trapped prey. But in a jaw-dropping display of pure acrobatics, the girl defies gravity, executing a flawless backflip right over his swinging blade. Whipping around with bloodshot eyes, he furiously snarls that she cannot keep running away forever. Flashing a terrifying smirk, she calmly informs him that he just walked right into her deadly web. Confused and slightly panicked, he freezes, as the badass girl coldly points out that the tables have completely turned. Now, he is the one trapped against the boundary, giving her the absolute perfect angle to beat the living daylight out of him. Hiking up her leg with terrifying, bone-crushing intent, she viciously dares the trembling boy to protect himself with that pathetic twig he calls a weapon. Moving faster than lightning, she unleashes a devastating roundhouse kick straight to his skull, instantly flatlining him onto the cold, hard dirt. This explosive, mind-blowing reversal leaves the seasoned masters utterly speechless. Instantly switching sides, the crowd erupts into a roaring cheer for the victorious girl, while the arrogant Zhang furiously grinds his teeth in miserable defeat. Desperately clinging to his shattered pride, Sion tries to scramble to his feet, but she is simply operating on a godly level. Showing absolutely zero mercy, she viciously juggles his battered body across the arena like a worthless rag. With one final thundering strike, she completely launches him across the stage, snapping his wooden sword entirely in half. Terrified that his champion is about to die, Zhang hysterically screams at the officials to toss the blue safety pouch. But the ruthless girl is already hovering above her broken enemy, winding up to deliver the ultimate killing blow. Thankfully, the referee violently intervenes, saving the boy from a lifelong coma. Yet, instead of humbly accepting his humiliating loss, the bruised idiot actually starts vomiting garbage out of his mouth again. Gasping for air, he maliciously promises to march into the Hua territory and completely exterminate every last one of them. Hearing this absolute disrespect, something extremely dark snaps inside her mind. With eyes burning with murderous intent, she coldly whispers that she has zero intention of stopping, just because she shattered his sword drawn. Sion scrambles to explain that the blue pouch just hit the floor, meaning this death match is officially on pause. But Soyeon could not care less. She stalks right up to his trembling frame, whispering that he is more than welcome to raid her clan later with every single warrior he can muster. But right here, right now, he is a dead man walking. Sion barely has time to process her words, before Soyeon drops on him like a predator, violently slamming his body straight into the dirt. Tang stares in absolute shock, while Mujin springs to his feet, like the ultimate hype man, screaming at Soyeon that she absolutely nailed it. Zhang furiously leaps out of his chair, demanding the referee explain why Soyeon kept throwing hands after the surrender pouch hit the stage. Naturally, the judges slap Soyeon with a brutal disqualification for pummeling Sion after the bell. The elders shake their heads in pure disappointment, but Mujin, now he is cackling like an absolute psychopath. Strutting back to her corner, Soyeon intentionally sticks her tongue out right at Zhang, completely rubbing salt in the wound, before collapsing into her chair. The elders immediately corner her, furiously demanding to know why she kept swinging when the surrender signal was crystal clear. Soyeon just smirks, openly admitting she saw the pouch perfectly fine, but honestly, thrashing Sion to a pulp felt way better than scoring a boring technical win. Mujin loses his mind, roaring with laughter, and totally validating his sister's savage mindset. He takes the disrespect to a whole new level, busting out a ridiculous turkey-like victory dance, acting like she just took home the Grand Championship trophy. Across the arena, Zhang is practically foaming at the mouth, his blood boiling, as he watches Mujin clown on them. Riding this massive adrenaline high, Mujin tells Tang they need to drain every drop of booze in sight. But he quickly drops the punchline, Tang is footing the massive bill. Tang leans in, genuinely curious, asking Soyeon why she held back her clan's legendary secret art when she could have ended the brawl in 3 seconds flat. Soyeon scoffs, bluntly stating she refuses to waste top-tier techniques on absolute garbage like Sion. Plus, she was already beating the living daylights out of him with zero effort. On top of that, Soyeon is sharp enough to realize that spamming her ultimate moves might give Sion a lucky opening to figure out a counterattack. Hearing this pure tactical genius, Tang cracks up, completely backing her savage yet brilliant logic. Without skipping a beat, Tang flags down more alcohol, throwing the trio right back into their chaotic little drinking party. The entire stadium is absolutely glued to this spectacle, Mujin effortlessly toasting glasses with the terrifying Poison Emperor. Despite the intense brawls raging across the stage, every single eyeball is locked on Mujin and Tang. Over in the VIP section, Saeok is visibly twitching, his annoyance skyrocketing by the second. Moments later, the announcer calls the highly anticipated clash between Dojin and Saeok's golden boy, Chu Yong. As Dojin steps away from the feast, Mujin aggressively hypes up his brother, ordering him to unleash pure hell. Tang's jaw drops slightly as he watches Dojin march into the ring, gripping a longsword, completely abandoning his signature bare-knuckle fighting style. The referee slices his hand through the air to kick off the chaos, and Saeok is radiating pure arrogance, entirely convinced his chosen prodigy is about to sweep the entire tournament. He desperately hopes this brutal victory will finally force Tang to acknowledge his power, but reality hits like a freight train. Chu Yong's explosive opening strike instantly becomes his final move, as Dojin effortlessly glides past the attack and smashes a lethal finishing blow straight against his skull. A dead silence washes over the crowd. People are paralyzed with shock, their brains totally incapable of processing the lightning-fast execution they just witnessed. Meanwhile, the Hua faction erupts into deafening cheers, screaming to celebrate Dojin's flawless massacre. Even the legendary Tang is genuinely blown away by the sheer precision of that blade work, totally unaware that the Hua clan possessed such a god-tier maneuver. Sensing the crowd's shock, Mujin loudly declares that his brother's strike was not just some basic, highly efficient slash. No, this specific blade style practically rewrites the very foundation of upper echelon martial arts. The spectators are left scratching their heads in utter confusion, prompting Mujin to dramatically leap onto the nearest table, thrusting the legendary mind-severing sword art manual high into the air. The crowd practically goes blind from the sheer overwhelming aura radiating straight out of this mythical text. Seizing the ultimate marketing moment, Mujin boldly announces to the roaring stadium that absolutely anybody hungering for this Forbidden Power is welcome to pledge loyalty to his clan. He swears to them that the secrets locked inside these pages will skyrocket their abilities into the absolute stratosphere of martial mastery. Exactly as planned, the audience loses their absolute minds swarming the stands and frantically screaming at Mujin that they want in on the action. Smirking at the chaos, Mujin directs the hungry mob to forward all their recruitment applications straight to Elder Do, moving at lightning speed. Elder Do snatches up his ink brush aggressively, shouting at the frantic horde to form an orderly line. Tang bursts into uncontrollable laughter, muttering that Mujin is perfectly living up to his wild reputation as an absolute madman. Who else would casually launch a mass recruitment drive in the dead center of a bloody tournament? Meanwhile, Seok's patience completely snaps, violently wishing that Tang had never shown his face at this event. Slipping out of the shadows, Zhang creeps up beside him, whispering pure venom as he asks if Seok is really just going to sit back and watch Mujin's crew turn this entire tournament into their personal playground. Seok grits his teeth, hissing that their hands are completely tied as long as Tang is watching their every move. But Zhang flashes a sinister smirk, dropping the bomb that he has cooked up a foolproof strategy. His master plan rigging the match brackets entirely to secretly drag Seok's heavy hitter into the bloodbath. You see, ever since the Hua clan's influence violently nosedived, the rival Shock and Beck factions have been maliciously conspiring to steal the throne for themselves. Their ultimate weapon for dominance has been hijacking the legendary Dragon Ascension tournament, an epic blood sport hosted once every 5 years. They have completely rigged the entire competition from the inside out, perfectly paving the way for their own elite martial apprentices to dominate. The martial factions are hungry for victory, aiming to thrust their fiercest fighters into the Orthodox Murim tournament to skyrocket their clan's prestige. Riding this massive wave of newfound power, they scheme to completely hijack the Little Dragon Ascension tournament, locking down their total dominance over the region. The tension peaks as the top 32 round reaches its absolute climax. The announcer's voice echoes across the arena, pitting the ruthless Seok Yoso against Ban Yewol from the half Moon Sect. The stakes couldn't be higher. The survivor of this brutal clash will cross blades with Dojin in the very next round. But wait, Joe spots a massive red flag. Yoso shouldn't even be standing in that ring. Joe points out that this guy absolutely crushed the last tournament, taking the crown. And word on the street was he had vanished into the Diankong sect for intense hidden training. Even Ball and his opponent freezes in pure shock at the sight of Yoso, demanding to know what he's doing here. Sweating bullets, Yan-san stammers out the strict golden rule: this arena is exclusively for fighters 14 years old and under. A wicked smirk creeps across Yoso's face as he casually brushes off the rule. Looking Ban dead in the eye, he claims he is exactly 14. Ban isn't buying it, calling out the blatant lie since everyone knows Yoso just turned 15. But before the words fully leave Ban's mouth, Yoso explodes into motion. In a flash of overwhelming speed, Yoso brutally slams Ban into the dirt, effortlessly snatching the victory. Standing over his fallen rival, Yoso smugly brags that his official birthday technically hasn't rolled around yet. Watching from the sidelines, Joe's blood boils at the dirty trick, and he steps forward ready to crash the ring and stop the madness. But Mujin shoots out an arm, holding him back. Why? Because this arrogant prodigy is the ultimate stepping stone they've been praying for. The dust barely settles before the main event arrives. Dojin strides confidently into the arena, stepping right into Yoso's deadly crosshairs. Up in the stands, Tang feels the air suddenly grow heavy and cold. He instantly realizes the truth. This isn't just a qualifier. This is an explosive early grand finale. The odds are completely stacked against Dojin, yet his sister and the clan elders scream their lungs out from the crowd, fueling him with their absolute unshakable faith in his victory. Meanwhile, Mujin's face is carved from stone, his sharp eyes scanning the ring as he calculates every single variable of the unfolding bloodbath. Yoso coldly taunts Dojin, sneering that his pathetic sword style is the exact reason his brother got wiped out. Unfazed, Dojin stares him down, asking if this is just a petty quest for payback. Yoso spits back, telling him to shut his garbage mouth. He then casually reveals his dark intention to shatter Dojin so badly he'll never grip a blade again. Action explodes. Yoso launches a terrifying assault, unleashing the devastating 12 radiant sword strikes, instantly trapping Dojin in a desperate defense. The prodigy doesn't give an inch, violently pressing the offensive and backing Dojin into an agonizing corner. Tang observes the ferocious clash, his seasoned eyes confirming the grim reality Dojin is surviving on borrowed time against this absolute monster. Across the arena, Seok's faction gloats, completely thrilled to see Dojin getting battered, eager to prove to the Emperor that they are untouchable. Yoso slashes downward with terrifying force, laughing maliciously, as Dojin desperately stumbles and fights for balance. Then the trap snaps shut. Exploiting the brief slip, Yoso's blade bites deep into Dojin's sword hand, the exact crippling strike he'd been hunting for from the start. Blinding agony rips through Dojin, sending him crashing onto the dirt floor in pure pain. Yoso steps up for the brutal execution, but Mujin hurls a blue pouch into the ring to instantly halt the slaughter. Yoso flashes a sickening smile, utterly convinced the trophy is already his. Mujin immediately yanks Dojin out of the danger zone to inspect the gruesome wound. Discovering a chilling truth, Yoso deliberately mangled the vital joints. With grit and focus, Mujin ruthlessly pops the dislocated bones back into place. A guttural, agonizing scream tears from Dojin's throat as his hand is forcefully reconstructed. Once the brutal first aid wraps up, Mujin looks his brother in the eye, confirming the bones are set. But swinging a sword with that shattered hand will be pure torture. He lays the grim reality out. What's the next move? Without missing a beat, Dojin orders his brother to literally bind his mangled hand directly to the wooden hilt. Mujin's eyes widen, deeply moved by this raw, unbreakable resolve. He tightly wraps the bandages, permanently fusing Dojin's grip to his weapon. Stepping away, Dojin marches right back into the blood-stained ring, radiating a fierce, unyielding aura that completely changes the atmosphere. Up above, Tang nods in deep respect for the sheer suicide, but Mujin simply states that this is the bare minimum. They carry the heavy pride of a legendary martial arts family, and backing down is simply not in their blood. Yoso strolls back to the center, genuinely stunned that his crippled prey actually crawled back for more punishment instead of fleeing for his life. Then Yoso drops a massive psychological bomb. He promises to shatter Dojin exactly the way they utterly crippled Mujin all those years ago. Dojin freezes his eyes widening as he demands Yoso repeat that sickening threat. But Yoso just launches himself into the air, laughing like a maniac about his grand vision, turning Dojin and his brother into the laughingstock, the newest pair of crippled, trash in all of Xichang. Amidst the incoming flurry of death, Dojin's mind goes complete. The chaotic noise fades as he flashes back to a quiet moment with Mujin, who had looked deeply into his soul and asked if he possessed the absolute hunger to win. Dojin had fired back with zero hesitation. He wanted victory and the ultimate restoration of their clan's glory. Mujin had patted his shoulder, calming his racing heart, promising that he personally would elevate their family name to the absolute pinnacle of Xichang. His winning blueprint was shockingly simple. Drown out the noise lock, onto the opponent, and patiently wait for Yoso to unleash his signature sword technique. At that exact split second of execution, a microscopic flaw, a fatal opening, would bloom right in his center guard. And when that window cracks open, Dojin must drive his blade through it with lethal intent. Snapping back to reality, Dojin perfectly channels his brother's wisdom. The exact millisecond Yoso recklessly launches his finishing move, Dojin fiercely lunges directly into the eye of the storm, targeting the fatal blind spot. Moving faster than lightning, Dojin's blade finds its mark first, violently blasting the arrogant prodigy backward, and leaving Yoso's eyes wide in absolute shattered disbelief. That single explosive strike sends him skidding backward, while the clan head Seok stares in absolute shock as his master plan to obliterate Dojin crumbles to dust. Over on the sidelines, Mujin smirks, deeply satisfied with the outcome, while Dojin himself is utterly dumbfounded that he actually managed to deck the arrogant punk. The second Yoso's back slams against the dirt, Elder Joe, Steward Do, and Soyan absolutely lose their minds, cheering wildly for Dojin. Yoso scrambles back to his feet, seething with rage, and immediately starts screaming insults, vowing to rip him to shreds. Seeing the hothead already standing, Dojin starts sweating, realizing his attack might not have packed enough punch. Yoso continues barking death threats, but right before he can even finish his sentence, a red silk pouch smacks him dead in the face. Furious, Yoso roars, demanding to know who just threw it, and Mujin coolly raises his hand, claiming full responsibility. He praises Dojin for putting up a hell of a fight, then officially forfeits the match in his name. Shock is completely caught off guard and loudly questions the decision, but Mujin shoots back, stating he has zero intention of gambling his brother's life on some pointless, low-tier tournament. Without wasting another breath, he signals his family to pack up and leave so they can get Dojin's injured hand patched up immediately. Right as they turn to walk away, the legendary Poison Emperor Tang suddenly asks to tag along to Mujin's place for some drinks. His granddaughter Jae frantically steps in, trying to stop the old man from inviting himself into a total stranger's home, but Mujin casually shrugs and welcomes them aboard. As the massive group makes their dramatic exit from the arena, the crowd is left buzzing with whispers over the sudden withdrawal. But what really sends shivers down their spines is seeing the terrifying Poison Emperor casually strolling away with him. Yoso violently curses under his breath, furious that his golden ticket for revenge just vanished. Suwak is practically foaming at the mouth, glaring daggers as the group walks off, after completely humiliating him. Meanwhile, out on the bustling streets of Xichang, heads whip around as two absolute troublemakers strut through town alongside Death Black Crow, the exact same guy Mujin had completely demolished back at the Bongho sect. Mujin had given him strict orders to hand over all his wealth, but the traitorous Black Crow has returned for blood, instead bringing along Yo Hong from the Seuss sect. Yo Hong arrogantly swears to teach Mujin a brutal lesson, guaranteeing Black Crow that he has absolutely nothing to worry about since they brought along heavy muscle from the Crimson Sword sect. Backed by such a terrifying force, he is dead convinced that not a single soul in Xichang can stand in their way. The imposing warrior from the Crimson Sword sect, Su Gong, arrogantly backs up Yo Hong's bold claims, pumping his ego through the roof. The squad soon rolls up right outside the Hua clan estate, and without a second thought, Yo Hong absolutely shatters the massive front gates with one explosive kick, wearing a wildly smug grin. Masu completely panics at the loud crash, frantically demanding to know why they just destroyed the entrance. Yo Hung immediately flares up, deeply offended that a lowly servant has the guts to question him, and shoots him a murderous glare that almost makes Masak drop dead on the spot from sheer terror. Right at that very moment outside the estate, The notorious four demon brothers, who now serve as the Hua clan's elite martial arts instructors, are casually strolling back home after stuffing themselves with a massive feast. Their good mood instantly vanishes when they spot their front gates completely ripped off the hinges. Cholmuk awkwardly guesses that maybe the ancient wood just rotted away, but his eyes blow wide open the second he steps inside, and spots Maysak being ruthlessly crushed under Yohang's boot. Johan continues to aggressively run his mouth, boasting loudly. Surprisingly, even with the four hulking brothers stepping onto the scene, the intruders don't even flinch. Young Tai tilts his head, utterly confused by the bold trespassers, while Chilmuk sarcastically mutters that this definitely doesn't look like a friendly neighborhood greeting. This sarcastic remark absolutely cracks Johang up, leaving him fully convinced that Mujin must have just hired a bunch of brainless, oversized meatheads. That massive insult instantly triggers Dongjok, who furiously steps up and challenges the entire squad to a bloody brawl. Meanwhile, off to the side, Black Crow is desperately squinting, trying to figure out why these four monstrous brothers look so terrifyingly familiar. But before his brain can even put the pieces together, the four brothers launch themselves forward, descending on the intruders like starving apex predators. Fast forward just a few minutes, Mujin and his entourage finally arrive back at the estate, only to freeze in utter shock, seeing Yohang and his entire hit squad beaten to a bloody pulp on the ground. Chilmuk immediately steps up, debriefing Mujin on the whole chaotic situation, and how these punks dared to lay their hands on Masak. Right on cue, Masak comes sprinting toward Mujin, sobbing his eyes out. But in classic fashion, Mujin coldly pushes him back to arm's length, entirely focused on figuring out the true identities of these foolish intruders. His eyes suddenly lock onto a bruised Black Crow, lying in the dirt, instantly remembering that this scammer was supposed to hand over his entire fortune as payback. Fully aware that he just dug his own grave, a terrified Black Crow grovels on his knees, desperately begging Mujin for mercy. But Mujin doesn't even bat an eye at his pathetic tears. Instead, he turns his icy gaze straight towards Sugong, strictly demanding to know if he seriously tagged along just to help this loser get revenge. Rather than giving a straight answer, Sugong haughtily introduces himself, using some incredibly cringeworthy martial arts alias, but Mujin totally cuts him off. Only caring about one thing does this clown have enough cash to buy his way out of a casket. The moment Old Man Tang overhears that Sugong hails from the Crimson Sword sect, he sharply questions if that pathetic faction considers itself part of the Four Martial Heavens. Sugong's face instantly drains of color, practically soiling himself the second he realizes he is standing in front of the legendary nightmarish poison, Emperor. Tang's aura turns highly lethal, absolutely furious that some weaklings from the Crimson Sword sect had the sheer audacity to step foot on Sichuan territory just to bully and strong-arm an Orthodox clan, an act of sheer disrespect that he considers a direct, unforgivable declaration of war. Boiling with fury, he erupts with a suffocating Emperor-level bloodlust, burying everyone in the room under its sheer bone-crushing gravity. The very earth shudders violently beneath their feet, prompting Elder Zhou to throw himself in front of Dojin and So-Yan to block Tang's lethal aura. Meanwhile, Sugong starts shaking like a leaf, his mind racing in sheer panic over why a heavyweight like Tang is defending the Hua family. For context, Tang sits at the absolute peak of the modern martial arts world, and Sugong is dead aware that crossing this powerhouse means total annihilation for his entire sect. Panic-stricken, he instantly drops to his knees, smashing his forehead against the floor in a desperate groveling apology to Tang. This lightning-fast attitude shift leaves both Yohang and Black Crow completely dumbfounded. But the old monster isn't calming down anytime soon, roaring that he will personally demonstrate the true nightmare of his Tang clan. He goes as far as vowing to wipe out 9 generations of their bloodline. As Sugong wails for mercy, Mujin simply taps his foot against the dirt. In a flash, that overwhelming wave of bloodlust shatters into nothingness. Kia stands there paralyzed, entirely lost for words, as she tries to process how this guy casually dismantled her grandfather's terrifying aura like it was a total walk in the park. Even the mighty Tang catches himself widening his eyes in pure disbelief. Shooting him a cold glare, Mujin warns the old man to step back, making it crystal clear that outsiders don't call the shots in the Hua territory. Instead of getting mad, Tang erupts into a booming laugh, throwing his hands up and apologizing for stepping out of line. Without missing a beat, Mujin orders Zhou to escort Masek and the youngsters to the clinic. The elder hurries to follow the command, though Soyan and Dojin pout, visibly annoyed that they are missing out on the upcoming beatdown. Once the kids are safely out of sight, Mujin rolls up his sleeves, fully ready to make Sugong pay in blood for injuring Maisok and wrecking their supposedly priceless front entrance. He brutally drives a wooden splinter deep into Sugong's shoulder blade, darkly asking if he comprehends the actual value of those doors. Gritting his teeth, Mujin mercilessly cranks the wooden stake deeper, spinning a wild lie that the lumber came from a mythical ancient oak tree, carrying the very soul of his late grandfather. Screaming in sheer agony under the relentless torture, Sugong squeals, desperately confessing that he wasn't the guy who smashed the entrance. Mujin doesn't give a damn, pinning Shugang as a guilty accomplice regardless. He then slaps a ridiculous fine on him, demanding 10,000 gold pieces in damages. Outraged by this literal daylight robbery, Sugong snaps back. Watching this, Dongjok and Chilmuk practically drop their jaws, horrified that Sugong actually has the guts to yell at a literal demon like Mujin. Deciding to skip the debate, our brutal MC violently rings the splinter once more, sending a fresh wave of blinding pain through his victim. That does the trick, and the weeping master instantly agrees to the insane ransom. Ripping the bloody wood out, Mujin pivots his dead eyes straight toward Yohang, the actual culprit who demolished his beloved doorway. Sweating bullets, Yohang stammers out a frantic string of apologies. Without blinking, Mujin demands $20,000. Terrified for his life, Yohang vigorously nods yes without a single second of hesitation. The Grim Reaper then locks onto his final target, Black Crow. The assassin drops to his knees sobbing and swearing absolute loyalty if only he can keep his head. But Mujin coldly executes him right then and there, utterly stripping away any delusional hope of a second chance. Stepping over the body, he commands Sugong and Yo Hang to sell off every single asset Black Crow owned and deliver the cold hard cash by tomorrow morning. Fast forward a few days, and the once quiet Hua clan estate is bursting with construction noise under Steward Du's watchful eye. Flush with newly extorted cash, they easily upgrade the shattered doors to genuine top-tier oiled oak, while completely overhauling every crumbling wall and pillar across the entire property. Mujan smirks, deeply satisfied with their massive glow-up. On top of that, an absolute swarm of wandering fighters starts lining up to take the clan's warrior exam. The massive influx is all thanks to Mujin's insane recruitment pitch offering to teach high-tier combat arts, while literally paying them a steady salary on the side. Life is finally looking like a breeze for our guy. Well, mostly except for the tiny detail that the fearsome Tang and his granddaughter have morphed into daily. Stalkers at the estate. Mujin is completely baffled by how these two elites have casually hijacked his courtyard, turning it into their very own private cafe. Pushed to his limit, he flat out confronts Tang about it, but all he gets from the Grandmaster are booming chuckles and lighthearted banter. This sheer audacity just makes Mujan's eye twitch even more. Tang gently explains that the vibrant, bustling atmosphere of the Hua territory, makes his afternoon brew taste 100 times better. Dropping the playful act, Tang suddenly zeroes in, asking if Mujin's aura manipulation traces back to specific movement. Arts. After a heartbeat of tense silence, Mujin confirms the theory, and out of nowhere, the elderly giant mutters a quick apology. Before our hero can even process those words, Tang explodes forward, launching a lethal point-blank ambush. Mujin barely crosses his arms in time to deflect the brutal blow, desperately trying to shut down Kia's rampaging grandfather, as the old beast keeps raining down heavy strikes. Watching from the sidelines, Stuart Do and Elder Joe are frozen in sheer panic, clueless as to why a deathmatch just broke out. Without warning, Tang charges up his infamous venomous blast, but Mujin instantly counters, executing chi destruction from the third form of the Peerless Nine swords to shred the incoming energy wave into absolute nothingness. As the debris clears, our hero quickly notices that the terrifying strike didn't carry a single drop of poison. At the exact same time, a wide grin stretches across Tang's face, having finally proved his theory that Mujin's style is genuinely the lost Peerless Nine swords technique. Mujin arches an eyebrow, totally caught off guard that this relic knows his secret. Tang breathes out, swearing that witnessing such god-tier blade work once burns it into your memory forever. He then formally apologizes for the sudden brawl, admitting it was just a risky test to see the truth with his own eyes. The technique. The old man casually gestures for Mujin to take a seat, hoping to spark up a conversation, but the young warrior just rolls his eyes, finding this whole display completely absurd. After making Haya pour him a fresh cup of tea, Tang leans back, utterly blown away that he actually lived to witness the legendary Peerless Nine swords in action once more. He immediately grills Mujin, demanding to know where he learned such a divine art. But the young swordsman stands his ground, refusing to spill a single word until the old geezer explains how he even recognized the ancient blade. Style in the first place. Sighing, Tang dives into a dusty memory, revealing that he first laid eyes on those strikes decades ago, during a quiet fishing trip with his grandfather and older brother. Back in those bloody days, venomous combat styles ruled the martial world, and his grandfather had carved out a terrifying reputation. The old man was universally feared as the heavenly poison emperor, and even though he had hung up his robes by then, whispers of his golden era still made grown warriors tremble. But on that peaceful afternoon, a mysterious swordsman materialized out of thin air, throwing down a lethal challenge to the retired emperor. Tang and his brother scrambled into the bushes, watching in pure terror as the two titans collided. The emperor unleashed his deadliest move, the poisonous explosive punch, while the enigmatic stranger countered with the Peerless Nine swords, executing the devastating chi destruction stance. Little Tang watched, completely spellbound, carving that majestic blade dance into his memory forever. Deep down, he prayed for his grandfather's victory. But watching this nameless warrior effortlessly crush the so-called strongest emperor shattered his entire worldview. Once the dust settled, the victor vanished like a ghost, leaving the helpless, wide-eyed boy frozen in shock. From that terrifying afternoon onward, the chilling name, Peerless Nine swords, haunted his dreams. Snapping back to reality, Tang desperately asks if that was the legendary master's actual name. Mujin shakes his head, clarifying that it is merely the title of the devastating blade. Art Tang's eyes widen as he asks if Mujin is the man's hidden disciple. The young warrior casually brushes it off, stating that while he carries the martial legacy, the original master never formally took him in as a student. Tang scratches his head, hopelessly lost in this tangled web of secrets. But Mujin coldly cuts him off, stating that certain truths must remain buried. Still, he casually mentions his future plan to seek out a worthy successor and properly pass down the art. Shifting the mood, Tang bows his head, apologizing once more for their earlier skirmish. Seizing the opening, Mujin leans in and questions him about the mysterious swordless marks. Haya gasps, her eyes practically bulging out of her skull, but the old man smoothly plays dumb swearing. He has absolutely no clue what that means. Smelling the lie but refusing to waste his breath, Mujin turns on his heel to walk away, but Tang desperately blocks his path. The old geezer drops a massive bombshell, admitting he only kept snooping around the Hua estate to figure out how Mujin felt about his precious granddaughter. Hia nearly chokes on her breath, mortified, while Mujin tilts his head, playing completely oblivious to the sudden romantic ambush. Tang chuckles, calling the boy a sly fox, before flat-out offering Haya's hand in marriage. Steward Do and Elder Joe instantly light up like fireworks, absolutely thrilled by the prospect, and the four demon brothers literally start cheering in the background. Mujin, however, stands frozen like a statue, while Haya, who was just screaming in protest seconds ago, suddenly turns beet red, secretly holding her breath for his answer. Tang pokes him for a response, but Mujin's throat tightens. Flashbacks of Yanhua, the tragic love of his past life, suddenly flood his grieving heart. Hardening his gaze, he plainly states that romance is entirely off the table in this lifetime. Haya stares at him, utterly crushed by the brutal rejection. But Mujin decides to twist the knife even deeper. He bluntly adds that she is not even remotely close to his type anyway. That completely sets her off. Boiling with rage, she screams right back fiercely, declaring she would not date him if he were the last man on earth. Tang squints at the young warrior, stroking his chin, and genuinely asks if he prefers men instead. Mujin nearly blows a blood vessel, absolutely disgusted by the ridiculous accusation. But the old man shrugs, arguing that no straight-guest guy in his right mind would ever reject a flawless beauty like Haya. Massaging his temples, Mujin firmly tells him that everyone has their own taste and demands the old man back off. This only fuels Haya's blazing fury, while her grandfather keeps staring at Mujin like he is some kind of unsolvable puzzle. Once the boy finally vanishes, Haya violently scolds her grandfather for completely humiliating her, begging him to just drop the stupid matchmaking. Tang smirks playfully, reminding her that she was eagerly waiting for a yes, but the flustered girl denies it to her grave. She fiercely vows to never interact with an arrogant, stuck-up jerk like Mujin ever again. Taking her fake disgust at face value, Tang gleefully plots to bring his younger granddaughter into the picture, instead bragging that she is far sweeter and way less obnoxious than Haya. He loudly declares that Mujin is an absolute golden ticket he refuses to lose. Completely disgusted, Haya snaps at the old man to just go marry the guy himself, storming off in a fiery rage. Fast forward, the young leader marches to the clans, dusty training grounds staring down a sea of over 200 fresh recruits, hungry to join their ranks. Stepping onto the podium, Mujin introduces himself, his voice booming with authority, making it crystal clear that he couldn't care less about their sob stories. If they want to stay, they will bleed sweat and forge themselves into unbreakable, fiercely loyal weapons. He bluntly warns them that this upcoming warrior selection is going to be a living nightmare, a trial designed to break their very souls, leaving the door wide open for any coward to pack up and quit right now. But for the relentless few who claw their way to the finish line, he promises treasures beyond their wildest dreams. With a wicked grin, Mujin introduces the poor souls to their new drill sergeants, the infamous 4 demon brothers who will be orchestrating their daily torment. Flashing them one last cold look, he wishes them luck, praying they are still breathing by the time. He sees them next. The second the boss is gone, Chilmuk steps up, introducing himself as their absolute worst nightmare, barking a ridiculous order for every single fighter to strap a massive sack of rice to their backs. The crowd instantly explodes into total chaos, with angry recruits shouting over each other, vehemently protesting the mindless chore. Cracking his knuckles, Chilmuk throws them a bone, stating that the only way out of this hellish labor is to step up and actually defeat him. Face off against the elite instructors in a brutal duel. He throws down the gauntlet, declaring that any man left standing automatically earns the coveted instructor title. Panic sets in. A handful of recruits scramble for the exit, but Dongjok's massive frame barricades the only way out. Stammering, they protest that Mujin promised a free pass to walk away. Dongjok just smirks, growling that the only exit strategy involves a stretcher and heavy bandages. His icy glare pins them to the floor as he offers a grim ultimatum: grit your teeth and fight or get carried out in a pine box. Cold dread washes over the rookies. The trap is snapped shut. Crossing that threshold meant surrendering their freedom. Trapped and outgunned, they swallow their fear and fall into line. Meanwhile, the towering instructor barks out a steady stream of violent promises, crushing any lingering sparks of rebellion. High above the chaos, Mujin observes the unfolding drama from the shadows, a dark, satisfied grin spreading across his face. The scene suddenly shifts. A battered, blood-soaked figure stumbles through the grand gates of the Hua estate, desperately wheezing out Mujin's name. His legs give out. He crashes into the dirt barely 3 paces inside the compound, his strength utterly drained. Masak sprints over, shaking the man's limp shoulders. Wiping the grime from the stranger's face, he gasps. It is a high-ranking deputy from an allied merchant guild. As midnight rolls around, Mujin looms over the bandaged survivor. Steward Du steps up, confirming the man has narrowly escaped death's grip. The bleeding messenger delivers a chilling report. The notorious Changhua Guild has launched a ruthless campaign of terror across the trade routes. Traders who dared to fight back were slaughtered in the streets. Mujin's eyes narrow. He turns to Do, declaring it is time to fast-track their bloody vengeance against the Qianghua Syndicate. He barks a crisp order, have Steward Du hand the ruthless warrior trials over to Dongjok, while the inner circle arms up for a lethal raid. But lurking just beyond the paper doors, young Soyeon and Dojin absorb every single word. Soyeon's eyes light up with reckless thrill, practically vibrating with a crazy scheme to tail the hit squad. Dojin, however, violently shakes his head, paralyzed by common sense. But one heavy guilt trip from Soyeon later, he reluctantly caves, signing up. Under the cover of darkness, Mujin, Chilmuk, Nosak, and Jongtae vanish into the night, kicking off their deadly manhunt. Soyeon and Dojin trail far behind, swallowing their fear. The veterans ignite their high-speed footwork, blurring through the forest like phantoms, leaving the gasping kids struggling to track their dust. Without warning, the vanguard halts dead in a moonlit clearing. The ambush is sprung. Diving behind a massive boulder, the two runaways hold their breath, their wide eyes locked onto the distant standoff. Dozens of masked killers melt out of the surrounding darkness, their blades gleaming. Mujin's squad instantly forms a defensive ring, fully aware they walked right into a death trap. The silent forest erupts in explosive violence. Steel clashes, bodies drop, and the hitmen quickly discover a horrifying truth: Mujin is an absolute apex predator. Behind the rock, the kids are paralyzed by shock. Soyeon's previous excitement shatters. This isn't a game, it is her very first taste of raw, unfiltered slaughter. Violent shivers rack her small frame. The metallic, suffocating stench of fresh blood completely drowns out the night air, choking them, even from a safe distance. With the ambushes reduced to mangled corpses, Mujin pins the lone survivor to the dirt. He whispers a chilling deal: spill the client's name, and keep your pulse intact. Just to loosen his tongue, Chilmuk steps in, applying excruciating pressure to a fractured limb. Screaming in agony, the mercenary finally cracks, crying out that they hail from the Death Forest sect in the sea. Changhua Syndicate bankrolled the hit. Pure, unadulterated rage flares in Mujin's eyes. These are the exact same scumbags who previously ordered a hit on his younger siblings. Sobbing uncontrollably, the broken killer pleads for mercy. Surprisingly, Mujin nods, stepping back, a move that leaves Chilmuk utterly baffled. The mercenary stares in disbelief. The absolute monster who just shredded a dozen elite warriors without breaking a sweat is actually letting him walk away. But Mujin leans in tight, delivering a blood-curdling message to take back to his bosses. He will violently butcher every single soul they dare to send his way. Taking the lifeline, the bleeding assassin scrambles into the woods, sprinting like a madman before the terrifying warlord can rethink the pardon. He tears blindly through the underbrush, his boots missing Soyeon and Dojin's hiding spot by mere inches, far too panicked to notice the trembling stowaways. Heaving a sigh of relief, the kids pivot to sneak back home. Suddenly, Chilmuk's predatory instincts flare. He snatches them by the collars, dragging the eavesdroppers right into the light. Staring at the ground, they stammer out a frantic apology. Mujin erupts his voice, cracking like thunder, as he absolutely tears into them for their suicidal stunt. If a rogue hitman had spotted them first, they would be dead. He grabs their shoulders, forcing them to stare at the mutilated bodies scattered in the dirt. A brutal lesson that the Reaper claims lives without a second of warning. This horrifying field trip completely shatters Soyeon and Dojin's childish illusions, injecting a heavy dose of pure survival terror into their racing hearts. His grim voice drops to a lethal whisper. Out here, one tiny miscalculation instantly flips the switch between breathing and rotting. The martial world is a graveyard wrapped in shadows. Soaking in the grim reality, the two kids tremble, finally understanding the sheer weight of the blood-soaked realm. He extracts a sworn promise that they will never pull a reckless stunt like this again. Exhausted, the strike team pitches camp among the trees, postponing their hunt until sunrise. As the night deepens, Soyeon and Dojin huddle together, utterly traumatized. They watch the demonic brothers toss torches onto the pile of slaughtered assassins. The sickening crackle of roasting flesh and the dense, oily smoke brand themselves permanently onto their young minds, a nightmare they will carry to their graves. As dawn breaks the horizon, Mujin offloads the shaken siblings to Jongtae, ordering him to escort them back, while he presses onward with his lethal vanguard. He knows the estate will be in total meltdown mode once the elders realize the kids are missing. Offering a curt, hardened farewell, he watches them disappear into the mist. Spinning back to his killers, he barks at them to pick up the pace they have burned precious hours babysitting, and blood still needs to be spilled. Exactly as Mujin called it, the entire Hua clan was in full-blown panic mode over Soyeon and Dojin vanishing into thin air. Maesuk is scratching his head, swearing he saw them tucked in bed last night. Cut to Zhang Tai, who's interrogating the runaway duo, betting his money that Soyeon is the mastermind orchestrating this midnight joyride. Soyeon proudly admits she pulled the strings, making Zhang Tai chuckle, since he already knew she called the shots in their twin dynamic. But right as Dojin opens his mouth to explain how he got dragged into this mess, a desperate scream rips through the dark woods. They whip their heads around, spotting a total creep cornering a helpless nun. The scumbag actually enjoys watching her squirm, bragging about how he just knocked her traveling partner out cold. She keeps screaming for her life, and Zhang Tai immediately orders the kids to stay put while he handles it. But the second he gets a clear look at this hulking nightmare of a man, his blood runs cold. His survival instincts kick in. He quietly urges Soan and Dojin to sprint back to the estate, knowing a clash with this psycho would put them right in the crossfire. Too late, the predator locks eyes with them. Zhang Tai instantly plays dumb, waving his hands and swearing they were just taking a midnight stroll. By some miracle, the creep shrugs them off and goes right back to tormenting his victim. But then Dojin's heroic complex kicks into overdrive. He leaps in to shield the damsel, screaming at the guy for being a disgusting piece of garbage. Zhang Tai and So-yan just freeze, realizing they are completely and utterly doomed. Triggered by the insult, the lunatic completely drops the nun. His psychotic gaze slowly shifts right on to Dojin, promising to snap him like a twig. Zhang Tai refuses to let that happen. He explodes forward, launching a desperate strike at the maniac, but the giant simply sways out of the way like a ghost, leaving Zhang Tai completely stunned. In that split-second exchange, the brute figures out Zhang Tai's clueless traveler act was pure garbage. He is definitely a trained martial artist. Meanwhile, Zhang Tai can barely keep his footing. He instantly realizes that this creep is not just big, he is an absurdly skilled martial master. Panicking, he barks at Dojin to grab his sister and bolt the second he gives the cue. He begs the kid to never look back, to burn every ounce of footwork he ever learned to just survive. With his final orders laid out, Zhang Tai screams for them to run, throwing his own body back into the meat grinder to buy them precious seconds. But this is not a fight, it is a massacre. The psycho is having the time of his life. Within seconds, he is absolutely mopping the forest floor with Zhang Tai's battered body, grinning ear to ear at his agonizing screams. Coughing up blood, Zhang Tai realizes this monster's blade work is terrifyingly perfect, maybe even surpassing Mujin himself. Yet even facing a literal wall of despair, he refuses to stay down and fights with everything he has. Cut back to Dojin, who was supposed to be halfway home by now. Instead, he is rooted to the spot, refusing to abandon Zhang Tai. As the lunatic raises his sword to deliver the fatal execution, Zhang Tai watches his entire life flash before his eyes. But even facing death, his only terror is the horrific fate waiting for the twins once he dies. Clash out of absolute nowhere. Mujin materializes, deflecting the lethal blow by a hair, saving his life. The psycho's eyes widen, visibly pissed off that someone just crashed his little murder party. The heavy despair shatters. Soyan and Dojin light up with hope now that their ultimate savior has finally touched down. Zero hesitation, Mujin dives straight into the bloodbath. Zhang Tai watches from the dirt, but his relief turns to pure dread when he sees Mujin actually getting pushed back. The lunatic is euphoric. Finally, a real challenge, he cranks his power to the absolute max, unleashing a devastating chain moon/combo. Mujin is sweating bullets, barely parrying the relentless barrage. As the shockwaves tear up the forest, Mujin's squad starts panicking, realizing their boss might actually lose this. Cholmuk's jaw hits the floor at the enemy's blinding speed, wondering if this monster is wielding some overpowered divine artifact. Terrified for his leader's life, he barks at his brothers to draw their weapons and jump into the fray, but Zhang Tai instantly shoots out an arm, holding them back. He snaps them back to reality, warning them that this fight is way above their pay grade. If they step in, they will just become dead weight, dragging Mujin down. He points at Mujin's footwork, telling them to watch closely. He is not losing, he is calculating. It turns out Mujin has been playing defense on purpose, dodging by a hair just to download the enemy's fighting style. Off to the side, the traumatized nun finally catches her breath and watches the titans clash from a safe spot. While the brute is just swinging blindly in a blood-crazed frenzy, Mujin's eyes are tracking absolutely everything. He analyzes the velocity, the angle, and the terrifying shockwave behind every single swing, and then boom, he cracks the code. By this point, the psycho starts to realize that none of his fatal blows are actually landing, and Mujin is expertly dancing right around his blade. Now that he has completely dissected the enemy's technique, Mujin decides to hijack it. He begins fusing the enemy's power into his own stance, channeling the exact lesson his master hammered into him years ago. The old man always said the Peerless Nine Swords technique is useless against weaklings. Its true terrifying potential only awakens when it clashes against a superior blade. Young Mujin had cheekily asked if that meant the Nine Swords could actually beat his master's legendary demonic spirit technique. With a smirk, his master shot him down, claiming the demonic art was still just a tiny bit deadlier. Snapping back to reality with those words echoing in his head, grinning like an absolute psychopath, Mujin stares the madman dead in the eyes, whispering that he's already figured out every single one of his blade techniques. The psycho blinks, totally lost, but Mujin doesn't waste a single breath, letting him process it immediately, launching a blistering counterattack. Caught completely off guard, the guy can't even react. Mujin completely dominates the exchange, ending the fight with one brutal decisive slash. Soyeon, Dojin, and the Demon Brothers just stand there, jaws on the floor, watching Mujin effortlessly slice through the arrogant swordsman who was just mocking them. Even the falling warrior is in pure shock, unable to fathom losing to some random kid. Coughing up blood, he desperately demands his killer's name before he bites the dust. Shrugging, Mujin decides to throw him a bone, and the second those syllables hit the dying man's ears, his eyes widen in terror, realizing he just crossed paths with the infamous rabid dog of the Hua family. Gasping that dreaded name, the psycho finally drops dead. Standing over the corpse, Mujin coldly tells the guy to rot in hell forever, advising him to pick his targets a little better in his next reincarnation. Over on the sidelines, the unconscious nun finally blinks her eyes open, groggily rubbing her head as she tries to piece together the absolute chaos she missed. Catching the tail end of Mujin's introduction, she feels a spark of recognition. Digging through her memories, it suddenly hits her. This is the unhinged young lord of the Hwa clan, though she can barely wrap her head around how insanely overpowered he is. Meanwhile, Mujin drops his bloodlust, rushing over to make sure his younger siblings are in one piece. Dojin quickly waves off his concern, explaining that Jang Tai swooped in just in time to rescue them. Still panting, Jang Tai asks how on earth Mujin knew they were in deep trouble. Tapping his chest, Mujin smirks and credits his killer instincts. Then his face turns serious as he questions how they managed to cross paths with such an absolute maniac. Jang Tai sighs, explaining they were just minding their own business on the road when they spotted that creep violently harassing the two nuns. He admits his first instinct was to just keep walking to protect the kids, but little Dojin just couldn't ignore his hero complex, which instantly triggered the psycho's rage. Mujin raises an eyebrow, genuinely shocked that his baby brother actually had the guts to face down such a heavy hitter. Fearing a scolding, Dojin drops his head and mutters an apology for dragging them into a mess. But instead of yelling, Mujin softly praises the boy's unbreakable sense of justice. Dojin's eyes snap wide open at the rare compliment, the warm words instantly triggering a deeply buried emotional core memory in his little head. Brushing the dirt off her robes, the conscious nun helps her injured partner to her feet. Stepping forward, she respectfully introduces herself as Ryong, an elite first-generation disciple of the prestigious MA sect. Bowing deeply, she pours out her heart, thanking Mujin for pulling them back from the brink of death. But Mujin completely brushes off her formalities. Cutting her off, he points his bloody blade at the corpse and demands to know who he just slaughtered. He's genuinely baffled, considering he hasn't heard a single rumor about a high-tier martial artist operating in this specific territory. Ryong shudders, revealing the dead man was an elite warrior, feared as Crimson Moon Sword. Worse, he hailed directly from the Crescent Moon Sword, sect one of the legendary Four Martial Heavens. She explains that the lunatic randomly ambushed them on the road, violently demanding they hand over the exact location of one of their younger sisters. The guy was a notorious predator, but Ryong never imagined he'd actually launch a daylight assault. Absorbing all this twisted information, Mujin scoffs, coldly stating that the dead guy's filthy personality perfectly explains why his blade techniques were absolute trash. Honestly, Mujin is just exhausted. Every single big shot he meets from the so-called Four Martial Heavens turns out to be absolute scum or completely useless. Ryong bows again, swearing that she'll find a way to repay this massive life debt. But Mujin just waves a hand, telling her to aim those thank yous at Jang Tai and Dojin instead. He makes it crystal clear he didn't sprint all the way out here to play her knight in shining armor. Pivoting Ryong warmly, thanks Dojin turning the kid's face, beet red as he puffs his chest out like a superhero. Despite Dojin awkwardly stuttering that he didn't do much, Mujin gazes down at his brave little brother, with undeniable pride shining in his eyes. With the dust settled, the crew splits up. Jang Tai escorts the twins back home, while Mujin pushes forward with the rest of his demon squad. As Ryong stares at the young lord's shrinking silhouette, she's completely awestruck. The crazy rumors about his terrifying strength weren't just true, they were actually downplayed. Watching him vanish, she can't help but wonder if the winds of change are finally sweeping through Xichang. Fast forward to later that night, Mujin's crew rolls up to the massive estate of the head of the Pungyang Merchant Guild, Lord Pong. The guildmaster nearly jumps out of his skin when Mujin randomly shows up on his doorstep. Smirking, Mujin casually reminds the frantic old man that he's just here to honor their little agreement. Sweating bullets, Pong instantly barks at his staff to whip up a massive, luxurious banquet for his VIP guest. Sitting at the sprawling table, Pong nervously apologizes for the spread, quietly admitting that their cash flow has been taking a massive hit recently. Taking a sip of his drink, Mujin points out the heavy bags under Pong's eyes, guessing the guy has been going through absolute hell. Right on cue, the doors slam open as the other two big bosses, Dong and Huang, burst into the dining hall, practically glowing with relief at the sight of Mujin. They're totally blown away that he managed to travel across enemy territory without a literal army guarding him. They desperately ask how he survived the death traps scattered along the merchant roads. Smirking, Mujin casually drops the bomb that he actually slaughtered over 24 elite assassins, on top of putting down some high-tier maniac calling himself Crimson Moon Sword. The three merchant lords freeze, absolutely paralyzed by the news that Mujin killed the infamous Crimson Moon. Dong's jaw drops, struggling to comprehend how a young lord soloed an elite monster from the revered Four Martial Heavens. Pong, meanwhile, is just staring into space, completely mind-blown that Mujin walked away from a literal bloodbath without a single scratch on him. But Huang He's grinning like a shark, knowing this insane kill streak is going to skyrocket Mujin's terrifying reputation. Settling in, Mujin breaks down the whole crazy chain of events, starting right from the moment their battered deputy leader collapsed at his front gates. The mood quickly sours as the three merchants start venting about the Chonghua Guild's ruthless iron-fisted expansion. Shivering, Pong confesses his darkest fear. If nobody stops Chonghua, those thugs will start raiding their personal mansions next. Leaning forward, Mujin tells them to spit out a solid game plan, making it clear he only showed up to spill blood when necessary. It is absolutely necessary. Needing an ironclad excuse to strike, Mujin decides to kick off their master plan down at the local textile district. He lays out the exact blueprint for their upcoming operation. The very next morning, Cholmak and Nosak march straight into the fabric market to execute Phase T's, one of Mujin's strategy. But the moment they arrive, they are stunned The usually bustling streets are completely dead and deserted. Spotting a lonely food cart nearby, the duo stops for a quick bite. Out of nowhere, a shady hustler steps up aggressively trying to drag them to a different joint, while the cart owner just watches in absolute terror, shaking like a leaf. Cholmuk shoots a cold glare toward this so-called premium spot, spotting a pack of nasty-looking goons loitering outside. When Cholmuk flat-out rejects the offer, the hustler drops the friendly act, getting right in his face to force the issue. But that fake tough guy act vanishes. He scurries off like a scared rat the second Nosak barks a furious warning to back the hell up. The coward immediately runs back to tattle to his crew, prompting the whole mob to march over and violently demand the duo relocate to their turf. Unfazed Cholmuk mocks them, calling them a circus of clowns, and warns them to step off, which instantly sets their tempers ablaze. As the street punks start running their filthy mouths, Cholmuk finally loses his patience. He verbally shreds their fragile egos, then boldly dares the entire gang to step up and fight. Taking the bait, the infuriated thugs swarm Cholmuk, but it is a total slaughter. He swats them away like annoying flies, with Nosak happily joining the brutal beatdown. Amidst the flying fists, the poor food vendor cowers in the corner, watching in sheer panic as his fragile stall gets smashed to pieces. Sobbing, he desperately reminds the gangsters of their promise not to wreck local businesses. A crowd of locals quickly forms their jaws, dropping in utter disbelief. The very tyrants who had been tormenting their streets are now getting completely obliterated. Cut back to the Pungyang Merchant Guild. Mujin finishes drafting a secret letter, handing it off to Pung with strict orders to deliver it straight to the Tong family. Pung promises to dispatch it immediately via carrier pigeon, absolutely mind-blown that Mujin actually has ties to such an elite clan. Right on cue, Cholmuk and Nosak stroll back in from their little fishing trip, dragging the battered street thugs along as their grand prize. They violently kick the goons to their knees, barking at them to keep their heads pinned to the dirt like prisoners of war. Mujin smirks, praising his boys for a flawless execution. Refusing to accept defeat, one of the bleeding thugs starts barking about his powerful connections, but Mujin effortlessly shuts him up, revealing he already knows they are lapdogs for the Chongqua Merchant Guild. Piercing the punk with a terrifying death glare, Mujin coldly reprimands him for ever having the audacity to threaten his subordinates. He drops the hammer, stating that their little stunt is basically an act of war. Panic sets in, and the thug desperately stammers out that they never wanted actual trouble. But the moment he dares to look up, a chilling realization hits him. The man standing above him is none other than Mujin of the Hua faction. The gangster's mind races, terrified by Mujin's presence and the suffocating, monstrous aura leaking from him. Without missing a beat, Mujin demands the exact coordinates of their boss. It finally clicks. The thug realizes they just walked right into a brilliant trap. Cholmuk and Nosak were sent strictly as bait, meant to trigger a fight, and hand Mujin the exact excuse he needed to strike back. Seeing the stubborn goon refuse to spill his leader's whereabouts, Mujin gives Nosak a subtle nod to apply some lethal pressure. In a flash, Nosak mercilessly strikes down one of the lackeys, proving that Mujin isn't playing games. Yet the ringleader bites his tongue, crying out and demanding to know why they are being tortured. He even throws out a desperate lie, claiming they don't answer to anyone. Unimpressed, Mujin coldly orders Nosak to take off the next guy's head. But right as the blade is about to swing, the terrified leader completely breaks. He practically screams his confession, sobbing and begging Mujin to spare his pathetic life in exchange for the A sinister grin spreads across Mujin's face. He reaches down and mockingly pats the trembling thug on the head, praising him for finally cooperating. Leaning in close, Mujin repeats his question. His voice drips with venom as he demands a name and an address. The sheer murderous intensity in Mujin's eyes freezes the thug's blood. Far away, deep inside the grand halls of the Zigong Taishan Martial Pavilion, the legendary Shaolin Grandmaster monk Hyun-woo is utterly floored by the rumors of Mujin's recent victory. He can barely process the fact that the young warrior actually took down the infamous Crimson Moon Sword, one of the dreaded four. Martial heavens. Sitting across from him, Pavilion Master Il Chong enthusiastically confirms the wild reports. He passionately explains that Mujin the boy, gifted with the fabled heavenly martial body, has evolved into an absolute powerhouse of a master. A warm smile crosses Hyun-woo's face, noting that his own revered mentor, He Kwang, was absolutely right about the kid's potential. He proudly declares that Mujin's explosive growth is an incredible blessing for the entire Central Plains martial arts world. As it turns out, Hyun-woo's master, He Kwang, had been heartbroken that he couldn't take Mujin under his wing back when the boy lost his abilities. Master Il Chong shares that same joy, thrilled that Mujin's monstrous talent is finally shaking the world. He then drops another bombshell. Mujin's younger siblings are freaks of nature too. Hyun-woo blinks in sheer surprise. Sir sighs, having no idea that Mujin had actual blood relatives actively training within the clan. Il Chong reveals that So Yeon and Dojin completely stole the show at the recently wrapped-up Little Dragon Ascension tournament over in Xichang. He excitedly adds that one of the kids even pushed an elite Daegang sect disciple to the absolute limit, a fighter a full 5 years their senior. Hearing this unbelievable news, Hyun-woo politely thanks Il Chong for the tea and abruptly bolts up a sly look in his eyes. He's immediately packing his bags for a sudden trip to Sichuan. Meanwhile, hidden away in the high peaks of the Imei sect, Elder Jinhua swings by to check on Ryong's recovery before slipping away from the sect. Surprised, Ryong questions why she's heading out in the dead of night. Brushing off Ryong's worried questions, Jinhua flashes a reassuring smile, promising everything is perfectly fine. She reveals her true mission, a secret journey to the Hua clan to personally thank Mujin for rescuing their disciples. Plus, she's packing a little surprise for his younger siblings as a token of the sect's deep gratitude. Ryong's face absolutely lights up at the mention of his name, instantly showering Mujin with praise and crowning him the ultimate hero among heroes. She doesn't stop there, gushing over how brilliantly sharp So-young and Dojin are. Chuckling, Jinhua playfully teases her for hyping up Mujin and his siblings for the 100th time this week. As Jinhua finally steps out into the night, Ryong calls after the elder, wishing her a safe journey. Still, she can't help but wildly guess what kind of mystery gift the elder actually prepared for those kids. Meanwhile, over at the Tong clan, the legendary Poison Emperor rips open Mujin's letter and immediately packs his bags for the Hua estate, planning to drag his other granddaughter, Jung, along for the ride. However, her fiercely protective father, the current clan head Youngshan, vehemently blocks this trip. He furiously rejects the old man's crazy scheme to arrange a marriage between Jiang and Mujin. Youngshan whines that his precious little girl is way too young for a husband. The Poison Emperor just scoffs, barking back that she is at the absolute perfect age to tie the knot. But Youngshan isn't having it. He demands that any future husband must marry into their family. Terrified his darling daughter might suffer abuse if shipped far away from home, he aggressively insists on a live-in son-in-law. Snapping at his son for sabotaging a golden match, Tang brutally scolds him and completely tunes out the desperate whining. Youngshan keeps howling in protest, his blood boiling at the sheer fact that Tang is blindly rushing to the Hua clan just because of Mujin's letter. Rolling his eyes, Tang brands him a pathetic, daughter-doting fool and storms out. Right by the exit, he bumps into Haya, who boldly volunteers to tag along. Haya hails from the Tang clan's collateral bloodline. Shocked by her sudden enthusiasm for the Hua clan, Tong raises an eyebrow, reminding her exactly how. She used to act like she absolutely despised the place. Haya quickly defends herself, claiming she only wants to chaperone, since little Jiang is incredibly naive and clueless about how the brutal real world works. Right on cue, Jiang boldly interrupts the conversation. Pouting, she sharply informs Haya that she knows more than enough about the outside world. Crossing her arms, she demands they stop treating her like a clueless toddler. Shrugging off the drama, the group agrees to travel together. Haya even promises to treat Jiang to all the hidden culinary gems surrounding the Hua estate. Thrilled by the promise of good food, Jiang beams brightly. With their bags packed, the dynamic trio sets off straight for Sichuan. Cut to another alleyway. Mujin and his heavy hitters trail a sketchy thug deep into the neon-lit red light district, hunting for the underworld boss. Instantly, swarms of courtesans surround the crew, desperately trying to hook their attention, which completely shatters the Demon Brothers' tough guy act, exposing just how wildly inexperienced they truly are. Flustered and beat red, Cheolmuk stammers awkwardly, nervously, warning the seductive women that he might be a bit too unrefined to handle their fiery advances. The working girls just stare at him in utter disbelief, considering Cheolmuk is literally built like a hulking tank. Seizing the moment, their thug guide shamelessly hypes up the seedy district, proudly boasting that this den of sin is the beating heart of the entire city. He casually explains how these massive brothels swallowed up the streets after the old fabric merchants mysteriously vanished one by one. And who orchestrated this hostile takeover? The infamous Changhua Merchant Guild. Mujin's eyes narrow with pure disgust. He icily reminds the thug that his beloved Changhua were the absolute scumbags who violently evicted those innocent shopkeepers just to build this giant trap. Sensing the murderous aura radiating from Mujin, the rat instantly plays dumb, sweating bullets. Mujin steps closer, coldly revealing that this thug and his filthy gang were the exact weapons used to destroy the livelihoods on Silk Street. Complete panic strikes, and the thug frantically bows his head, spitting out desperate apologies. He cries that he had zero clue about the tragic backstory. Unmoved, Mujin viciously cuts him off, telling him he didn't know simply because he didn't give a damn about how those ruined families are bleeding out on the streets just to survive. Completely sick of the excuses, Mujin violently snaps, screaming at the punk, demanding to know if they have reached his boss's filthy hideout yet. Trembling, the thug swears they are just steps away. True to his word, seconds later, their path halts violently in front of a colossal, sprawling pleasure house. Welcome to the infamous Twin Flower Pavilion. Undeniably the grandest and most legendary establishment in all of Sichuan. Even Mujin pauses momentarily, stunned by the sheer architectural flex, which radiates the overwhelming majesty of an imperial palace. But the second they smash through the front doors, a sickly dense pink mist suffocates the crew. While the simple-minded Demon Brothers are totally hypnotized by the dripping gold and velvet interiors, Mujin's instincts scream danger. That sweet, intoxicating scent is highly suspicious. A scantily clad hostess immediately throws herself at their guide, but he violently waves her off. Pointing a trembling finger, the thug reveals the boss is hiding upstairs. But as they ascend the grand staircase, Nosak's vision suddenly blurs. Confusion grips him hard. He hasn't touched a single drop of liquor today. Without warning, extremely vivid, steamy hallucinations hijack his brain, sending him into a hot, flustered panic. Right next to him, Cheolmuk is fighting his own mental war. Before his glazed eyes, a breathtaking damsel in distress desperately begs for his salvation. Whispering sweet lies, she pleads for his strong arms, aggressively trying to seduce the massive warrior. and tragically his iron will melt instantly as he plunges headfirst into her wicked trap. Meanwhile, Mujin is violently hurled into his own customized psychological hell when he locks eyes with a woman who looks exactly like Yeonhwa, the devastating ghost from his past life. Hearing that painfully familiar voice, Mujin's blood runs completely cold. His eyes practically bulge out of his head the second her true face comes into view. While the temptress leans in desperate to sink her claws into him, Mujin fights tooth and nail to shatter the mind-bending illusion. Pity for them, he snaps out of it in a heartbeat, unleashing a bone-rattling punch that completely obliterates the hazy mist choking the room. The sheer shockwave jolts his crew wide awake, sparking an absolute uproar out in the streets. With the mind-altering smoke totally cleared, he furiously barks at the siren to get lost, and she scampers away, shaking like a leaf. Chilmuk and Nosak finally blink away their daze, scratching their heads in pure bewilderment at the chaos unfolding around them. Chilmuk aggressively snaps at their captive guide for keeping his mouth shut about the trap, prompting the terrified thug to stammer out a frantic apology. Turns out this entire pleasure den pumps hallucination-inducing fumes through the vents to keep their wealthy victims hooked and mindlessly dependent. This sick revelation makes Mujan's blood boil. He aggressively demands the immediate shutdown of the shady establishment, swearing to reduce the entire building to ash before they walk away. Without missing a beat, he commands the trembling lackey to lead them straight to the ringleader, and the punk eagerly obeys. Seconds later, they track down the supposed mastermind who is completely stoned on his own supply. Mujin gives Nosak a quick nod, and the subordinate instantly slaps the boss totally sober. Blinking away his drug-induced fog, the bewildered boss demands to know exactly who is standing in front of him. Mujan smugly states his name standing tall. He then drills the guy for his exact ranking within the infamous Cheonghwa merchant syndicate. Baffled as to how they breached his hidden stronghold, the boss eventually spits out that he holds the title of Deputy Chief Steward. Mujan then delivers an icy ultimatum. He has exactly 10 days to pack up and pull every single Cheonghwa business operation completely out of Sangriu town. He adds a lethal warning to immediately halt all those pathetic underhanded strikes against the Hua clan. The steward scoffs, wondering why on earth he should take orders from some random intruder, genuinely baffled, since he personally hasn't laid a single finger on the Hua family. Realizing this guy is nothing but an oblivious low-level puppet, Mujin commands him to deliver this strict message straight up the chain of command. He doubles down, making it crystal clear that he will treat it as an open declaration of war if the Cheonghwa syndicate fails to vanish within those 10 days. The sheer murderous intent behind Mujin's words leaves the deputy steward paralyzed with fear. Mujin also declares the absolute end of the Twin Flower House. Marching out, the crew ruthlessly torches the building, ensuring the doors stay permanently locked for business. As midnight rolls around, the supposed crown jewel of the town's red light district gets reduced to a pile of blazing rubble, sending shockwaves through the streets. Walking away from the inferno, Mujin instructs Chilmuk to get a messenger pigeon ready the second they hit base. He's scheming to drag the last two demon brothers straight into his upcoming chessboard. Meanwhile, at the Hua family compound, Jinhwa and Hyunwoo are raising absolute hell, aggressively fighting over who gets the honor of walking through the gates first. Elder Joe desperately attempts to play peacemaker, but the two stubborn old geezers treat him like he doesn't even exist. They keep going at each other's throats until Tang suddenly drops in, slamming the brakes on their endless squabble. Tang tilts his head, questioning what brought them here, while the feuding duo stare back, totally caught off guard by his sudden appearance. They quickly flip the script, demanding to know his business, letting Tang smugly brag about receiving a VIP personal invitation from Mujin himself. Hearing this, Jinhwa and Hyunwoo, who were just moments ago ready to kill each other, instantly team up against the newcomer. They passionately argue that they claim dibs by arriving early, meaning their requests demand immediate priority, but Tang stubbornly holds his ground, flashing his legendary title as the Poison Emperor, proving he heavily outranks both of them. As these three absolute titans engage in a fierce verbal war over the waiting line, poor Elder Joe practically sweats a river, tragically trapped in a crossfire he never asked for. He internally begs the heavens for Mujan to hurry back before these legends literally dismantle the entire estate. A bit later, the monstrous trio eventually calm down inside the guest hall. Tang casually sips his freshly brewed tea, like nothing happened, while the other two silently shoot daggers at him. He breaks the ice, casually mentioning how long it's been since their golden trio shared a room. Hyunwoo notes that a solid 5 years have passed since their last reunion. Jinhwa chimes in, admitting she never in her wildest dreams pictured them crossing paths deep inside Hua territory. She softens up, adding how genuinely relieved she is to see them still kicking and healthy. Tang cuts to the chase, demanding their real motives, while arrogantly flexing his tight bond with Mujan, insisting his own VIP presence is unquestionable. Hyunwoo calmly fires back, stating that the Hua family shares an unbreakable karmic destiny with the legendary Shaolin Temple. Tang literally scoffs at the claim, bluntly stating he's never heard a single whisper about this alleged connection. Unfazed, Hyunwoo elaborates that his respected master was the very first person to unearth Mujan's monstrous combat potential. Tang bursts into mocking laughter, finding it absolutely hilarious that such a flimsy excuse passes as karmic destiny. Yet, after Hyunwoo smoothly drops a profound quote from Confucius, Tang throws his hands up and lets the old monk win this round. Pivoting smoothly, he raises an eyebrow at Jinhua, sarcastically asking if the Imei faction is also pulling the destined bond card with the Hua clan. Jinhua proudly smirks, declaring that her prestigious sect actually holds a far deeper, more legitimate connection to the family than either of their frail excuses. She lays down the facts. Mujin utterly crushed the dreaded Crimson Moonsword, single-handedly pulling 2 of her most promising students from the jaws of death. Therefore, she came simply to settle that massive life debt. Skeptical Tang leans in and asks exactly how she plans to clear a tab that huge. Jinhua's eyes gleam as she reveals she brought an incredibly priceless gift. She proudly announces her intent to personally pass down top-secret, highly guarded Imei martial arts directly to the Hua family line. Elder Zhou's jaw practically hits the floor at the news. And just when things couldn't get any crazier, Hyun-woo casually drops a bomb. He's here to do the exact same thing. He explains he's been scouring the land for an heir, worthy of his teachings to no avail. But after getting wind of Dojin's ridiculously overpowered fighting potential, he fully resolved to make the kid his disciple. Panicking internally, Elder Zhou hates the sound of this intense rivalry and desperately plots a way to shut both grandmasters down. While Mujin is out of the picture, the scheming immediately bubbles up. Since the Hua bloodline boasts a pair of siblings, one boy and one girl, Jinhua points out they don't even need to fight over the prize. Yunwoo quickly backs the idea, suggesting they just split the kids up between them. But Tang shuts that down fast. He reminds the group that these siblings are already deeply tied to the Hua clan's hidden techniques, so dragging them into some rogue faction. Out of the question to even step foot into the temple's hierarchy. Those kids would have to completely cut ties with their own family legacy. Tang glares at them, dropping a heavy warning. Pushing a massive choice like this without the actual leader, sitting right there, is wildly out of line. Feeling the room grow cold, Hyun-woo scrambles to say sorry. He stammers out that the Central Plains just run on overly rigid laws. Pushing further, he insists that Dojin wouldn't even need to officially join the Shawan Temple's ranks. Hyun-woo claims he simply wants to pass down his skills and carve out a legacy. Even so, Zhou sits there squirming, completely uneasy with how casually they're gambling the fate of the entire Hua family while the master is missing. Sweating bullets, he silently prays for Mujin to hurry back. Cut to the dusty training yard where the 2 remaining demon brothers finally get their hands on a message from Mujin. Scanning the ink, Dongjok snaps his head up and barks at Jang Tai to pack his gear. They have to hit the road this second. Out of nowhere, Aya calls out, her voice trembling, as she asks when Mujin is coming back. While she trips over her syllables, Tiny Jiang cowers behind her skirt, completely terrified. The giant brothers, who have literally never talked to a woman in their lives, instantly turn to stone, completely paralyzed and tongue-tied. Over at the towering peaks of the Kongdong sect, the nervous elders pressure their leader to finally make a call regarding the Qianghua group's brewing war against the Hua family. One elder passionately argues they must back the merchants, reminding everyone how the guild bailed them out during their darkest days. But the Grandmaster shakes his head flat out, pointing out they lack any real excuse to jump into the bloodbath. That's when Haikon, a fierce master of the house, slams his fist down. He brings up their golden boy, Dobo, the guild leader's own flesh and blood, who was brutally shattered by the Hua fighters. Stepping up, the pragmatic Jokin fires back, arguing that their prestigious order has no business diving into petty street beefs. He points out they already played nice by sending an official judge to watch the bloody brawl between Mujin and Dobo, so doing anything else is just overkill. Plus, he drops a heavy reality check. The Hua clan flies the righteous banner exactly like their own Kongdong sect, drawing blades against their own holy brothers. Pure madness. He finishes by warning that diving into this mess will only stain their legendary name with permanent disgrace. Still, Lord Haiwan sits heavily on his throne, refusing to just kick the Qianghua guild to the curb. Those merchants tossed them a lifeline when they were drowning in debt, so turning a blind eye now would brand them as backstabbers. Haikon nods vigorously at this logic, while Jokin just rolls his eyes, totally unbothered. Pacing the floor, Jokin's eyes suddenly spark. He cooks up a brilliant loophole to enter the chaos without making enemies on either side. His big idea: dispatch a heavyweight fighter to stand between the two factions and force peacekeeping swords firmly inside their sheaths. The leader's face lights up at the genius plan. He immediately commands their absolute best and most loyal powerhouse, Jaiul, to take the job. A short while later, this elite warrior crosses paths with Hoyan, the calculating second-in-command of the Qianghua guild. Bowing low, Hoyan pours on the gratitude, thanking Jaiul for stepping down from his mountain to play peacemaker. But to cut the nonsense, Jaiul flashes a deadly glare, warning the merchant that he absolutely is not here to act as a hired thug. He hammers home that the Hua family walks the righteous path, meaning he will never draw his blade to spill their blood. Smiling smoothly, Hoyan promises he gets the picture, having already gotten the strict memo from the Kongdong Grandmaster himself. With the boundaries set in stone and the tension cleared, Jaiul and Hoyan hit the trail to force a truce. Fast forward to the dead of night, deep inside the Pungyang Guild's training yard, Mujin clashes violently with Chilmook to see what the kid is really made of. Sweating and panting, Chilmook throws every ounce of his soul into the fight. But Mujin treats him like a total amateur. Driving a brutal fist deep into his stomach, he nearly makes the poor guy hurl his dinner right there before grabbing him and slamming his body straight into the dirt. Watching from the shadows, 2 guild bosses stand there with their jaws on the floor. They stare wide-eyed, completely mind-blown that this brutal beatdown is just practice and not a vicious fight. To the bitter end, Chilmuk, gasping for air, lies totally paralyzed after getting his absolute clock cleaned. Surprisingly, Mujin flashes a grin, giving him mad props for boosting his endurance and actually surviving that monstrous blow. Not missing a beat, Nosak roars and charges blindly with his spear, eager to show off his new gains. Slipping past the lethal tip like a ghost, Mujin snaps back with a flurry of counters, though Nosak miraculously manages to deflect a couple of the punishing blows. Smirking, Mujin calls out his sluggish footwork and decides it is time for a deadly lesson in stealth. In the blink of an eye, he vanishes and materializes right behind Nosak's neck, whispering cold hard tips on how to explode off his feet. Panting heavily, Nosak groans that fighting a human lightning bolt, like Mujin, is totally unfair, which instantly earns him a stinging smack to the spine to shut up his whining. As the dust finally settles in the yard, Mujin locks eyes with Chilmuk, brutally honest that his strikes are still way too rigid. He leaves the battered fighter with a final order figure out a fresh dynamic way to loosen up those muscles. Out of nowhere, a breathless merchant boss bursts into the room sweating and pale as he urgently alerts Mujin that some highly unexpected guests have just crashed their turf. He stammers out that heavy hitters from the Chonghua Trade Syndicate and the legendary Kongdong sect are waiting outside demanding a sit-down with Mujin. A few beats pass, and Mujin finally kicks the doors open, strutting inside like he literally owns the damn building, without even bothering to drop a polite hello. Jael speaks up, buttering Mujin up by praising his flawless orthodox spirit. After the formal greeting, he flexes his title as the Law Pavilion Master of the Kongdong sect. He casually gestures for Mujin to grab a seat, instantly plunging the entire room into a suffocating dead silent tension. Unfazed, Mujin takes his sweet agonizing time sinking into his chair. He casually drops his name, completely skipping the deep, respectful bow they were expecting. This blatant disrespect visibly triggers Jael. He sharply eyes the kid, mentally writing Mujin off as an insanely arrogant brat who simply doesn't know his place. Still, Jael forces himself to swallow his pride. He knows damn well that even a young, unpolished dragon still has razor-sharp claws. Next up, Hoyan smirks and introduces himself as the vice boss of the Chonghua Guild. Crossing his arms, he bluntly demands to know why Mujin called this little meeting. That question instantly strikes a nerve. Mujin realizes these fools totally ignored his previous warnings. Slamming his hands down, Hoyan furiously demands why Mujin has been ruthlessly targeting his operations. Mujin literally laughs out loud at the absolute hypocrisy, sarcastically throwing a remark about the pot calling the kettle black right in his face. Boiling over at this total lack of respect, Jael tries to play peacekeeper and interrupts, but Mujin, he treats the elder like invisible air completely. Instead, he mercilessly mocks the Chang Guild. He taunts them for actually believing they are so untouchable that they can use the mighty Kongdong sect as their personal guard dogs. Jaws drop. Both Jael and Hoyan sit paralyzed by the sheer audacity of this kid. Leaning forward, Mujin fearlessly asks if they really thought dragging some washed-up elder from the Kongdong sect would magically force him to bow down. Jael is completely stunned. He never imagined Mujin would have the massive stones to spit such venomous insults right to his face. Recovering his shock, the elder shoots a lethal glare at Hoyan, fiercely scolding the merchant for lying and claiming this was a totally unprovoked attack. Sweating bullets, Hoyan desperately plays dumb, swearing he has absolutely zero clue what Mujin is rambling about. Having heard enough garbage, Peng finally steps up to set the record straight. He grimly details how just a few days ago, Mujin's martial brothers were brutally ambushed by thugs from the Gui Syndicate right in the middle of, Fabric Street. During the bloody brawl, half of the Pengyang Guild storefronts were utterly trashed and financially wrecked. Staring right at Jailu, Peng clarifies that the massive blaze at Changhua's brothel wasn't intentional. It was purely collateral damage that sparked when they marched over to demand justice for the vicious assault on their own people. Squinting his eyes, Peng flat out asks Jael if he was genuinely completely blind to this dirty reality. That harsh truth hits Jael like a truck, leaving him utterly speechless. Panicking, Hoyan violently interrupts, trying to brush the brutal turf war off as nothing more than a silly scuffle between hot-headed kids. Sweating nervously, he asks if Mujin is just throwing a tantrum to squeeze out some cash compensation, whining that his own syndicate also bled a massive amount of money thanks to his retaliation. Mujin brutally cuts him off coldly, reminding everyone that this entire district originally belonged to the Pengyang Guild in the first place. With ice in his veins, Mujin tells the pathetic merchant that his so-called losses mean absolutely nothing, simply because they were only taking back what was rightfully stolen from them. As the young martial artist's voice grows darker, his fury boils over the edge. Staring daggers into Hoyan's soul, he brutally insults the guy, telling him he looks and sounds exactly like a bleeding goat with that pathetic beard on his face. Without skipping a beat, Mujin lays down his ultimate ultimatum: the Qianghua Syndicate must pack up and vanish from the city completely. And on top of that, he demands the Changhua Guild immediately stop suffocating the three smaller merchant alliances using their overwhelming financial power, completely losing his mind. Hoyan furiously slams his fists onto the wooden table, screaming at Mujin, demanding to know who the hell he thinks he is, to dictate terms like he runs the entire underworld. Spitting with rage, he asks the kid if he has any damn clue how the real world works, screaming that cutthroat financial warfare is the bloody foundation of any real business. "I wasn't finished," Mujin growls, instantly silencing the room. He dramatically reaches into his robes, pulls out a crumpled note, and slams it right in the center of the table. He slowly asks Hoyan if he recognizes the bloody handwriting. With a lethal smirk, he drops the bomb. It is a full written confession, tortured right out of the mouths of the deadly assassin secretly hired by the Qianghua syndicate. At this exact moment, Mujin's rage shatters his calm facade. His eyes literally glow with killer intent as he softly asks Hoyan where he found the suicidal courage to put a hit on his precious younger siblings. Leaning in like a predator, Mujin mocks the merchant's sheer stupidity for showing his face here to act tough. He then whispers a chilling ultimatum, give him just one single valid reason why he shouldn't rip his head off right now. An explosive wave of pure suffocating bloodlust floods the room, and even a seasoned veteran like Jail feels the terrifying pressure crush his lungs, forcing his hands to tremble. He is absolutely mind-blown that a kid barely out of puberty could radiate such a monstrous aura, that it actually shakes him to his core. Swallowing his fear, Jal hastily intervenes, begging the raging kid to cool his jets, while frantically turning to interrogate Hoyan. He aggressively demands to know if they actually hired killers to slaughter Mujin's siblings. Trembling like a leaf, Hoyan wildly denies the accusation, swearing on his life that he is hearing this insane story for the very first time. He desperately argues that a legitimate business has zero motive to spark a bloody war with a hardcore martial artist. Seeing right through the pathetic lies, Mujin coldly declares that the talking is over and he's going to handle this the brutal way. Suddenly, Hoyan shrieks like a victim playing the most innocent man alive as he begs Jail for help, whining that this psycho kid is just framing them for a crime they never committed. Meanwhile, Jail is drowning in cold sweat, deeply regretting the exact second his prestigious sect got dragged into a terrifying blood feud completely out of their damn weight class. Desperate to de-escalate and save the Chunghwa Guild's skin, Jail nervously reminds Mujun that his sect has backed this syndicate for decades. He weakly argues that it's practically impossible to believe his longtime partners would stoop to such filthy, cowardly tactics. On top of that, Jail scoffs at the idea of sparking an all-out war, just because some self-proclaimed hitman ran his mouth. The Kongdong warrior demands hard proof, and Mujin instantly reads between the lines. The guy wants undeniable evidence to back up these wild accusations. Mujin doesn't flinch. He confidently agrees to play along, but lays down one absolute condition. The Changhua faction needs to back off right this second. He guarantees that if they step down, they can avoid a bloody massacre entirely, but Hoyan's ego is inflated beyond belief, smirking like Mujin is just blowing hot air. With the mighty Kongdong sect standing in his corner, he feels invincible. Hoyan barks back, flat out rejecting the offer. There is zero chance they are abandoning their operations over baseless rumors. Hearing this, Mujin's eyes go cold. Negotiations are officially over. He pushes his chair back to leave, tossing Hoyan a chilling warning. Let's see if that arrogant smirk survives the next few days. Before he can even hit the door, Jail blocks his path, warning that the Kongdong sect's pristine reputation will take a massive hit if he just walks away. Mujin stares right through the guy. He doesn't give a damn about their precious reputation, reminding Jail that he was the one who trashed the deal. So, he needs to own up to his choices. Furthermore, Mujin demands the Kongdong sect completely step down from playing peacekeeper. He brutally reminds him that this fight is way out of their league. Mujin scoffs, utterly disgusted that these so-called righteous warriors are shielding the corrupt Changhua group while preaching about justice and honor. He calls out their hypocrisy, blasting them for bullying weaker clans like helpless children. He steps right into Jail's personal space, whispering that he is absolutely not someone they can push around. Wrapping up his verbal beatdown, Mujin mutters that this entire trip was a massive waste of time. Watching the tension skyrocket, Jail finally grasps the reality. Mujin is dangerously stubborn and refuses to bend the knee. Panic subtly sets in. If he lets this rogue walk away without submitting, the Kongdong sect will become a laughingstock. Desperate to salvage the situation, Jail brings up a past debt. The Changhua group financially backed his sect years ago, and while he refuses to act as their personal hitman, his clan's honor binds him to this mess. He issues a grim ultimatum, making it crystal clear that this standoff will ignite an all-out bloodbath. Mujin doesn't miss a beat. He fires right back, stating that the exact same logic applies to the Pungyang Guild. He refuses to turn a blind eye to their torment. He brushes off the threat of their mighty sect, declaring that true justice fuels his blade. Feeling backed into a corner, Jail pitches a radical idea, a one-on-one duel. Whoever eats dirt first has to pack up and completely withdraw from the turf war. Plus, he vows to help hunt down the scum who tried to assassinate Mujin's disciples. Unfazed and practically itching for a fight, Mujin instantly locks in the deal. Minutes later, they march into the courtyard to settle things in blood. Off to the side, Pung is sweating bullets, praying desperately for a miracle win. But Chilmuk just shoots him a totally blank stare. He clearly has zero clue just how monstrously overpowered Mujin really is. Setting the stage, Jail projects his voice, so everyone hears the stakes. The loser walks away instantly. Hoyan nods eagerly, sealing the pact. Inside, Hoyan is absolutely throwing a party. He thinks they have finally trapped this arrogant kid, convinced that defeating a Kongdong master is physically impossible. Sizing up his opponent, Jail completely writes him off. He firmly believes Mujin's victory over the Crimson Moonsword was just a massive stroke of dumb luck. Why? Because the aura radiating from the kid feels incredibly weak and painfully average. Feeling generous, Jail plans to merely snap one of Mujin's arms, sparing the rising star from a premature grave. With a booming voice, Jail declares the deathmatch open, but before he can even blink, Mujin vanishes. He closes the gap in a heartbeat, unleashing a devastating strike that instantly knocks the master out cold. Groaning in pain, Jail blinks awake only to see Mujin casually flexing a terrifying, overwhelming aura right in his face, politely suggesting the old man's surrender. Absolute sheer terror washes over Jail. As the crushing reality sets in, he was one shot. Meanwhile, Poong is jumping around like a maniac, cheering his lungs out, while Chilmuk just shrugs, casually mentioning that this is just a typical Tuesday for their monster of a boss. While the peanut gallery celebrates, Hoyan is suffering a full-blown mental breakdown, staring at the impossible outcome in pure horror. True to his word, a humiliated Jail announces that the Kong Dong sect is officially washing their hands of this bloody dispute. Tucking his tail between his legs, Jail storms off, leaving Hoyan violently pale and silently screaming for a lifeline. But there is absolutely no one left to save him. The second the courtyard clears out, Mujin smirks. He dares Hoyan to keep that same cocky energy he had just 5 minutes ago. Instantly, the arrogant leader shrinks into a trembling coward. He stammers, desperately trying to manipulate his way out of the trap, but Mujin cuts him off, commanding him to drop to his knees right now, unless he wants his head forcefully removed. He holds up 2 fingers, laying out his brutal options. Option 1, he needs to stop caring about what happens to Bu Choyan and his chief steward. Those idiots crossed a deadly line, and their lifespans just expired. Mujin coldly states that once he finishes wiping them off the map, the Chianghua group will permanently pack up and surrender a massive 30% stake in their tea monopoly, which they violently control in Hubei, straight to the Pungyang merchants. Sweating profusely, Hoyan chokes on his words, trying to negotiate a better deal, but Mujin just smiles a demonic smile. He gently reminds the trembling man about option 2, a relentless all-out war. He promises to brutally butcher every single soul standing in his path. In fact, he practically begs Hoyan to send more assassins from the Death Forest faction, hungry for a real challenge. Mujin makes it crystal clear if they choose the second path. He swears to erase the Changhua Guild from existence, leaving a massive power vacuum for the Pungyang clan to claim. Mujin's eyes go dead cold. His deadly aura suffocates the room, proving this is absolutely no bluff. Sweat drips down Hoyan's face. Gambling with his guild's survival is sudden suicide, especially after watching Jail get utterly destroyed so effortlessly. Backed into a corner, he frantically chooses the first option, desperately praying his guildmaster forgives his surrender. Fast forward to the dead of night. Li Suman of the Changhua Guild is sleeping soundly, completely unaware of the lethal shadow creeping up to slice his throat. Meanwhile, Choyan jolts awake in pure terror, staring down the cold steel of a masked assassin's blade. His screams are cut short, mirroring his chief steward's gruesome end. A few days later, back at the Pungyang Guild, Chilmuk happily regroups with his sworn brothers. They report back to Mujin, admitting it was a massive headache hunting down those fleeing death, forest assassins. But after running the cowards down and violently disarming them, beating a full written confession out of them was a total breeze. Nosak chuckles, bragging that Mujin's brutal reputation is spreading like wildfire. Now enemies are literally dropping to their knees just hearing his name. Mujin then checks up on the hit placed on Buchoyan and his pathetic steward, and the brothers smirk, confirming they've shredded the targets beyond recognition. A dark, satisfied grin creeps onto Mujin's face, and he orders them to bury the evidence and keep their mouths completely shut. With the bloody loose ends finally tied up, Mujin exhales sharply. He rallies his crew, announcing it is time to pack up and head home now that the trash is taken out. Poong is genuinely crushed by the sudden departure. He complains that he hasn't even thrown them a proper king-size feast yet. Mujin claps his shoulder, explaining he urgently needs to return to his clan after being missing in action for so long. Still, he promises to cash in on that wild party next time around. A luxurious carriage is quickly prepped for Mujin's squad. As they roll through the bustling streets, the local street vendors erupt into loud cheers, begging the convoy to halt. They practically swarm the carriage, showering him with endless gratitude. They desperately invite him back, swearing to offer him their absolute finest wares on the house. Even the town girls playfully wink at the four brothers flirting and begging the tough guys to visit them soon. Mujin flashes a rare, genuine smile. Leaning back as the carriage speeds off, he silently admits that being a hometown hero feels pretty damn good. After a long journey, they finally hit the clan gates. Mayes-sok instantly sprints over like an overexcited puppy, but Mujin brutally shoves his face away, groaning at him to stop acting so incredibly clingy. His younger siblings happily tackle him into a massive bear hug. Chuckling, Mujin asks what kind of trouble they have been getting into. They beam, buzzing about how the famous Tang sisters have been hanging around, keeping things wildly entertaining 24/7. Mujin raises an eyebrow, completely clueless about these so-called Tang sisters. Just then, Do and Joe step out to greet their returning friend, and he demands answers. The duo just smirks cryptically, hinting that these mysterious guests have been anxiously counting the days until his arrival. They eagerly shove him toward the main hall to see for himself. Scratching his head in pure confusion, Mujin steps inside only to freeze. He spots Elder Tang, his stunning granddaughters, and two seriously sketchy old men casually knocking back drinks. Elder Tang warmly shouts a greeting, but the second the oldest granddaughter locks eyes with Mujin, she absolutely lights up, acting like her long-lost soulmate just walked through the door. She practically leaps up to introduce herself, but before she can finish, her younger sister Jang crashes the moment loudly, gushing over how insanely handsome Mujin is. Flashing a blinding idle-tear smile, she sweetly whispers that meeting him is an absolute dream come. True, Elder Tang is having a blast watching this unfold, eagerly nudging Mujin to formally introduce himself to the smitten ladies. Mujin politely bows. Suddenly, a sharp telepathic voice echoes in his head. It is Elder Tang frantically warning him about the two foreign geezers, warning him to keep his guard up, or those sly old foxes might just poach his talented siblings. Right on cue, Yan Wu stands up, praising Mujin and shaking his hand firmly. Meanwhile, Jinhua of the Ma sect steps forward, sizing him up with deep interest. Noticing their hungry, calculating gazes, Mujin shoots Tang a secret smirk, telepathically promising to handle these nosy masters himself. Taking the hint, Tang awkwardly shoos his granddaughters outside for some privacy. Once in the courtyard, Hae fiercely scolds Zhang for violently flirting with Mujin, but Zhang just shrugs it off with zero shame. She giggles shamelessly, admitting the guy is 100 times hotter in person. Hei clutches her forehead in pure exhausted frustration. But right in the middle of their sisterly bickering, Zhang suddenly spots the four battle-hardened brothers. She hits them with a dazzling wave, sweetly begging them to keep her precious Mujin safe. These towering blood-soaked warriors, who have zero experience with pretty women, instantly freeze like deer in headlights, completely failing to form a single coherent word. Back inside the tense hall, Mujin crosses his arms bluntly, asking Jinhua and Yan Wu what their actual agenda is. Because everyone knows his humble clan has absolute zero ties with heavyweights like the Imei and Shaolin sects. Jinhua brings up the recent incident where he heroically rescued their fellow disciples from a group of thugs. Since his noble actions directly protected the Amei sect's honor, they simply cannot ignore such a massive debt. Mujin waves it off humbly, stating that he only did what anyone would do in that situation. To him, it was no big deal, but Jinhua stands firm, absolutely insisting that a life-saving favor demands an equal reward. As her ultimate token of gratitude, she offers to bestow the Amei sect's hidden martial arts upon the Flamehua clan. She emphasizes that these sacred techniques are strictly forbidden from leaving their inner circle. However, their absolute leader officially decreed that Mujin's overwhelming generosity rightfully earned him this unprecedented blessing. Mujin acknowledges what a legendary opportunity this is, but his eyes narrow slightly as he questions exactly who she plans to teach these divine techniques. He makes it crystal clear that he has already perfected his own family's unique techniques, while his two younger siblings are completely focused on inheriting the clan's sacred arts. As for the esteemed elders wandering the estate, Mujin bluntly points out that their bones are way too brittle to start learning a completely new discipline. Without missing a beat, Jinhua cuts straight to the chase. She desperately wants to take little Soyeon under her wing. Jinhua guarantees that the young girl can perfectly balance absorbing Mount Amei's profound moves without disrupting her original family training. She promises there will be zero conflict, but Mujin's protective instincts flare up. He fiercely reminds the cultivator that Soyeon is his one and only precious sister. There's absolutely no way he is handing her over to learn Amei's dangerous secrets. Jinhua quickly reads the room, realizing Mujin fears his sister will be officially registered as an Amei disciple. She swears on her honor that Soyeon's name will never be recorded in their sect. Suddenly, Tang's voice echoes directly inside Mujin's head through telepathy. The old man urgently warns him that the profound blood tie between a martial arts master and their student is practically impossible to sever. Mujin opens his mouth to completely shut the offer down, but before a single word escapes, Soyeon comes bursting through the courtyard doors, excitedly screaming her brother's name. She jumps up and down, practically begging to learn the mind-blowing moves Jinhua just offered the legendary snowdrifting. Cloud-piercing palm strike Mujin whips around his jaw, dropping in absolute disbelief. He instantly realizes these cunning cultivators have already manipulated his innocent sister behind his back. Meanwhile, Jinhua stands there, flashing a terribly smug, victorious grin. Soyeon skips closer, her eyes shining with absolute obsession over mastering the devastating palm strike she just witnessed. Gently stroking his little sister's hair, Mujin shoots Jinhua an icy glare, demanding to know exactly what she planted in Soyeon's head. Jinhua innocently shrugs it off, claiming she merely demonstrated a pathetic foundational hand technique. But Soyeon immediately starts hyping up the move, gushing over its explosive power and swearing she has never seen anything so undeniably devastating in her entire life. She blabbers on about how Jinhua promised to teach her an unbelievably more lethal variation of the strike the very moment Mujin returns. Hearing this blatant bribery, Mujin inhales deeply, trying to cool his boiling temper. His mind races calculating every single variable. He fully acknowledges that the Flame Emperor's Red Flame art is an insanely powerful top-tier technique. But the harsh reality is that it completely relies on volatile explosive yang energy. It is an absolute masterpiece for a battle-hardened man, overflowing with intense yang, vitality, but practically agonizing for a delicate young girl to properly digest. Noticing the intense conflict twisting her brother's face, Soyeon suddenly drops her head, apologizing, and promising to let the whole idea go. But Mujin softly cups her cheek completely, reassuring her that the gears in his head click into place, the Amei sect's graceful martial arts might actually be the perfect match for her. Staring directly into Jinhua's eyes, Mujin fiercely declares that his sister is a brilliant once-in-a-generation genius. And since she is the treasured only daughter of their family, he absolutely refuses to ship her off to some distant mountain peak. If Jinhua wants to teach her, she will have to stay right here and carefully mentor her inside the manor. Jinhua's eyes absolutely sparkle with uncontainable thrill at the condition. She immediately presses her hands together softly, chanting a prayer to bless their brand new master-student bond. Watching from the sidelines, Hyunwoo warmly applauds the Aimei sect for successfully securing an alliance with the mighty Flamehua clan. But underneath that polite smile, Hyunwoo's brain is working overtime, desperately plotting how to sink his claws into Dojin because the kid is just too magnificent. Sure, Dojin's raw physical talent is off the charts, but Hyunwoo is completely obsessed with the boy's unbreakable mental fortitude. He has closely watched Dojin maintain a chillingly calm demeanor, perfectly masking the ferocious, hungry predator that rages inside his chest like a roaring inferno. The very second Hyunwoo locked eyes with the boy, he knew his lifelong hunt was over. This was the legendary successor he had always dreamed of. He would rather die than let this golden goose slip through his fingers. Stepping forward, Hyunwoo aggressively suggests that Mujin really needs to loop Dojin in on this new arrangement. Tang's telepathic voice instantly pierces Mujin's mind again, frantically screaming at him to brace himself, because the second venomous snake is finally striking. Mujin plays dumb, acting completely shocked that a holy wanderer like Hyunwoo would want to tangle with a worldly family, firmly stating that such a burden is way too overwhelming. Unfazed Hyunwoo flashes a mysterious smile. He smoothly argues that while true enlightened masters usually isolate themselves from the dirty mortal realm, rules are meant to be broken for the right destiny. The monk arrogantly boasts that the heavens have finally delivered the ultimate karmic thread he needs to pass down his sacred enlightenment, meaning his personal monk duties absolutely do not matter. Hearing this flawless manipulation, Mujin mentally curses, realizing this guy is a terrifyingly smooth operator. Choosing to play it extremely safe, Mujin puts up a polite wall. He firmly explains that his little brother carries a massive destiny and is strictly bound to master their own ancestral techniques. He lays down the law, making it clear that their current political situation totally forbids shipping Dojin off to become some wandering monk's apprentice. But Hyunwoo effortlessly deflects the rejection, smoothly countering that he never planned on kidnapping the boy in the first place. Instead, he casually pitches a mind-blowing compromise. Just toss him a tiny spare bedroom, and he will happily spoon-feed Dojin his legendary martial arts right here on the estate. Mujin's jaw practically drops, hearing the elderly monk actually wants to crash at the estate, but Tang quickly warns him to stay frosty. Pulling himself together, Mujin tells Hyunwoo he needs to hear out his brother's opinion first, gesturing for them to take the conversation out to the courtyard. He pulls Dojin aside, dropping the massive bombshell that Hyunwoo actually wants to scoop him up as his personal apprentice. Staring his brother down, he asks for his honest take, especially since Dojin still carries the heavy burden of mastering their grandfather's lost legendary techniques. Dojin makes it crystal clear he is absolutely not tossing their family's legacy aside, but he is desperately itching to learn the mind-blowing move Hyunwoo just flashed him. That totally catches Mujin off guard, making him fiercely wonder what the heck Hyunwoo and Jinhwa were cooking up behind his back. Whipping his head toward Hyunwoo, Mujin demands to know exactly what he revealed to the kid, prompting the monk to put on a ridiculously modest act. Brushing it off, Hyunwoo claims it was no big deal, just a tiny watered-down glimpse of his actual raw power. Deciding to put his money where his mouth is, Hyunwoo steps up for a live demo, playfully noting that it won't hold a candle to Tang's monster strength. Rolling up his sleeve, the monk unleashes a blindingly fast jab straight into thin air, sending a violent shockwave hurtling toward a massive oak. Boom! A massive crater-like dent explodes onto the trunk, violently shaking the branches and leaving both Tang and Mujin utterly paralyzed, with Hyunwoo casually smirks, bragging that he pulled his punch just to save their precious landscaping. Meanwhile, Tang's brain short-circuits, instantly recognizing the legendary 100 steps. A divine fist strike. It is a mythical Shaolin martial art wiped off the map 30 years ago. Eyes gleaming, Dojin firmly tells Mujin he needs to master this power. He is utterly convinced that blending this with their grandfather's skills will evolve their family arts to terrifying new heights. Deep down, Mujin knows the kid is dead right. Fusing the deadly sniper-like precision of the 100 steps with the explosive brutal force of the Flame Emperor's strikes, that combo would be an absolute massacre. A wicked grin creeps across his face. He never in a million years imagined the very Shaolin techniques he personally slaughtered out of existence would casually knock on his front door. Giving a decisive nod, Mujin greenlights the whole thing, glaring at Hyunwoo and ordering him to train the boy right. So, Hyunwoo officially snags Dojin as his prize pupil. Later that night, under the moonlight, Tang and Mujin kick back with some drinks to hash things out. Tang bitterly chuckles at his own failure, admitting he busted his butt trying to block those two from scoring such a massive win. Why? Because letting top-tier Sichuan prodigies get poached by Mount Song drives him absolutely insane. Still, he swallows his pride, admitting a golden ticket like this only drops once in a lifetime. Mujin sharply cuts him off. "Would you hand your own granddaughter over to the Aimei sect?" Tang instantly snaps back a hard no, to which Mujin just smirks, telling him to take his own advice. Leaning in, Mujin questions how on earth 3 incredibly rare heavenly physiques spawn out inside a single bloodline. Tang's eyes widen, blown away that such a mythical trait is actually real. It is the ultimate holy vessel. Mujin explains a body completely immune to demonic corruption, designed to push pure orthodox martial arts to god-tier levels. Hearing this hardcore martial arts trivia reignites Tang's burning obsession to recruit Mujin into his own family ranks. Slipping into matchmaker mode, he smoothly asks for his thoughts on Zhong. Mujin instantly barks at the older man in sheer frustration. He aggressively reminds Tang that he already slammed that door shut. Tang just blinks, totally baffled by the younger man's ironclad stubbornness. Raising an eyebrow, Tang jokingly asks if he just doesn't swing that way, but Mujin fiercely shoots that ridiculous rumor down. Letting out a heavy sigh, Mujin flips the script. He asks why Tang tolerates him. He is way younger, yet the old master lets him run his mouth with zero respect. A warm smile hits Tang's face. He is actually thrilled Mujin picked up on it, confessing that whenever they talk, the massive generational gap completely vanishes. He admits their vibes match perfectly. Honestly, it feels exactly like trading war stories with a lifelong brother-in-arms. A bittersweet melancholic smile tugs at Mujin's lips. Staring into the night, he softly drops a piece of his hidden past. Decades ago, there was a breathtaking woman who stole his heart. He was so incredibly whipped, he was ready to burn his entire martial arts career to the ground. He was dead set on completely trashing his master's dying wish, all just to live a quiet, ordinary life with the girl of his dreams. Tang chuckles, thinking it is just some dramatic sob story, but Mujin's eyes grow intensely dark as he keeps spinning the tale. He paints a picture of a girl born in absolute poverty, yet she fiercely raised her two younger siblings with a heart of pure gold, never asking the world for a single dime. She bled and sweat through every hardship completely alone, a walking symbol of absolute purity and unbreakable grace. As Mujin softly praises her flawless character, Tang finally gets curious, gently asking why they aren't still together today. Mujin's smile instantly cracks into something utterly terrifying. Because, he whispers, she is. The venom drips from his voice as he mocks his own pathetic naivety. How stupid was he to think a blood-soaked assassin could ever protect an innocent civilian? His voice drops to a deadly growl. The woman, her siblings, butchered like animals by so-called righteous orthodox warriors hunting him down. And right there over their lifeless bodies, a monster was born. That was the exact second he swore to brutally rip all 9 great sects to bloody shreds. A cold sweat breaks across Tang's forehead. He reels back seriously, wondering if the kid sitting across from him has gone completely psychotic. He nervously asks if the liquor is messing with his head, but Mujin locks eyes with him, radiating a terrifying, crystal-clear sanity. He assures the old man he is just laying out his tragic origin story. He chillingly adds that the bloody clash with the Namgung clan was just the opening act of his vengeance. What started as a trivial petty squabble violently spiraled out of control, ultimately ending with the love of his life being brutally slaughtered by the very people claiming to be heroes. Namgung Qianyong. Tang's curiosity instantly peaks at the sound of that name, especially since Qianyong's legacy was violently scrubbed from the Murim exactly 45 years ago. Mujin darkly confesses that this is the title of a hated nemesis he hasn't stopped obsessing over, not even for a single second. Once his soulmate and her entire family perished together, his entire universe instantly shattered into absolute darkness. For the following 15 long years, he relentlessly waged a bloody war against the 9 great sects. Mujin coldly recalls that the Namgung family was the very first faction he butchered, and within the blink of an eye, every single orthodox faction across the martial world placed a massive bounty on his head. Yet without a shred of mercy, he slaughtered every last one of them. Shortly after that legendary massacre, the terrified survivors branded him with a chilling new title, the Divine Demon. The absolute second those words leave his mouth, Tang's anxiety skyrockets to another level. He desperately tries to convince himself that Mujin is just spewing pure, unfiltered insanity. Mujin casually shrugs off the doubt, stating Tang can believe whatever he wants. But he vividly points out that Tang is making the exact same horrified face he made during their very first encounter. Mujin drops a heavy bombshell detailing the exact moment he stumbled upon Tang, lounging beside 4 of the great clan leaders, with the Namgung patriarch noticeably missing. That fateful day, Mujin reveals, marked his absolute first step onto the bloody soil of the Central Plains. Tang violently shoots up from his chair, completely rattled, frantically demanding to know how on earth Mujin could possibly possess that classified information. Completely unbothered, Mujin brushes the panic aside and seamlessly picks the dark. He casually admits he had zero clue that Tang's elite squad had completely locked down that specific tavern for a private gathering. Otherwise, he would have just grabbed a meal somewhere else to cure his starving stomach. However, he had foolishly swallowed his master's bold claim that absolutely nobody in the Central Plains possessed the skills to even scratch him. Blinded by his own reckless teenage pride, he eagerly threw himself straight into a massive brawl. But right before Mujin could spit out the next brutal detail, Tang aggressively cuts him off. A terrifying question echoes through Tang's mind. How could a kid as young as Mujin clearly recite a deeply buried secret he had fiercely guarded for 60 long years? The brutal truth is, Tang had spent decades desperately trying to scrub that fateful memory from his brain because of the overwhelming, crushing shame attached to it.